Hi everybody and welcome back to Silverstone. We are on for the main race of the weekend, the third running at Silverstone at least of the 24-hour Citroen C1. I'm Richard John Neal. A great pleasure to be joined by the man who's going to help me out with all the stuff I don't know. And believe me, there is a lot of that. Rob Lewis. Hi Rob, how you doing?
Wonderful, what a wonderful day. We're here to have a 24-hour race at Silverstone. It's not often that you get to have it at this wonderful circuit, so it's good to get down with some good old-fashioned club racing throughout the night. And what a grid we have got here. It is absolutely astonishing. And it didn't even start here. We had qualifying last night. Some of the stories down the pit lane we've been sleuthing about today. Two cars that I know of that have had engine and gearbox changes as well. Normally unheard of in the major series, but in the C1 or even in the 2CV other series, it's kind of common practice. And you can also see the eclectic mix of cars as well. Different backgrounds. I mean, you've got Team Silverlake, the series sponsor. You've got the likes of Hybrid Tune. Team Hard have got a couple of cars here. It's unreal.
11 times world champion and 6 times Olympian in the mix as well. Olympic winner in the field as well that we'll talk to as well. Let's go in the middle of the field. I think we're okay to go into the middle of the grid and do a bit of a grid walk. Now Martin Brundle, I think, would probably give quite a lot to do this many cars on a grid walk. I mean, look at it. We're about halfway. So we're trying to work out where to start, weren't we, Rob? So we started at the front, and we start at the back, which is down there, 60 plus cars. So we decided to go in the middle, which I think is fair play.
I think it's fair. There's stories up and down this grid, but 62 cars. So keep your eyes peeled, folks. It's astounding. Just phenomenal, and so colourful and eclectic. We haven't even got to the night time yet as well. We've got a couple of hours of daytime running. You wait until these guys switch on their lights. It is the biggest light show you've ever seen. All sorts of pretty colours going. You're not going to recognise any of the cars, but it is spectacular. It's great.
I want to point this guy here, Clapham North. Big sponsor for Brscc, do a heck of a lot of work with us. But look at the names that we've got on here. Now, there's a couple of names I know. John McCullough, Porsche club champion that I commentated on many years ago. Mika Stanley, who is there as well. I'm being told we've got to get off the grid already for our little chat. Oh, thank you, marshals. Appreciate that. Mika Stanley currently, of course, in Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. So I was told to keep that a bit quiet when his driver manager told me that a few weeks ago that he was doing it. But Mika's going to be in that car. We've got to get into pit lane. So thank you very much. Sorry, gents, for keeping you waiting. So back around here, and the cars will be going off in. I think we're probably going to have to go that side as well. Let's head over towards our studio, and we've got one of the cars here, which, Rob, you can maybe tell us a little bit about in terms of the preparation that goes into them, maybe the costs. It's good entry-level stuff, isn't it?
This is your basic club level C1, sponsored by Silverlake. They've got an absolute truckload of parts here this weekend, ready to help out anyone in the pit lane that they can. They've already supplied engines, they've already supplied gearboxes. All of the teams up and down the paddock have got a great backer behind them, which is great to see. But these cars, essentially, they're built for a budget. They're built to go endurance racing on a budget. You run on C1 stamped Nankang tyres. You can go with the steel or on the alloy wheels. Safety cage. You've got club mandated parts, club mandated drive shafts, and the rules and regulations, as I'll be showing you over the weekend in my technical segments, they're designed and run by Robin Welch and Tom and the team at the C1 Racing Club to keep it cheap and to keep it fair, most importantly, to keep it fair and even across all spectrums of this grid. It is absolutely brilliant to watch. Fantastic.
And of course, it's going to be absolutely great fun as well over the course of the 24 hours. Now, in terms of the coverage, we've got the full commentary team who are going to be with you up to 11 o'clock this evening. And then call us lightweight. Yeah, I know I'm a southerner, a lightweight. We're going to disappear off for a little bit of a break. But we're going to be back on the stream from 9 o'clock. But during the night, I think we've got Paul Trustwell who's going to be doing some updates with us.
I think so. He did guarantee to us yesterday. He told us in person, I've done over 100 of these 24-hour races, and I've sat up for the entire 24 hours at every single one. If you want a warrior of broadcasting and motorsport, it's superb. Brilliant. And he was very much looking forward to it, and he will sit there. I believe that the deal is, if you do watch the live stream, it's possibly half-hour updates, so you won't miss out. If there is action out on the track, you won't miss out. And of course, when you hand back to us tomorrow morning at around 9 o'clock, we will have the news here for you. I'll do some sleuthing and see what's been going on.
In terms of the commentary team, obviously Paul Trustwell was actually doing the circuit commentary for qualifying for the Mazda races that we had earlier on, so it's going to be great to hear Paul back with us. And we got the two lads that were with us earlier on, Andy McKeown and Jack Oliphant will be with us. But also, as I mentioned in the introduction to the main feed earlier on, we've got Scott Woodwish from the Brscc. So all of us, and Rob, we're all going to switch around over the course of the 24 hours so that everybody gets a little bit of a break and we all get a go at different things. So there'll be different people down in pit lane, so we'll give you a slightly different flavour, I'm sure, different techniques to mine on pit lane commentary. Everyone's going, oh, thank goodness for that. But the bad news is, if I'm not down here, I'll either be on a break or in the commentary box. Looking forward to it. I've never commentated with Andy McKeown, so that's going to be a first. I'm really looking forward to that.
Oh, superb. Brilliant.
I've never worked with Rob before today. We bumped into each other last week, didn't we? We were doing prep for this at Brands Hatch, weren't we, last weekend?
Yeah, I popped to see a couple of friends at Brands Hatch. It just so happens you were there for the Toka meeting. And what a place to meet, in a Toka paddock. For the C1 24-hour race. But for myself, it's an absolute pleasure to be on here. Obviously, you normally see me on the Club Racing UK podcast. And thank you to Paul McKeown and Scott Woodwish and everyone for giving me the opportunity to come on to the show and present something that I absolutely love, club racing. I'll tell you what, there is nothing better in this country than club motorsport. It's proper salt-of-the-earth working man stuff.
It is, and do you know what? We've got a great mix. I'm just looking across to see the cars are on the green flag lap now, so it's probably a good time, Rob, for us to take a little break and hand upstairs to, and I'm not even sure who's upstairs at the moment, so I'll hand up. I think Andy is, because I can hear Andy laughing in the background. So, Andy, back to you, and we'll let you know as soon as the first cars come into the pits.
Excellent stuff. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Richard. We'll be hearing lots from them over the next 24 hours because it is almost time to get the 2022 Silverlake C1 24 hours of Silverstone underway. The cars are coming towards the completion of their green flag lap. It's myself and Paul Trustwell in the commentary box for the first couple of hours of the race, and we're both very much looking forward to this. Paul, it's going to be a great event, this.
It is, and the big worry about this part of the race is this is a part of the race that doesn't matter, but it's a part of the race where everything can go horribly wrong. Everybody's going to be saying, look, it's a long race, we don't have to do anything in the first couple of laps, but the trouble is you're so close to all the cars around you. The cars are physically small, so you get a little bit closer, and inevitably it's like that queue for the lunch. You know you're all going to get lunch, but there's just a little bit of elbowing because I want my lunch before you're going to have your lunch. And, you know, you only need to tap wheels, you've broken a steering arm, do a drive shaft, something like that, clout it over a curb. You've got to be so gentle, so careful in these opening stages.
You really have. You cannot win the race in the opening hour, as they like to say, but you can very much lose it. Let's hope that everyone has that in the back of their mind as we prepare for 24 hours of racing around the 3.66 miles Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. The sun is shining. We've got 61 identical Citroen C1s coming in beautiful 2x2 formation through the final few corners. It is Hybrid Tune Motorsport, the reigning winners of this race, on pole position with a last lap effort in qualifying to take the pole position away from the yellow and green car on the outside of row 1, Team Trojan. Here we go then, 24 hours of racing about to get underway. The red lights will go out quite late actually. Now they go out and the race gets underway then. The rolling start gets started, and it is Hybrid Tune Motorsport on pole position who will try and hold that lead into the first corner. Looks like they will be successful in doing so. Team Trojan slotting into second place. Patrick Watts racing there in third position. And that's the team that, of course, lost this race famously on the final lap a few years ago, back in 2019. And they're at the sharp end at the start of the race. A brilliant sight they all make as they head out of Copse Corner, down towards Maggots and Beckett's. It's the pole-sitting car that leads them as they head towards the Maggots-Beckett's complex for the first time. Bit of side-by-side action there for third. But again, early stages in the race. Don't want to be taking too many risks here. That's one of the SCK Motorsport cars. In fact, the two blue, orange and white STK Motorsport cars getting themselves together. Onto the hanger straight for the first time then, Paul, and already Hybrid Tune Motorsport starting to make a break.
Eking away a lead, aren't they? And that's a very ominous sign because these cars will all be full of fuel. I can't imagine anybody will have short fueled it for the opening stint of the race. They'll have gone absolutely full on fuel, so the car's absolutely topped up. But second place actually changing there as they go down into Stowe Corner. Didn't actually quite see who that was coming up. Was that one of the Patrick Watts cars? While we have another car that's gone off on that opening lap. That's 3:37, Burton Power.
It may have been 7-7 possibly. Might be that's the Badger racing.
That's the Badger racing, yeah. What we don't have is any of the opening drivers or starting drivers in this, so we don't quite know who is versus who.
Indeed, but we will hopefully get that information after the first pit stop. Someone wide down at Club Corner. That's the 312 car, which bounces its way back onto the circuit. No real harm there, though, no damage done, and they will now make their way down the Lewis Hamilton straight. That was the fake taxi car, number 312, running wide at Club.
Yeah, good lineup of drivers in the fake taxi car. I was expecting that to be a long-term feature. Graham Coombs, Ian Stinton, Alistair May, awful lot of experience in that car. Interestingly, though, Andy, they're only doing it with 3 drivers, so it'll be interesting to see how they get on over the course of 24 hours with just 3 drivers on the crew. And we've got a safety car. We do. This will be, I guess, for the 377 car that we think is off. It looked like Maggots Beckett's, didn't it? Where yes, it absolutely was. In fact, we just saw a glimpse of it on the screen as the cars were turning through the loop and Aintree on one side of the little bottleneck, and we saw the 377 car just tucked off the circuit on the other side, just going into Beckett's. Then that's the Badger Racing car being shared with David Messenger, Philip Giles, Zach Arthur and Luke Francis.
Indeed, so that car, unfortunately, we did rather suspect that this may be the case. Someone dropping it on the opening lap. We don't know whether they jumped or they were pushed, but either way, that car in the barriers, and we guess with a little bit of damage, and it needs to be recovered. So we have our first of possibly several safety car interventions for the day. The end of lap 1 then ends, unfortunately, under yellow flags, but it is Hybrid 2 Motorsport the lead. It's the Patrick Watts racing car, number 507, that came through into second place ahead of Team Trojan, then the 2 SCK Motorsport cars, both gaining 2 positions there from 6th and 7th respectively on the grid to 4th and 5th at the end of the opening lap. It's the 502 ahead of the 503. 346 then, Emax Motorsport are 6th. 7th place also getting 2 spots there, the 347 JW Bird Motorsport car, one of a couple of cars run by that team. Fighting Talk, number 309, are in 8th position, 9th for number 558, Silverlake Racing, and the top 10 rounded out by the 3rd of the SCK Motorsport cars. That's the one that runs under the SCK Motorsport BH Motorsport banner, and number 504 rounds out that top 10. And it looks as though, yeah, that's the Badger Racing are the car that is not going to make it back to the end of the opening lap. Not the end of the day, though, for that car. In fact, none of the cars necessarily will be out of this, because once they get recovered, my understanding of the rules, Andy, is that they can be taken back to the paddock, worked upon, and can then resume their race. So it's not that outside assistance is banned. You provided all the marshals doing is getting the car to a place of safety, and then that car could resume at any time. Second place car 507, I was led to believe there was going to be Jack Lemmer starting in that car, so we may well have him, son of Mark Lemmer, driving that, and if I'm wrong, Mark will be sending me a message in a minute now to tell me. But Jack is, in fact he has done already, yes, that's right. Jack doing a good little start there, moved through nicely into second place at Stoke Corner on the opening lap. It was a good clean overtaking move, and yeah, I mean, there is history between Patrick Watts and Mark Lemmer. And Patrick showed me a lovely photo. I don't know if he's shown it to you, but there's a lovely photo of Mark and Patrick when, I mean, Mark looks like Nico Rosberg. I mean, he's got this shock of blonde hair. Patrick Watts having to bend down because he's a tall chap. But great to see those two getting together again, and with Jack, who's still at university, and he's at the wheel of that 507 car at the moment, lined up in second place. But of course, he'll be now behind the safety car, right tucked in behind the Hybrid 2 Motorsport car, number 388. Absolutely, that is one of 2 Patrick Watts racing cars. The other one is down in 15th at the moment, that's the 506, and that's the car that Patrick himself will be piloting, along with Mike Murray, Amy Watts, Patrick's daughter, and Orlando Lindsay. They were race winners in the series last year. And Patrick will be starting in that car. Right. So, I don't know much about starting drivers, but the 2 I've given you are the 2 that I know, so just exhausted all my knowledge now with 5 minutes of the race gone. Good to know, though. Not a surprise that they would put Patrick in. Patrick, former British touring car racer, amongst many other things, so he knows how to get his elbows out when he has to and make some progress at the start, which is what he was doing, because, well, actually, no, he's about the only car, one of only 3 or 4 maybe in the top 20, who stayed in the same position in which he started. Started 15th and was still 15th at the end of lap 1. Although I was told, again by Patrick himself, so why not believe it, that he asked for volunteers to start. Nobody else would volunteer. So
The only reason Patrick is starting in the car is because everybody else was kind of pushing him forward, saying, "No, Patrick, it's all right. You can start. That's fine. Off you go." And so Patrick starting in the 506, Jack Lemmer in the 507, and as you say, Patrick in 15th place at the moment with the 506 car.
352 we're seeing on our monitor here. That is the A team, which is an AB Motorsport run car, although not in AB Motorsport colours. It's in the colours that we would see Tim Dawes Mazda MX-5 in usually. That's because Tim is one of the drivers in that car. He shares it with Matt Pollard and Luke Pullen, and those three were both out in the two 30-minute MX-5 championship races earlier on, so they will be familiar with the track and the track conditions. Slightly different machinery at their disposal for this race, but they are looking to try and get a good result, and if possible beat the other AB Motorsport team, which runs in 17th place at the moment, the 394 car. In fact, they're together, 17th and 18th place, the two teammate cars, albeit running under slightly different team names, but it is the A team just behind the AB Motorsport number 394 car. There'll be lots of familiar names to regular viewers of not just Brscc, but club racing and UK racing in general. Some pretty big name drivers out there as well, drivers with touring car experience, GT racing experience to a pretty high level. Again, we will, I'm sure, cover as many of them as possible over the 24 hours, but a really great grid of drivers, and this is a fun event. It's, you know, those drivers that are professional racing drivers in particular, arriving at a racetrack for a weekend can sometimes be quite a high pressure environment. Whilst they all want to win this event and do as well as they can, it's just one of those events that is good fun to take part in, and good to see that quite a few big names are along for the ride this weekend.
The people I've spoken to, Andy, it's amazing. They all say how much fun these cars are to drive. You know, even the drivers, and there isn't much slower than a C1, so drivers with experience of faster machinery, of considerably faster machinery, say, oh well, yeah, but the C1 is something different again. It's just so much fun to drive. You can slide it, get it into a drift, where it's front wheel drive, but it just is able to be controlled, so you don't need masses of car control. The car's not on a knife edge, very easy to drive, so I'm told. That's about your racing car, number 377, has been pulled from where it came to rest at Beck. It's now behind the barrier, so I'm confidently expecting that the 377 car will be towed back to the paddock. Possibly Richard John Neal will be able to find out what went wrong with it, and then I'm expecting the safety car lights to go out halfway down the Wellington Straight is what the regulations say they should do, and at that point safety car lights will go out. It'll be up to the man leading the race, the 388 hybrid tune motorsport car, then to set the pace. Safety car will pull into the pit lane, and we'll be back on racing, what, with 3 laps now completed, or it will be when the safety car pulls over, and get on with some proper racing as opposed to sitting behind the safety car.
Yes, because that's really what the drivers want. They've been sat around all day waiting. They were last on circuit yesterday evening for qualifying and night practice, so they haven't actually been on track all day. They've been itching to get out there and get some racing done, and yeah, unfortunately, 1 lap, and then the safety car came out. That is the only car we're waiting to be moved, so if, as Paul says, it's out of the way, then we should be good to go this time. And hybrid tune motorsport, the 388 car will have the 507 right on its tail, and you would imagine in these relatively low powered and very unaerodynamically friendly cars, slipstreaming will become a big factor in the early stages here, so we should see some nice close racing at the head of the field. The lights still on at the moment on the Citroën DS3 safety car, but as we said, yep, there we are, right on cue, halfway down the Wellington Straight, out they go, and now it is down to the hybrid tune motorsport team to decide when they want to accelerate. It is entirely possible that the Citroën C1 safety car is capable of going quicker than the C1 racing cars through these final couple of corners, so they can probably keep a decent pace up through Brooklands, the left-hander, the right-hander at Luffield, rather than having to back up the field as you would see in some other forms of racing. Bunching together then, ready to get the 2022 Silverlake C1 Racing Series 24 Hours of Silverstone back underway then. We are 11 minutes into the race, and the first safety car period is completed then. In pulls the Citroën DS3, onto the start-finish straight go the Citroën C1s, and already starting to build back up the speed again, the hybrid tune car, which just snatched pole position at the very end of qualifying yesterday evening. leads the way as they go onto the first racing lap once again. Bit of bump drafting going on in the midfield as a few drivers try and work together to build the speed into Copse Corner. The 347 car there up the inside line. That's one of the JW Bird Motorsport cars. It's got a good driver line up there. Liam Griffin and Harvey Griffin with Steve Chaplin and Rory Clark. Lots of drivers with VW Racing Cup experience piloting that car. And it looked like they were trying to make a move through Copse Corner. The leading pair, though, pretty close together. In fact, the leading trio really pretty equidistantly spaced. Not a big gap between them as they make their way out onto the Hanger Straight. And keep an eye to those two blue, white and orange cars running 4th and 5th. They're two of the 3 SCK Motorsport cars, and they may attempt here to work together in the early stages to get to the front and then stay there before the first round of pit stops. So down towards Stowe, and are we going to see our first on-track lead change? We may well do, because here comes the Patrick Watts car up the inside, and no way through on the inside at Stowe Corner, and so Hybrid Tune Motorsport retain the race lead then, down the hill through the Vale into the club sequence. Lots of different lines being taken through there, but already we're seeing that it's not that easy here for Hybrid Tune to make much of a break.
No, it's interesting that, Andy, because in the half a lap we had before we had the safety car out, they were making a break. But Jack Lemon now on his heels is keeping him properly honest, isn't he? And not letting him get away at all. Although possibly, it's hard to say, especially with the foreshortening effect of the camera. But Hybrid Tune then with Jack Lemon in the Patrick Watts car behind, and then the Team Trojan car, which was going to be on pole position until the very last minute of qualifying, as you were saying, and then the two distinctively coloured SCK Motorsport cars next to up.
Oh, blimey, that was close.
It was pretty exciting, 3 abreast going into Abbey there, wasn't it?
Yeah, one car ends up over the curbs and will rejoin, but it's a little early in the race to be doing that sort of thing, I would have thought. But there may be some people deep in the field who feel they're out of position and want to try and get up to the lead group as soon as they can. Everyone survives that in one piece, but 1 or 2 having to run wide at Abbey to avoid making contact and damaging their cars early in the race. Looks like we are going to get a full green flag lap in here, though. The race-leading pack descends upon Brooklands, and the fight here, Paul, is for 4th place.
It is very close indeed, isn't it? The 2 SCK cars. In fact, one of the SCK cars has been dumped, hasn't he? And well, waves goodbye to the apex, really. The other car, the car was getting an advantage there with 347 for JW Bird Motorsport. Emax Motorsport, I think, is going to finish up pretty much where they started. So we've got Hybrid Tune, Patrick Watts, Team Trojan 1, 2 and 3. Then the SCK Motorsport car in 4th place, with the 347 JW Bird car right on his tail for 5th. And Emax, as I thought, finishing up exactly where he started.
Yeah, they nearly didn't. They nearly went forwards, then they nearly lost some places, and then, as you say, came through still in 6th place. We may have seen a change for 4th there, going through Copse. I think we did. The JW Bird Motorsport 347, having already gained 2 spots out of that battle through Brooklands, and then gained another one and got past the other SCK Motorsport car into 4th place. The 347 is the, as I said, the Griffins, along with Steve Chaplin and Rory Clark, all of them pretty rapid drivers, so not a huge surprise to see that car making progress. And well, it may have been 4th exiting Copse. It's back down to 5th again by the time they arrive at Maggots and Beckett's, and this just allows the top 3, the 388, 507 and 319 cars, to make a little bit of a gap on them. 4th place, though, likely to change again towards Stowe. Yeah,
those 2 having broken away, then a gap, and poor old Team Trojan, a little bit lonely man in the middle at the moment. I'll take another guess on who's in which car, because the Owens Motorsport car, 585, just set fastest lap of the race, so I'm going to stick my neck out and say that Endaf Owens is at the wheel of that car. So 585, currently in 18th place, but sets the fastest lap of the race so far. I've only done 4 laps, but still 3 minutes 1.471 then for Owens Motorsport, and say most likely Endaf, driver of that car, in 18th place overall.
And That car has been over twice in the last few weeks. They rolled it in testing a few weeks ago, and again on Friday afternoon in the pre-event test. So they've had a bit of work, repair work to do with the Owens Motorsport car, but it is going quickly, as you said, fastest car on the track, just at the back end of the top 20. The field, the bulk of it at least, making its way down the Lewis Hamilton straight through Abbey Corner, and still this fight for fourth place, which is attracting most of the attention. The leading trio continue to gap them. It is at the moment then the JW Bird car, no it's not so, it's still the SCK car in fourth position, SCK Motorsports 502 machine, which is just ahead of the teammate machine coming through. Village, close moment behind them into the loop as well. These are two of the better corners at which to try and launch an overtake, and the 310 car that was picking up a spot. That is the Scuderia Polo Rosso car of James Matthews, Graham Wilkins, Frank Claydon, just the three drivers in that car. It is interesting to see some teams with 3 drivers, some with 4, some with 5. I think Team Hard have 7 drivers down on their entry list. I think 3 is the minimum you're required. There's some real variation as far as driver numbers go.
Yeah, there's a whole debate on what's the ideal number of drivers to have in the car. If you're running it on a budget, the more the merrier, because you can get some money out of everybody. But there is an argument that says with 3 drivers, you've only ever got 1 driver properly resting, but it keeps their focus. Whereas if you go away for a longer break, there's an argument that says sometimes you lose your driver focus a little bit there. He comes back, he's then takes a little bit longer to get into the groove again once he gets back into the car. I don't know, I think for this kind of racing, probably 4 certainly is the most popular choice. There's the hard teams in real terms rather than literal team hard are doing it with 3, and as you say, 6 or 7 is just overkill as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, now the longest you can do in the car in any one go is 3 hours, and this in itself is quite interesting, Paul, because we anticipate about 2 hours per stint, don't we? A full tank of fuel should get you towards the 2 hour mark, maybe slightly more if you have some safety car laps, but you can only do a maximum of 3 hours in the car at any one time. So I guess we'll see driver changes at almost every pit stop. Provided,
yes, they go a full tank of fuel on everyone. And yeah, I think doing double stints, I don't, again, it's a bit like the argument about 3 or 4 drivers. I think it makes you feel tough if you do a double stint, but you're not always getting the best from the car, best from the tyres, certainly. I was hearing suggestions that the front tyres will wear more quickly than the rears. The front tyres will be changed, not at every stop, but at every second stop. The trouble then is if you're doing, the front tyres will last 4 hours, then that's no use to you. You've got to change the driver every 3 hours, so you might as well change the driver at every stop. So it seems the way to go as far as I'm concerned. That was the Auto Farm car taking to the grass on the exit of Club Corner there. It's the car that former touring car entrant Dave Ward is driving, and I've forgotten his number for the moment. 521, which has Mikey Wasty, Steve Wood and Dave Ward, and I think it's Mikey who said he would be starting in that car. In my perambulations around the paddock earlier on, I wasn't completely idle when you guys were working, you know.
Never dreamt of that for a moment.
Yeah, although there was a little bit of snoozing going on at one point. JW Bird Motorsport has established himself now in 4th place in the 347 car. Liam Griffin, Steve Chaplin, Harvey Griffin and Rory Clark, as you said, going nicely there in 4th place, and what they need to do now is to either work with the cars that they're involved with to try and get this gap down, but to close the gap on the 3 runners up in 1st, 2nd and 3rd places. I'm sure Emax Motorsport would help them, and then we've got 502 SCK Motorsport dropping away a little bit with the 310 Scuderia Polo Rosso car next up in 7th place, having made up ground on the previous lap, but they're getting strung out a little bit. 2 SCK cars very much working together there, nose to tail as they go across the line.
Yes, and a new fastest lap for JW Bird in 3rd now, because they have cleared that Team Trojan 319 car. So that's the car on the move then, number 347, which is absolutely charging up the order, and that car having gained a number of spots from its starting place on the grid. of 9th. They're running into 3rd position at the moment. We've got another car in the gravel. It's the 330, I'm afraid, and that is DSC Motorsport. 5 drivers sharing that car. We know not which driver is in the car, and that appears to be Stoke Corner, Paul.
Yes, spot on, right in front of the commentary box, in fact, at Stoke Corner. And that looks like it's gone through 180 or possibly 360 degrees before ending up in the gravel, and I'm afraid that's going to take more than marshal power to get it out of the gravel. They're going to need to pick that up with a tow truck.
Indeed, so...
News from pit lane, sorry to interrupt again, but I thought I'd just give you my first report. The 377 car, which I just found out is right at the outer reaches of the pit lane, hence no cameraman with me at the moment, has just rejoined the track. So back in the race.
And was it badly damaged, Richard? Did you see it?
No, because it looked like it was in part Ferme, Paul, and it was just pulling out part Ferme when I got to the end, but it looked okay to go back on track. So I'll see if I can get a word from the team and let you know a little bit more.
Good stuff, thank you, Richard. So about 20 minutes after it went off at Beckett's, it rejoins the circuit, multiple laps down, but hey, back in the race. And,
well, only 5 laps down, in fact, so
right.
It could be a lot worse. Of course, having the safety car out for 3 laps whilst it was being recovered was a big help. And when we get to the end of 24 hours, 5 laps isn't going to make a huge heap of difference, although it seems so at the moment. The car running absolutely bog last at the back of the field. The cameraman's very fond of that Auto Farm car in the camouflage livery. I took a closer look at it, actually. It's quite interesting. It's covered in dents, but because you've got this camouflage wrap on it, you don't see any of them. If it was a plain red or a plain white car, you'd say, oh, what a shambles that car is. But the camouflage livery camouflages all the little bumps and dents on the car.
Almost as if they planned it their way. Change for second there on the track. The 347 is now ahead of the 507. Before we get into that in more detail, I believe Richard's got some more news for us.
Yeah, just had a quick word with that's the Badger Racing team, and apparently the car just glanced the wall, so a little bit of gravel as well in the mix, which they've managed to empty out. Someone will be taking that to redo their driveway or whatever. But you said 5 laps behind, so it must have been quite a fair bit of gravel, but the car is okay, driver is okay, same driver in the car, not sure who it is, but back out on track and ready to hopefully put their woes behind them.
Excellent stuff. Right then, we've got some racing going on here at the front of the field because the lead gap is down to 0.4 of a second now. So the JW Bird Motorsport car is the fastest car on the circuit right now by quite some way. They're in the 3-minute ones. They are the only team in the top 20 or so capable of setting those sort of lap times. We also saw there coming through Woodcote a rather close moment between the 2 SCK Motorsport cars and the 503 car getting ahead of the 502. That's the first time they've changed positions so far between each other at least in the race, which is some 24 minutes old right now. Plenty of side-by-side action further back, but it is that lead battle that I think is about to ignite fully. Hybrid Tune Motorsport, who have led every lap of the race so far from the pole position, are about to have some company. That 347 JW Bird Motorsport car was almost on their tail as they came through to complete that 7th lap and go on to lap number 8 of the race. Here they come down the hanger straight, the gap coming down and down and down. You can see there the digger heading out to recover the 330 car from the gravel at Stowe, which means, Paul, yellow flags into this corner.
Thankfully, no sign of a safety car just yet, so hopefully we'll be able to continue to deal with that with the local yellow, although possibly when the digger gets there, or the recovery unit, JCB recovery unit, then we'll have the safety car. But for the moment at least, just a local yellow. I'm interested by this one. I'm not quite sure what JW Bird's tactic is going to be. Is he going to sit there and... You can save fuel. Just by sitting behind the car in front of you, you'll be using a lot less fuel than if you dive for the lead, go flat out, make the overtaking move. That'll wear the tyres out a little bit more. If he just sits there, provided he's not being put under any pressure from the guy behind him, he can save some fuel, keep the tyre wear down, and as and when the first pit stops come around in about an hour and 3/4 time, they'll be in good shape to go a little bit further.
Well, that's not the plan, because we have a change of lead at Village, or do we? They're side by side. I agree with you, but clearly whoever's in that JW Bird car wants the lead, and why not? You want to have that moment of glory at the front, don't you? They can't get it away from Hybrid Tune just yet. They are almost side by side. They are side by side through Aintree Corner. The 347 car barreling through on the inside. It carries the speed off the corner, and sensibly there, I think Hybrid Tune Motorsport realise it's a little early to be getting that close fighting for the lead.
It was a mistake from Hybrid Tune, in my view. He just missed the apex completely for Village and the loop. For the loop, wasn't it? The left-hander left the door wide open, and that was what encouraged the JW Bird car to go through. Having got there, it wasn't a straightforward plain sailing move, but they're now having a bit of fun dicing away, and this is exactly what I was saying. Hybrid Tune seemed to me to be scrubbing the tyres all over the place by sliding the cars that little bit more than necessary. We'll see. As I say, it's a long race, but on the other hand, these guys are here to have fun as well, so you've got to balance driver fun versus necessarily winning the race. Of course, they all want to win the race, but as we've already said, you don't want to win the race in the first half hour, and very nearly half an hour into the race already. 26 minutes of the race already elapsed. And where did that half hour go?
Yes, well, considering a good number of those laps were behind the safety car as well. Yes. 328 are in the pit lane. Now, this is WRC Development's car. Early for a scheduled stop,
Far too early for a scheduled stop, yeah.
Yeah, perhaps Richard can shed some light on this.
No, not at all.
Excellent.
So what I can tell you is David Meenan is driving the Hybrid Tune car. So
Thank you.
nip to 8. But I'm heading down towards 328, so we'll let you know what's happening soon as we have a little bit more news.
Well, we're seeing it on our cameras now. They have pulled in at a 45-degree angle in front of the garage. They briefly opened the door to chat to the driver, and it looks like they are continuing to have a chat now. There must be an issue of some sort. Whilst on track, well, it was a pair of cars fighting for the lead. We now have a leading quintet because the 507 Patrick Watts racing car, 346 Emax Motorsport and 310 Scuderia Polo Rosso cars have all reeled in the leading two as they were trading the race lead.
Yeah, and of course doing that always slows you down, doesn't it? So it was kind of an inevitable result with the new race leader and the third, fourth and fifth place positions remaining the same. A stop-and-go penalty for BPC Tuning car 537 for overtaking under the safety car. They will have to come in and do that stop and go then. Not actually quite sure where the penalty box is. I think it's at the beginning of the pit lane, so there are marshals there waiting to receive 537 BPC Tuning.
Which runs 39th at the moment then, so mid-pack for them.
328 car issue is front brakes.
Not working, I presume.
Indeed.
Right.
Or not as well as they would like.
No, absolutely. Okay, thank you, Richard. So braking issues for 328, which will explain why it was a rather leisurely pace at which it came into the pit lane. Not entirely convinced they'd get the car stopped when they got there.
Well, they did. And the other thing I was going to ask actually at some point is obviously we've got Rob Lewis with us, and at some point we need to do one of Rob's segments, and we were wondering what time's a good time for you guys. It doesn't, everything's sort of settling down, but there's still stuff happening at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, let's give it another 5-10 minutes or so, and then absolutely Rob, who is here to teach us, basically, certainly teach me. It's my first ever C1 24 Hours. Richard the same, Jack as well. Paul, I know you've experienced this race before, but for be it strategy, technical elements of the car, you know, explaining the rules of the series. It has lots of quirky rules, does the Silverlake Citroen C1 series, and Rob is on hand to walk us all through it. So get him prepped and ready, Richard, and we'll come to you as soon as we can.
Okay, we'll do, thank you.
So
I'm expected to learn a lot myself as well, despite having done this race before. What I was going to say, yeah, the WRC car that came in there with the dodgy brakes, one of two WC entries, that's David Drinkwater's team, although David Drinkwater is not actually in that car. That's the other car from WRC, which is 318, which is David Drinkwater's car, which I think David was going to be starting. David, here at Silverstone this weekend, is then, guess what, off to the Nürburgring next weekend to participate in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. So that's very envious of that, but going from a Citroen C1 round 3.6 miles of Silverstone to a Porsche Cayman around the however many miles it is of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, or the full circuit, Grand Prix circuit and Nordschleife. David's going to be having, well, I was going to say far more fun at the Nordschleife. I think said he's going to have fun here as well.
Yeah, that I can believe. And I'll tell you what, it doesn't matter what the races are, what circuit, what track. 2 24-hour races within a week of each other will take it out of you. He's going to be a little sleep deprived, I would imagine, this time in a week or so. Right, lead battle down at Stowe Corner, continuing to rage on. I would argue the 6th place SCK Motorsport car is also starting to reel this lot in. That's the 503 yes, that's the, well, Kyle Reid has entered in both cars, but Stephen Brewster, Kenneth Brewster and Stephen Clark sharing the driving duties. That has been the quicker of the 2 SCK cars, hasn't it? The other one, the 502, dropping down to 9th place at the moment, but it is that 6th place car, Paul, that has the fastest lap and he's gaining on the leaders.
Yeah, he was up in 4th earlier on, wasn't he, the 502, or 1, 2, 3, yeah, he was up in 4th earlier on, but having been elbowed down, just taking a little while to find his rhythm. Very often with things like this, the drivers will want to be at a pace that they're comfortable with. There's no point in hanging on to the grip levels and everything by your fingernails. You really want to be in a rhythm that you're comfortable with, and then be able to just have a lap time, whether it's 3:03 or a 3:01, that you're comfortable to keep, and not have to worry about changing it as the race progresses. Another car in the pits.
330, so they've been recovered from the gravel, and we can see a little bit of damage to the left front. That could even have happened whilst being dragged out of the gravel, of course. Apart from that, though, it looks pretty unscathed. It may have a... Has it got a left front tyre down? Couldn't quite tell as it came past in the pit lane, but that is the 330 car back out of the way, which is the main thing. So yellow flags will once again be in at Stowe, and the team can get to work clearing the gravel out of the car, reattaching that front bumper properly and sending it back on its way, getting back into the race, which continues to have a 6-way fight for the lead. And the SCK Motorsport car well and truly with them now. And again, Paul, I'll be interested to see here whether they choose to go on the attack, try and get further up this group, or sit in that slipstream, save the tyres, save the fuel, knowing that you're at least in touch with the race leaders.
Exactly so. I think it probably depends on what opportunities present themselves. For the moment, just be happy to sit there, but as soon as something presents itself as an opportunity, then yeah, you dive through.
New fastest lap, the first team to get under the 3-minute mark there for SCK Motorsport, so they are flying, and it looks to me, the body language of that car says attack. It was just trying to pull alongside the 310 Scuderia Polo Rosso car heading out of Copse. Thought better of that, sensibly, but I wouldn't be at all surprised to see that 6th place car pulling out of line down the hanger straight to try and make a few more moves.
Well, of course, the fastest lap came because he had 4 cars giving him a tow down the hanger straight, I suspect. And also Wellington Straight, that would have helped him no end at all. I can tell you that the no, which one was it? 330.
Yep.
No, 328. The WRC Developments car that was put in the gravel, you thought it might have had a puncture. Eric Holstein was the driver who brought it into the pit lane, and presumably was the driver who put it into the gravel before him. So Eric Holstein, the 5th driver on the lineup for that car 328, and as soon as the car is fixed, he'll be on his way again. In fact, he is out. No, it's not. It's 377 that's out and on his way again.
It's all changed at the front of the field, typically. As soon as we thought things were going to calm down, we have now the Patrick Watts Racing car side by side for the lead of the race with JW Bird Motorsport. This is exiting Club Corner. There's been a big shuffle here. Patrick Watts racing into 2nd ahead of Hybrid Tune, who are in danger of losing 3rd. So, yeah, any ideas of running around single file and saving fuel appear to have gone out of the window for the time being. JW Bird continue to lead at Abbey. Patrick Watts racing 2nd, Hybrid Tune 3rd, and side by side for 4th. That's the Emax Racing car, the black 346 on the outside of the red number 310 of Scuderia Polo Rosso, which now tries to launch an attack to the inside into Village, isn't able to make that move stick, and amazingly the only position that actually changed was 2nd place, but they were 3 abreast heading towards Club.
But I think the SCK car is about to move up. I mean, we were saying how much quicker it is, but that is precisely the kind of opportunity that he wanted to take. There's another car in the gravel, Andy, and that was
537.
537.
BPC tuning.
And that's a car that's due to come in for a stop-and-go penalty, which it hasn't yet done. So I don't think it has done. 537 BPC, no, it hasn't yet come into the pits, so it's going to have to come into the pits, but before it does that, it's in the gravel, and it won't be able to overtake under the safety car if we have one, because it's the cause of it. But it may well be that we can deal with it locally again. What I didn't actually see was where it's gone off into the gravel.
I think Copse Corner, there are yellow flags at
Absolutely right,
Copse. It looked like that area. Bit of contact there between Hybrid Tune and Emax Motorsport. Emax Motorsport 346 take over third place just before they get into that yellow flag zone at the end of the pit straight. But that was contact coming through Woodcote, one of the faster parts of the circuit. The left-hand side of the Emax Motorsport car just rattling slightly down the side of the right-hand side of the Hybrid Tune Motorsport car. They go into and out of the yellow flag zone and head back down towards Maggots and Beckett, and we can see on our CCTV footage that the car that was off at Copse Corner is now being moved out of the way to be one of two BPC tuning cars in the race.
And it's interesting, yellow flag may mean no overtaking, but it's also meant to mean slow down, and certainly looking at the pace of some of the cars there as they're going through Copse on the CCTV, not looking to be very much slower at all. But anyway, the car is being towed to a place of safety. Problem for that car is it's on the outside of the circuit, so if they're going to bring it back, they're going to have to bring it back through the Copse tunnel. I suppose it's not that far, provided the tow vehicle can get through the tunnel. The JCB that's giving it a tow at the moment certainly won't be able to. So 537 still to take its stop and go penalty, and now being towed out of the gravel. And of course the problem, Andy, with this is when you do have a problem and we don't go to a safety car, you lose a lot more time, don't you?
Yes, because a flying lap is 3 minutes, a safety car lap in excess of 5, so you are going to lose more laps, as you quite rightly say, by having an issue under green flag running. Another change at the front of the field, by the way, or for second anyway. Emax Motorsport now ahead of Patrick Watts Motorsport, so it's the two black cars that have been making the moves recently. JW Bird lead the way as they head towards Abbey Corner, and now Emax Motorsport into second, Patrick Watts racing off third, and long-time race leaders, Hybrid Tune Motorsport slipping to fourth place then, amongst that leading gaggle of cars. So lots of jockeying for position, most of it happening as you would expect, down towards the end of the Hanger Straight and through Stowe Corner. Seeing on our screens now the 453 Bianco Motorsport car. Barry McMahon was out in, of course, an Alfa Romeo in the Club Sport Trophy race earlier on, Alfa Romeo Giulietta, and he shares that car with Mika Stanley, Andrew Walton, Alex Toyne, Adam Robertson and John McCullough. Meanwhile, Hybrid Tune in danger here of losing another place or two. That's the Scuderia Polo Rosso car alongside them, heading down the straight towards the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands Corner, and I reckon, yes, the SCK Motorsport car will try and at least get past one of them, maybe up the inside of both. This is for fourth position, and that was a really brave move on the brakes. Going to get the car stopped of a fashion, and 2 places gained. That was a good example there, Paul, of how powerful that slipstream is. Yeah, exactly, and Polo Rosso got some benefit as well, also challenging Hybrid Tune and very nearly making Hybrid Tune lose a further 2 places on that lap, but Hybrid Tune 388 just managing to hang on to 5th place, but they are under pressure for that 5th place now. So yeah, further changes happening, and what are we coming up for? 40 minutes of the race. I was just thinking, if we do get another safety car, it might be worth just popping into the pits to top up with fuel, because they use these tough jugs, they're called, to refuel, and they contain about 25 litres. Now, I reckon you'll be using around about 25 litres in the first 40 minutes of the race, so it would be worth stopping just to dump one churn in and then get on with it and leave the driver in the car, but just to extend the length of the stint. Although, having said that, the way that Hybrid Tune are going, I just got the feeling, Andy, I'd be interested to see what you think, their tyres are going off. Reason that they're dropping back, I think, is because the car is just wandering around a little bit more on its tyres, and it's just dropping back a bit. Yeah, the tyres may not be completely spent, but they may be overheating a little, perhaps. Exactly. Because we'd expect the tyres to be able to last a lot longer than 40 minutes, but yeah, they're past their peak performance. Past their best, yeah. We've had 312 into the pit lane. I'm not going to ask Richard if that's the car you're about to talk about, because we've had quite a few pit visitors. What have you got for us there?
Well, all it was we're about to, as we sort of a few minutes on, think about the segment and have a chat with Rob about some technical stuff, if it's appropriate time with you guys.
The way it's going, you might have to wait a few hours. So yes, let's get Rob's input now, then, shall we?
Okay, so hopefully I think the cameras are following the race as well, but will hopefully come to us in just a moment. Rob, one of the things we wanted to do was for you to sort of inform us a little bit more about the championship and some of the technical asides that are going on. obviously early days in the race, so what are the first things that we can expect to see happening?
Well, certainly not a safety car on the first lap. That's quite unprecedented. And the thing the drivers really need to take into account in this is logic over speed. If the car goes off and goes into the gravel, you get towed back, you get a penalty. It all adds up, so that if you make a mistake, if your pit crew makes a mistake, we've already seen as well, we've had a drive-through penalty already for overtaking under the yellow car. It's those little mistakes, and sometimes the first 3 hours, the cars just want to race, as the guys in the commentary booth have got fantastic trains of cars going on, hard racing against each other. But as a driver, when you sat in the car, you've got to think of a number of things. And we brought out the magic whiteboard here, and the main thing that was in the sub-recs was track limits. They're looking at 3 corners in particular. Excuse my very badly drawn diagram. Turn 1, turn 7, and turn 10. Those are the corners that they are focusing on. You get 3 strikes, then you get the black and white strike flag, then it starts to get costly, and that comes in terms of penalties and things like that. So if you're out there fighting in a pack of cars and you're going for that extra 10th, do you really want that extra 10th if you then get a penalty that could potentially cost you a lap, 2 laps, 3 laps? Because the penalties mount up, it doesn't stop. But the only thing that does change, on the racing hour, everything gets reset. So you do get a certain amount of free goes, but not too much, and they can mount up very quickly as well. Another thing to think about here, we've had a number of safety cars already. The average driver's stint time, the maximum they can do is 3 hours, and the cars themselves, speaking to a number of the teams, they're out for 2 hours, 15, 2 hours 20, depending on what they're like on the throttle. So you've got to look at what the safety car, the role that's going to play in what the teams do, getting the driver changes in and getting the car fueled. Don't know about you guys, but we're not even an hour into the race yet, and it's already hotting up.
Rob, one question. Can a driver, if there's a safety car and they've got a drive-through or something like that, can they do that under safety car?
No, they can't. That's the thing. If you get a penalty and the safety car comes out, it's like, no, tough. You can serve your penalty, and then you can do your pit stop, or the other way around. I could get confirmation on that, but I can tell you now, they won't let you do the penalty and the pit stop at the same time, because, of course, it doesn't become a penalty. It actually plays in your favour. So, and that's one of the things, again, the C1 Racing Club have brought in to cut that out. You know, they're looking at driving standards, they're looking at track limits, and if you start playing the game, they will punish you.
It's fascinating, isn't it? And the team manager role, whoever is elected, if there is a team manager, has really got to have their thinking cap on.
Absolutely, and they've got to know what their drivers' temperaments are like. They've got to know how they think. Sometimes you'll have some people that will just go off into a corner. They'll need to put an arm around them, just reassure you, things like that. But they've also got to, you know, they may need to give them a slap if they don't behave, you know, because drivers, they have the egos out there. So they're out there racing hard. But like I said, logic over speed sometimes in a race like this. There's 24 hours to go.
Rob Lewis, thank you very much. Let's go back to Andy and Paul in the commentary box. More technical segments for you a little bit later on.
Yes, thank you, guys. Fascinating stuff, and we'll be utilising Rob's encyclopedic knowledge of Citroën C1 racing over the rest of the, 23.25 hours or so that are remaining in the race. Had a few more pit visitors whilst we were hearing from Rob. Fake taxi are in, although I suspect that's an issue. They've been there for a little while now. But then a lap later, 352, the A team, and 558, Silverlake Racing, also came in. So are these teams trying to get off sequence on their strategy, perhaps?
I wouldn't have thought so. I did suggest the possible benefit of putting some more fuel into the car. I think you need a safety car to make that worthwhile, though. What Rob was saying about being able to take penalties during a safety car, absolutely right. But what you're perfectly entitled to do is to wait for a safety car and then put fuel in. And of course, the time taken to put the fuel in is the same, no matter whether the cars are going around the circuit in 3 minutes 03 or in 5 minutes and something. So there are certainly benefits to doing the pit stop during a safety car period. Pit stop call, as you were talking about there, Andy. Silverlake Racing with Paul Dickinson coming into the pits in the 558 car. In the 352, the 18 car coming in there, that was Luke Pullin, I do believe. Yep, Luke Pullin coming in with that car. And in the 312, that's the fake taxi car. That's gone. Yeah, it's only been 6 minutes. It's been 6 minutes in the pit, so 2 laps lost for the fake taxi car, 312, and that was brought in by Alistair May.
Yeah, Alistair, who has raced for a number of years in the XR Challenge up in the northwest of the country in his XR2, Ford Fiesta XR2, and out in the C1. But yeah, those 3 cars coming in then, and now are dropping out of the top 30 overall. So I do suspect maybe some issues that just happened to manifest themselves at the same time. You'll notice we've had another lead change whilst we've been talking about that. SCK Motorsports 503 car now leads the way. And sideways, that's the Scuderia Polo Rosso car, sideways from 4th, and around it goes, and it tags the Patrick Watts racing car as well. This is at Stowe Corner. The Polo Rosso car got sideways, and as it was fishtailing around from right to left, unfortunately, Patrick Watts in the 507, he's been sent into the gravel. So the 507 car, which was up there, it led a lap, I think, or it certainly ran in second for a portion of the race.
Second.
Yes, unfortunately in the gravel. Now, sorry, that's Jack Lemmer, isn't it? That's not the Patrick Watts driven car, that's Jack Lemmer in the 507. He'd had a good opening stint, but through no fault of his own, really, it ends in the Stowe gravel trap, or at least it's paused in the Stowe gravel trap whilst he gets recovered.
Yeah, that's just the sort of thing where no matter what you do, avoiding somebody else's accident is always something which can catch you out, and that certainly affected Jack Lemmer much more than it did. Which was the car? It was the
Polo Rosso.
Polo Rosso's car, number 310, that was the spinner. Got away with it, didn't lose anything at all, but poor old Jack Lemmer has ended up in the gravel.
He has indeed. So Lemmer then will be out. And now, very helpfully, we've got some driver names on our TSL timing screen, so we can now tell you who is in the cars. We'll get to that in a moment. Then Carl Reed, it is, I can tell you that is in the 503, and Rory Clark in the 347. They're the top 2 cars. We might as well give you the 3rd place one. That is 388, and that is Meehan in that car. So 388 being the hybrid tune car.
388 is hybrid tune.
Yes, it's changed back now, right, okay. We'll let the timing screen decide what bit of information it's going to give us, but Hybrid Tune Motorsport in 3rd place, and those 3 now starting to make a break, of course, as a result of the incident behind. Polo Rosso have dropped well out of this leading group now, so it's a 3-car breakaway, and then Emax Motorsport sort of on their own in 4th. Likewise, lonely in 5th are Scuderia Polo Rosso, with then a 5-car group scrapping over the next load of positions, making its way through Woodcote Corner.
Yeah, poor old Jack Lemmer is still in the gravel down at Stowe, and he's up to the axles. I mean, he's not just gone into the gravel, but he's sunk in more ways than one, literally as well as figuratively. So again, that's going to take, well, I don't even know that's going to drag out. They're going to need to lift that out, because all they're going to do when they start dragging it is just to cause more damage to the car by pulling the front splitter off, or if they drag it backwards, doing something to the rear end of the car. No, so Jack Lemmer, very unfortunate then for the Patrick Watts team, has already lost a lap, and that car then from, well, he slipped back, hadn't he? He slipped back to 3rd or 4th place from 2nd, never quite led the race, but he was certainly up there and fighting in a good position for the lead. So that leading group of, what was it, 5 or 6 cars has dropped down to just 3.
Fick Taxi are back into the pit lane. Right, I thought they were leaving the pits. They've been out and back in again, so persistent problem for the 312, it would seem.
Yeah, that's still Alistair May driving that car.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, did a lap and then realised they hadn't quite fixed the problem. Change for 2nd on the track. That little skirmish a lap ago at Stowe hasn't deterred the Hybrid Tune Motorsport car from still getting its elbows out. Back into 2nd now, ahead of JW Bird Motorsport, and dare I say it, a little bit of a lead now for SCK Motorsports 503. It's probably no more than 6/10 or so, but that's about the biggest advantage that anyone's had at the head of the field since certainly the end of the opening lap of racing behind the safety car. So that is a change for 2nd, and Hybrid Tune looking to try and maybe reclaim the lead that they held in the very early stages. The 2nd group of cars contains the Team Trojan car, which also started on the front row with them, of course, the 319 machine, which is now running in 7th place. And of course, like then, he picked up a couple of spots on the previous lap with the incident at Stowe Corner. So 50 minutes into the race. Already our first real drama at the head of the field. We've had a few others for those running further back. Side-by-side battle here at Abbey Corner, and that's the Bianco Developments car, the 453 up the inside of 311. That's the Kellett Motorsport car. That Kellett car has got a pretty decent driver lineup, hasn't it? With William and Alistair Kellett, Alan Dawson and Ulick Burke. So all of them pretty quick drivers, and they currently run in 23rd place. So look for them to keep on gaining ground before their opening pit stops. Richard.
Talking pit stops, fake taxi in here, as you mentioned. I just proffered the microphone to Alistair May, and he's exercised his right as he would want to. Shook his head, doesn't want an interview. He's a little bit cross. There was a bit of contact and some damage on the offside, which I think the team have managed to right now, and they're sending him out again. So it was a little bit of damage, but Alistair obviously not wanting to have a chat with us because he's a little bit fired up at the moment.
Okay, thanks for that, Richard. So early contact and a bit of damage to the 312 car, and that will explain its two very much unscheduled visits to the pit lane in the early stages.
Didn't you tell him what Robin was just telling us about, or Rob was just telling us about logic over racing, and you know, he has to calm down. That's what Rob was just telling us. So anyway, up to second place then, Hybrid Tune Motorsport, but 5 cars now involved in that little battle going down through the Beckett's S's, turning through the last right-handed element of the Beckett's S's, and the SCK Motorsport car settling down now in the lead. It's still pretty much nose to tail for the lead. 0.258 of a second separates SCK from Hybrid Tune. JW Bird is another 0.4 of a second behind in 3rd place. And then Emax have dropped now to be 3 seconds behind, and then we get this battle that's going on the screen for, what is it, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and places beyond. Very close indeed.
Yeah, it is, and as entertaining as this racing is, you will lose a lot of time from this sort of side-by-side action, and Team Trojan right in the middle of it. I'm going to venture here that the driver in the Team Trojan car now is not the one that qualified that car on the front row, and of course that's another dynamic to add into this. It isn't necessarily the driver who qualified each car who will then take the opening stint of the race, which is why we get this naturally a bit of ebbing and flowing, some coming to the front, some fading backwards a bit, so Team Trojan perhaps saving their ultimately quickest driver for a stint a little bit later in the race. They're hanging on in and around the back of the top 10. In fact, I think they're in 9th. That's the Auto Farm car, 521 right behind. So Team Trojan, maybe taking a bit of a hit now, but they may come back later.
I think they've just lost a place to JW Bird, haven't they?
Yes.
So the battle is on there with the cars in the bottom half of the top 10, very close together indeed. But you know, this is what I was saying earlier on, Andy, with you know, you've got to balance the fun of racing and the desire to win with just the fun of being out on the circuit and sliding the car around, because most of these guys are here to have fun. You know, they're paying for the privilege of being here, and whilst it's good fun to do, it's entertaining for us. You know, they've got to take the longer view as well, and finding that balance isn't always as easy. Leading 3 cars go past the commentary position in the same order as they were before, and that's 503 SCK leading 388 Hybrid Tune, 347 JW Bird, and then the Emax car. Then there's quite a big gap, isn't there, after the Emax car in 4th place, before we get the 5th place car up, which is being led at the moment by 310, the Scuderia Polo Rosso car.
Yes, which lost then about 10 seconds all told with its contact with the 507, which, by the way, is still in the gravel at Stowe Corner. I've been watching out of the corner of my eye there, having difficulty getting it dug out of that gravel. You mentioned, Paul, it is rather buried at Stowe, and despite the best efforts of the marshals and the recovery workers, they just can't get it out. So they are losing multiple laps here. The yellow flags remain out at that part of the circuit as a result, but that is really unfortunate. We've seen another car off at the same place, and it got out within a couple of minutes. This car, though, just proving a little bit trickier.
Yeah, I don't know quite why, but just by the way that it went in, it just sunk deep up to its axles, and as I say, they're trying to pull it, but as I say, pulling it forwards would just be an absolute disaster because the splitter will come off. Pulling it backwards is the answer, but still, you've got to pull half a ton of gravel with you, as well as a Citroen C1, which weighs a ton itself. So they're seeming to be making some progress now. And so I don't think it's going to take them much longer, but you're right, Andy, it is taking a little while.
Whilst you had your back turned then, Paul, TOF Racing went off at Cops as well, so they've gone backwards into the gravel. The number 339 car, that's the car that within its driver lineup includes Nick Halstead, who's raced Ginettas and these days, and recently in TCR UK as well. That car pointing the wrong way in the gravel at Cops. More work then for the marshals to do. Richard.
Yeah, I'm actually with Rob Gaffney and Nick Halstead, who we were watching the screens just as it happened, and the shouts went out from the team. Rob dived in. Rob, what's happened?
Yeah, obviously, unfortunately, our cars got in the gravel trap. So, yeah, we as the TV screen picked up, it was sideways, and obviously it's dug itself in. So, yeah, not exactly how we wanted to start the race, but yeah, we'll get it obviously back out.
Who's driving?
So we got obviously John Gladman in there, but yeah, obviously, hopefully we get it back quick enough and hoover it out and get it back out there. Hoover it out,
I love that. And didn't eat into your stint though, did it, Nick Halstead?
No, it'll be fine. John will make it back up again. We'd already made up 15 places, so it's a bit of a shame. We'll see.
It's going to happen to everybody at some point, isn't it? I guess.
Exactly. Yeah, you got to survive the night. That's the key. You know, no damage during the night, and you end up anywhere.
Thanks, Nick Halstead and Rob Gaffney. So back to you guys in the comms box.
Yeah, thanks for that, Richard. I mean, key point about making it through the night. Yes, I agree. But the trouble is, this race started so late anyway that we've got the sun due to rise at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. At that point, you've still got over 12 hours of this race to go. Getting through the night is literally half the problem, because you've then got the other half of the race to go, and getting through the day on Sunday as well, I fear, is going to be a very arduous call for many of these teams and drivers.
Yeah, it's supposed to be pretty warm tomorrow as well. Bright sunshine, clear skies, and temperatures creeping towards the 20s, which again, good for us, yes, or well, perhaps not in this rather cosy commentary box, but yeah, certainly some nice weather for us to enjoy out in the fresh air. But for the drivers, less so. They're going to be fatigued, and the cars perhaps as well will start to run a little bit hotter than they would like. Leading trio back down the Hanger Straight, still the same order as they were a lap ago then, but it was side by side at the line between Hybrid Tune Motorsport and JW Bird Motorsport for second place, just 4 1/1000ths of a second separating the two of them at the start of the lap. And every time it starts to look like the SCK Motorsport car is pulling away, it gets reeled in again down the next straight by the two cars behind. So SCK Motorsport, Kyle Reid, we believe, in the car for this opening stint, just cannot quite break clear at the front of the order. Just checking in on the timing screen as well. Silverlake Racing and the A-Team. Remember I mentioned they both pitted about 10 minutes or so ago. The A-Team are back out there. Silverlake Racing are not. So the 558 clearly with a slightly more troubling issue, as Bianco come in as well. So that's 453 making its way in just shy of the end of the opening hour.
Yeah, so 558 has been in the pits now for 16 minutes.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, the time flies when you've got a problem on the car then. So it was Paul Dickinson who brought the car in, and let's say that was 16 minutes ago. And we now get Jack Lemmer finally out of the gravel. Car perfectly okay, bringing it into the pit. So Jack will now have the gravel removed from the car. What I suspect he'll be getting out of the car as well, although maybe they'll leave him in and they'll put some more fuel in the car, put a new set of tyres on and send him on his way, because he won't reach 3 hours. We'll wait for Richard to tell us what's going on there. The driver hasn't changed yet, and I would have thought if Jack was going to get out of the car, he would have got out by now.
Yes, because you're only allowed 4 people, isn't it, touching the car at any one time. That includes the driver who maybe sat in the car at the time. So, yes, if there were any excuse to get him out of the car, they would have done. I think, yeah, the only reason they'd leave him in is because he plans on rejoining the circuit. But that car has dropped multiple laps as a result of its lengthy recovery process from the Stowe gravel trap. And they will fall almost to the very rear of the field. The 507 car, 57th place. And actually only 3 laps down, although it will lose another couple, I guess, as they get the gravel cleared from it. Richard?
Yeah, the damage is on the door very clearly on the outside, and they're having a struggle keeping it shut, I think, by the look of it. Although the reparation seems to have been done now, and Jack, still in the car, is being pushed back. Everything's secure on the car, safe to get him back. Obviously a little bit more difficult when there are a lot of cars in pit lane, but he's out and back in the race.
Yes, thank you, Richard. I got a yellow flag at Luffield I can see out of the window. I can't tell you why. It goes out again just as quickly as it switched on. There must have been someone on the grass, but from this perspective I couldn't see. Anyway, whatever it was a brief issue, and whoever it was that was in strife has continued on their way. Had a change for 6th place on that lap. 356 JW Bird Motorsport car into P6 ahead of the 309 Fighting Torque car, which started 5th and has just started to lose a couple of positions over recent laps. The leading 3 continue to be separated by just 6.5 tenths, and they are pretty comfortably the 3 fastest cars on the track. 3:01s or 3-minute zeros for those leading 3 cars. And Scuderia Emax Motorsport still 4th, with Scuderia Polo Rosso in 5th position. And you can see down the timing tower down the left-hand side of the screen the gaps from each car to the leader, that gap is. So you can see the first 30 seconds still covers the top 16 cars or so. Many of them, it seems, in this pretty entertaining scrap, which is just at the back of the top 10. This is 11th place, actually, backwards. 11th place Auto Farm at the front of the group. The black and green car is the Bianchi car, which has been in the pit lane and almost went off the road at Club. But there is the 11th place car, the grey Auto Farms car. The Team Hard machine is a lap down. Someone's been off at Club because there is gravel and dust thrown into the air. And the Team Trojan car, that fluorescent yellow car, stuck in the middle of a 3-wide situation now through Club Corner. That's 318 up the inside, the WRC Developments car. And to the outside, who will that be? 454 potentially. No, that's not the Clapham North car. Get the number as it comes into Abbey Corner, 3 abreast round the outside. Nicely done, 504 it is. So it is the other SCK Motorsport car gaining 2 places there, heading towards Abbey Corner.
Still this battling going on, and as I say, you mentioned a moment ago, just over an hour into the race now. More information from Richard John Neal. Richard.
You can probably hear the squeal of tyres, Paul, and it's Paul Dickinson just heading back out the Silverlake Racing 558 car. A little bit of, I think, had some refuelling done as well. Typically, as I went in the garage to try and pull him out to get an interview, he said, no, he's getting back in and going back out. So no driver change, but back out on track, having lost a little bit of time.
That was there for a while, Richard. I don't know if you can find out from the team what that reason was.
It was contact damage. Had contact with another car. They were going to give me the number to name and shame, but they didn't.
Possibly for the best, right? Okay.
I think so too. Yeah, we'll err on the side of diplomacy while we're in the early hours of the racing.
Yes, quite right. So that car back on its way, but having lost about 5 laps on it.
Yeah, 20 minutes. So
Right.
20 times 3 is 18. About pretty much spot on 5 laps. So that's again very depressing and demoralising at this stage of the race, but not something that, if it would happen on Sunday afternoon, I mean, it might be. It depends how close this race runs at the moment, but still got. I was going to try and work that out a little while ago, but we've still got over 30 cars on the lead lap. That's for sure. We'll try and work that out. How many cars are still on the lead lap? And of course, being on the lead lap is always important in endurance races where you get a safety car, because as soon as you get a safety car, you get the bunching up effect. The safety car will try to pick up the leader, doesn't guarantee to pick up the leader, but if you are on the lead lap, then you have the best chance of making up some ground. So if at all possible, you don't want to get off the lead lap.
Yeah, I mean, you can be the best part of 3 minutes off the lead if you get a well-timed safety car. That comes right down to, 15 seconds or so. So, yeah.
You can be very lucky if you want to play your cards right, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So, rather out of the driver's control, of course, but you need a bit of luck in motorsport, as any racing driver will tell you. Right, what's the fight we're watching on the screens here? The 470 car appears to be at the head of it. So that is the Racing Lines car. And that includes in its driver lineup Jamie Ingram. And Jamie, I don't know if he's in the car for this opening stint, but is going to be watching on. If not, he's an experienced MX-5 racer. He's recently been doing some Club Enduro races, but he will lose a place there to car 537, or their car will lose a place anyway. BPC Tuning in their for the time being at least, untroubled car, is running well in the field. Try and stop my TV from switching off there. Hopefully that woke it back up again. Yes, leaders continuing to circulate close together. I haven't been watching them closely, Paul, but I think they have now almost settled down, haven't they, those top three? They do now seem to have got the memo.
Yes, I think, settling down. It was Rob telling them that, hey, you should use logic, that I think helped calm everybody down. But having said that, we've still got changes of places going on in the top 10, certainly as far as the bottom half of the top 10 is concerned, with Fighting Talk and JW Bird Motorsport number 309 and 449 making up places on that previous lap. By my calculation, Andy, we've got 50 cars still on the lead lap. So, of the 61 that started, yes, we've had a few with problems, but and those that have had problems have lost 3, 4, 5 laps or so. But the ones who haven't yet had any issues at all, just going quietly, keeping out of trouble, keeping the noses clean, and there's 50 of those all on the lead lap at the moment.
Yeah, that really is the name of the game right now. 356 comes across the line. One of 3 JWB Motorsport cars, JW Bird Motorsport cars, inside the top 10 right now. They currently occupy the 8th position, having just lost a place actually to the sister car 356, but I think they're going side by side through the right-hander at Cops Corner. And this could become 3 abreast actually by the time we arrive at Maggots, because there was another car charging around the outside. Also in this group is the 506 Patrick Watts racing car, which is the one we believe being started by Patrick Watts himself, and he had gained 2 places on the previous lap to take 11th position. The Auto Farm car, the grey 521 machine, is the one that slipped to the back of that pack now, so Auto Farm losing out, but Patrick Watts racing in the 506, perhaps Patrick being spurred on by the news that the other car in that team has been delayed with its off at Stowe, trying now to rescue some team pride here and get themselves into the top 10. He's knocking on the door of the top 10, and knowing Patrick, I'm sure he's not going to stop overtaking cars until he gets to the end of his stint. He heads down into Stowe, and I think the second of those white and red cars is no, it's the 350, isn't it? So Patrick perhaps just ahead of this trio as they head towards Club.
I was talking to Patrick during the day, and you could tell that second place of 2019, when he was overtaken on the last lap, still rankles a little bit with him. It was possibly a strategic error rather than a driving error, but even so, as a driver, the fact that they did lose the race so close to the end on the very last lap, that yeah, you could tell that still niggled him a little bit, and there is unfinished business, I think is the phrase, and yeah, I wouldn't rule Patrick out of this. I mean, he's been involved in the sport for so long, and yet that competitive spirit still burns very brightly indeed. It's fascinating how some people just have that desire to win, that you know, extra little spark that other people, I mean, I'm one, I'd kind of say, okay, if you want to win that badly, you go. But Patrick's one of those who very competitive, and that's why he's been so successful over the years.
Yes, not the car they actually intended to race in this weekend, but Amy Watts, Patrick's daughter, had an accident, rolled the car in testing at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago, so they've had a new car shipped in especially for this race. So how much running they've had in it pre-event, I'm not too sure. Patrick, though, as I said, getting close to the top 10 as we move into the second hour now. We are an hour and 10 minutes nearly into the race, so let's run you down the top 10 or so as we are about halfway through what we anticipate to be the opening stint, if you like, around 2 hours between fuel stops. It is the 503 SCK Motorsport car that leads the way by 0.4 of a second over the 347 JW Bird Motorsport machine and Hybrid Tune Motorsport, number 388 in third. Those three continuing to circulate together, and actually the second and third place cars both doing personal best lap times on that previous lap to stay within a second of the race leader. Fourth position is number 346 Emax Motorsport. Fifth, they are 11.1 seconds behind the leaders, by the way, so well out of slipstreaming range. They're going to need some nifty pit work maybe to try and get themselves a bit closer to the leading three. They are 13 seconds though ahead of the 309 Fighting Torque car, which on the previous lap took 5th place away from Scuderia Polo Rosso. So 309 ahead of 310, but they are 13 seconds behind really the loneliest car in the race right now, the Emax Motorsport car in 4th. Fighting Torque then 5th, Polo Rosso 6th, JW Bird Motorsport's 356 car is 7th, 8th is number 414 Trimite Racing, and now that Trimite Racing car, the 414, is the car which amongst its driver lineup has James Gornall, who was the 2008 British GT champion at the wheel of a Dodge Viper, and Trimite were his sponsor that year, and they're sponsoring, in fact there it is on the screen, the white and red Trimite car. They're sponsoring him again for this race. He's hoping that they will bring him some luck as they did oh blimey, 14 years ago, that's a terrifying thought, when he won that British GT Championship alongside John Barnes. He is currently 8th in that car, just having moved ahead of both the 449 JW Bird Motorsport machine and the 585 Owens Motorsport car in the opening stint. Endaf Owens in that 585, we believe, and that rounds out the top 10 runners. The top 10 covered by just a fraction under 30 seconds still.
Don't you love it when there aren't any classes to run down as well?
Oh,
so
I do.
have to go down all the different classes and subcategories that sometimes exist, but the Silverlake C1 Racing Series, just one class. It's called a Citroen C1, and the cars, yeah, I mean, they are pretty much identical, as we saw from the qualifying times, how little separated them during the qualifying. The major difference being the weight, how much fuel you got in the car. The tyres, there's a lot of talk about scrubbing tyres. I don't know if you've been involved in that discussions with people of can you get it? They buy a brand new tyre from Nankang and they then send it off to have half the rubber scraped off it. And then they go and have a little bit more scraped off after that. So it doesn't really sit well with the green elements of me and those bits, but then I say, oh well, no, if it makes the car go faster, let's do it. And indeed, the scrub tyres do actually last longer as well. You can see with the shape type. So even though you are wasting rubber, you are helping to last a little bit longer. If you get a new tyre, you just take all the rubber off it as it goes through, and it just carries on wearing the whole time.
Oh, okay.
What I can gather.
Yeah, and from what I understand, it's a temperature thing as well, because the fresh tyre obviously has a lot more tread on it, and as you're sliding through the corners, which, as we can see, is exactly how you have to drive one of these Citroen C1s. They're not very powerful. It's all about keeping the minimum corner speed as high as possible, carrying that speed through the turn. And the more tread you have, the more that tread moves around, a bit like running a wet tyre in dry conditions in categories that allow you to run a designated wet tyre anyway. And so by shaving away the top layer of the tread, it means there's less movement, less temperature build up, and you can keep the tyre pressures in check. So there is a science behind it, and as we've said, anything the teams can do to make the cars go quicker, they're absolutely going to exploit that. And yeah, that was one of the more interesting things I learned this morning, that's for sure.
Yeah, so we had an hour and 13 minutes of the race now, and as I say, still the situation at the top, the top 10, although they're changing position amongst themselves, is now staying fairly stable. Certainly sort of looking at how they've been changing over the last half an hour or so, and once we got rid of the first safety car, order was sorted, and the top 10 positions now, if you're in the top 10, you're in the top 10, and there are changes being made up there, but there aren't a great deal of people coming into the top 10 now from where they were. Patrick Watts perhaps with the 506 car just outside the top 10 in 11th place. In 12th place is the Majestic Motorsport car, 382, and then in 13th place, 521, is the Auto Farm black and white camouflage liveried car.
Yes, it is, and the fight we are watching here is the well, it's the 356. This is 7th place then, and it's the two JW Bird Motorsport cars, two of the JW Bird Motorsport cars together, and the Trimite racing car in there as well. Although Trimite, I think, losing a place to Owens Motorsport. That will be Endaf Owens, we think, in that car, diving up the inside. There, the bright yellow and green car, which you won't miss even in the dead of night, I would have thought, is Team Trojan, 15th now for the car that started on the outside of the front row. I know we said that they may not have their absolute fastest driver in the car now, but they're falling now beyond 30 seconds from the race lead.
Yes, but if you do have a slower driver, why not put him in early on? Perhaps there's more likelihood of a safety car in the early stages. As long as he stays in touch on that lead lap, then perhaps when you do need your faster driver in the car, you've still got him in reserve and he's fresh and ready to go. Some of the other quick drivers will have already done their 2 hours once they come in for their first tank full of fuel. So I certainly take your point that that car, having started on the front row, has fallen a long way back, and down to 15th is probably further than they would want, but nevertheless, it's it's still in with it's still in the game. And what, in terms of the overall gap between himself, you said 30 seconds back to the over 30 seconds back to the race leader. That is a sort of gap that could close up again quite easily. Richard, news from the pits.
Not quite Richard, it's Scott. Evening, boys.
Hello, Scott.
Hello. Taking over from Richard, so he's taking a well-earned break, I'm sure, and well done for him, everything. Just two things I want to touch on. Is I think the 373 car just did, it's having the front end is cleaned up a little bit. There's lots of gravel being cleaned out. Leaving a lot of pressurised there to try and get out of some of the suspension parts. The 330 car has just come into the pit lane. They're changing, looks like the left rear. I can't see immediately what the issue might be. It looks like it's probably either something on the left rear that's not right. They're just trying to rearrange the, put the wheel back on it. Whether it's loose wheel nut, I'm not sure. But that car didn't just stop, it came straight into the box. So that car's been worked on a little bit. But apart from that, everything is there's almost a strange calmness in the pit lane at the moment before the first sort of proper stints get underway. And there's a lot of good vibe down here. There's people already cooking food, there's people around TVs, people dancing to music. I saw the SCK guys dancing away in the pit lane to music. So it's really nice vibe down here in the pit lane so far. It's only about an hour in. There's a couple of teams, of course, have got one or two battle scars, but on the whole, all seems to be working well, and I think it's settling in for an evening's racing, boys.
They've got food on the go, you say, Scott?
Yes, they do, yes. Several. There's barbecues, there's all sorts of different arrangements here, and I'm sure there is liquid refreshment as well, not like a whole queue on the sand. But apart from that, it seems to be all good so far. I think we're just in that period now where the race has got underway. Gaps are starting to form, which is before that first set of pit stops, but everything will start to shake out a little bit. So we've got the addition of a couple of leaders, but I think anyone that's fallen back might want to get a good pit stop, quickly turn it around and get back in, get back on track and try and pick up a couple of places. This is where the proper strategy element comes into it. Yes, there's pace, but also now you get to the point where you've got to try and outfox your rivals, try and get a quicker pit stop, try and get yourself in front, try and get a quick driver in to get some laps back or some time back from where you've been before. This is where it starts to get the proper strategy element of the race now, rather than just the first hour sprint where everyone was trying to act like it's a 15-minute race when it's 24 hours. I think there were some drivers out there, possibly boys, where they possibly forgot that bit in the name of the race, which is 24 hours. They treat it like a 15-minute sprint, not a 24-hour race, which should be the other way around, I think.
But Scott, I hope you're steering clear of all the party atmosphere there and maintaining an objective view on everything that's going on.
Oh, perish the thought.
Absolutely good.
Perish the thought.
But no, I mean, I think actually the party spirit is part of this type of racing. The whole point of a 24-hour race, I think, is to, have a little bit of a party and bring along the barbecue and bring along the motorhome or the camper van or the tent or whatever it is you've got. I go back to days of the will hire. I don't know if you... are you old enough to remember Will Hires? Or
Not remember, no.
Read it in the history. Yes. Read it in the history books. Will Hire 24-hour race used to take place up at Snetterton in Norfolk, and the place was buzzing. I mean, you always think of that part of Norfolk as being fairly empty, but I'm convinced that people from a 50-mile radius would just come on home in on Snetterton. Not necessarily to see the cars, just to experience the atmosphere and to see the sun go down, watch the cars as the lights come on. We heard Rob earlier on telling us about how magical it is as the lights come on and the identification colours of the cars become apparent. It is very special, and as I say, I think it's important that British Club Racing does maintain this option for 24-hour races, whether it's for Citroen C1s or Fun Cup or Brick Car, any other sort of form of racing. It's a very special atmosphere, and Scott describing it very well there, and as I say, hopefully we'll be able to get some more information or more cameo shots down there from the pit lane as the race wears on and the evening falls.
Yes, quite a special atmosphere, I'm sure, in and around the pit lane, particularly, as you said, once we get into the evening hours. Right, you're following on the screen here your race leading battle, and it is still very much a battle. A change for second on the previous lap. Hybrid Tune Motorsport getting back into second place, but now look what is happening. They are in amongst the back markers, so the really quick lap tyres that we've just seen are 2 minutes 59 actually for Hybrid Tune. That is, I think, only the second team to have got underneath the 3 minute mark. Those lap tyres are possibly not going to be repeated for some time because they've got a big knot of back markers to deal with. And of course, Paul, when the cars are all essentially capable of doing the same speeds, it's not the work of a moment sometimes to work your way past them.
Getting through the traffic can be an issue, yeah, exactly. And of course, we've seen some overtaking moves do go wrong. Yeah, it only takes a slight mistake, and you can have a little touch there as the 470 car gets nerfed out of the way by the race leader SCK Motorsport. He was coming up on the inside there of the slower car, and Racing Line's race team there down a lap behind. Well,
what were you saying, Paul?
Was he nerfed out of the way? Yes. Yeah, getting past the traffic, and of course the SCK car didn't want to hang about, didn't want to lose any time. He's lost the place now because JW Bird Motorsport number 347 has now taken over in the lead of the race, and poor old 470 is continuing on round with the hatchback open on his Citroen.
Yes, I don't think that's an aerodynamic aid to give them more downforce. That's definitely going to need to be looked at in the pit lane. And yeah, that's exactly the kind of contact that will be looked at, I'm sure, by the clerk of the course. Not portioning blame either way, but, you know, it's that sort of contact that they want to limit where they can. And it was a bold move by Kyle Reid in that 503. He wanted to try and get past the back marker as quickly as he could, but I think one of those situations where discretion would have been the better part of valor. You know, we're not even an hour and a half in yet. Okay, you might gain half a second on the cars behind you by getting past that back marker one corner sooner, but you're going to lose a lot more than that if you have contact and get damage, or have contact and receive a penalty. He certainly lost the race lead. JW Bird Motorsport back ahead now, so 347 leads the way with 503 second and 388 Hybrid Tune Motorsport in third, as the three of them again tied together by a very short piece of string. Head through Stowe Corner and almost another challenge for the race lead.
Yeah, SCK isn't happy about being back in second place. He felt he should have the lead. Whether he deserves a penalty for what happened in the overtaking move, as you say, Andy, thankfully we don't have to decide, but see how the car moves around there under braking as he braked for the left-hander at the end of the Vale. The car was moving around on the brakes, and front end wanting to get away. He had to take a couple of stabs at the steering wheel to get the front end to turn into the corner, and again that indicates to me that the tyres might be just beginning to wear a little bit. The other thing to consider, of course, if you've got fuel on board for 2 hours, if you do come in before all the fuel is used, your pit stop is going to be that much shorter.
Yeah.
Take the fuel right to the end of the tank, your fuel stop is going to be a lot longer. So at the end of that little cycle of pit stops, you may find the ones that come in early end up getting a quicker pit stop because they put less fuel in. So that's the kind of thing we need to bear in mind. Early pit stop could equal a short-term lead. However, of course, then you've got less fuel on board your car for the next stint. So these are the things that the team manager will be having to consider. And maybe he's got a spreadsheet, maybe he's got a clipboard, maybe he just chews the end of his pencil and does whatever seems to come to mind. But as I say, there is an optimal way of doing this. And if you're caught up in traffic, again, let's get out of the traffic, let's get into the pits, let's reset everything, give the driver a chance to settle down, and then send him on his way again. Even though you're out of the lead group then, you've got a short pit stop behind you, you've got a full tank of fuel, you'll move back to the front.
Yeah, exactly, and this is the fascination of strategy, and over 24 hours, the decisions you make now can have a big impact on where you are in the race in 23 and a half hours time or so. So yeah, you need to be on board right from the get-go if that is your job to deal with team strategy. One of the team hard cars here, heading out of Club Corner. This is, I think, the better place. They did have a car in the top 30 a while ago, but now the 519 has fallen down to 31st position, and it is not the 519 we're seeing, that's the 448, the other team hard racing car. 448 is the Rebecca Aparicio, Amy Riley, Magdalena King, Shannon Tobin and Kerry Sparling car. all-female driver lineup in that car. And as again, Kyle Reid sideways in second place, heading out onto the exit of the Beckett's complex, that was. I mean, spectacular, yes. Entertaining, definitely. Good for the tyres? I'm not so sure.
No, exactly right. And, you know, this is just the sort of thing that does wear the car out. But, hey, he's carrying on. He's still there in second place. There's more traffic to be lapped now, and that's the 357, I think it was they were coming up to, or 537 perhaps. Try and pick it out when we get another view of it. But these three leaders then, I mean, the back markers will know that they are going to be lapped at some point, and that one actually staying very nicely out of the way at the end of the Vale, and allowing all three of the front runners, 347, 503 and 388 for Hybrid Tune, nicely through and continuing on their way.
Yes, indeed they are. So JW Berg continue to lead. Kyle Reid in second place. We're commenting a lot on his spectacular driving. Not a surprise, really, because he is a driver who has learnt his craft in mini racing, particularly north of the Scottish border. And he was the 2018 champion, actually, in the Mini Challenge Cooper class, and has multiple years' experience in Scotland. Bit of contact there, 352 that was at Brooklands Corner. And that was the A-team. Now, who's it? It's still Luke Pullen in that car, I think, isn't it? He brought the car in off sequence with everyone else, but I don't think they changed driver. And Luke Pullen, who was just as exciting to watch in the MX5 Championship races earlier on today, continues to be, as he is now, yes, it is still Luke Pullen in the car. Lost a bit of time, a lap or so from that lengthy pit stop, but Luke has, he's not backing out of the moves, is he there? A little bit of a love tap through Brooklands Corner. So Luke staying in the car and trying to get that car back into contention, makes his way out of Copse Corner with a little bit of a dent perhaps in the right front corner.
Yeah, and he'll just have to put up with that and keep going, and I think the cars with no dents at all at the end of this 24-hour race are going to be very few and far between. Just looking down at, we talked about Endaf Owens a moment ago, he just set his own personal best there. At the wheel of the 585 Owens Motorsport car, still in 9th place, 3 minutes 0.953 on his last lap. That's the best lap for that car. Another car I wanted to talk about briefly is the 454 on the Edge car, which had problems in practice and in night qualifying last night. He stopped out in the gravel with a loose wheel, in fact without a wheel, and as the rescue unit was picking it up and putting it on the back of the flatbed, damage was done, and they ended up having to repair more damage that the rescue unit had done than actually just putting the wheel back on. But glad to see that's all been done, and 454 running strongly on the edge. They were literally on the edge, 15th place overall, and that's the car that is driven by, lost it for the moment, 454. Oh yes, that's got lots of drivers. They've got John McCullough, Adam Robertson, Alex Toyne, Andrew Walton, Mika Stanley and Ryan Edgecombe. And apparently they're all going to have a go.
Ah, good.
So, as I say, quite when and where and how often. I think you'll probably only get about 2 stints with 6 drivers,
Yes.
and a 2-hour stint. You'll probably only get 2 goes behind the wheel.
That's a good point, actually. Mind you, that is best part of 4 hours of track time around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. A circuit that
True
not
enough.
a lot of drivers get many opportunities to race on. Kyle Reid worries me every time he arrives down at the end of Vale into Club. He is sideways, he's backing the car in, and I know I'm going to sound like a stick in the mud here, but I see no point. He's not moving up from second place. He's not really in any danger of losing that second either to Hybrid Tune. I think the 2 cars either side of him are quite happy with the positions they're in, and they're logging good lap times. They're the 3 fastest cars on the track. They're saving their equipment, or trying to, and Kyle continues to arrive at corners at all sorts of funny angles, a bit like the 474 car, which, will it save it? Will it save it? Yes, just about. That is the Clapham North liveried car, the 474. Don't know who's in the car now, but that is the car that George Grant, the busiest man at Silverstone this weekend, will be jumping into at some point. He wasn't doing the opening stint, I know that. Quite right, because he needed a break. This is probably the longest he's been out of a car all day. Yeah,
but it was one of those big moments, will he, won't he, wasn't it? As
Yes.
it pendulumed from one side to the other. Going through now, across the start-finish line, and where is he in the overall placing? He's actually quite a long way down, isn't he? Yes, he's 35th. lost 2 places whilst he was recovering from that moment. But still on the lead lap. I'll say it went down to about 48. I'll just do another sum at the end of this lap because they're coming through to complete another lap now. And 28 laps completed, an hour and a half of the race gone.
Luke Pullen continuing to be one of the most exciting drivers on the track, overtaking cars left, right and centre. Whatever the issue was with the 18 car, they appear to have got it sorted now. 503 there comes through, that is the car in second position. More back markers, the 447 was the latest car to go a lap down, so I make that, what, 40 on the lead lap?
41, yeah.
I think they've just gone a lap down, that car, so...
Yeah, 40.
Yeah, 393 is next. That's Riverside. In fact, the 2 Riverside Performance cars together there, both going a lap down now. So that's 39 cars now left on the lead lap. This will be whittled down, of course, as we go through the opening few hours and we discover who has the pace to stay on that lead lap for any duration of time. And we are probably about half an hour or so away, I think, from our first sort of planned pit stops, fuel pit stops. We've had those that have come in with problems, but now we have we're into the final sort of quarter then of this opening stint, and we have Kyle Reid back in the race lead.
So he is, yeah. So all that aggressive driving has given him the race lead, and I think that is the first time that he's led the race. No, he was in the lead before, wasn't he?
I think he was, yes.
Yes, he was on lap 14. In fact, he was in the lead just after, or just before Jack Lemmer fell off as he was taking avoiding action, trying to avoid another car. And so into the lead then goes the SCK car, 503, very distinctive blue, red, blue, pink and white livery. And yeah, so the question is, now he's got himself in the lead, is he going to be able to break the toe? Don't think so somehow. The toe will just help the 2 cars behind him, but we'll see. Of course, the other thing which we don't want to have happen, if you are in one of the leading cars and you want to run your fuel all the way to the full 2 hours, you may suddenly find there's 40 or 50 other cars that want to do the same thing at the same time. And all of a sudden, you might find the pit lane is a little bit busy. And you've described on a couple of occasions the way the cars have to be serviced is they have to be parked at 45 degrees to the angle of travel. So you come into the pit lane, you turn through 45 degrees, you park nose in towards the garage, not actually into the garage, but nose in towards the garage. And then you get the car serviced, fuel, tyres, whatever needs doing, driver change if necessary. Then you get the car pushed away and then you can get back out onto the track. If the pits is particularly busy, that pushing and shoving of the car to get in a position where you can rejoin takes a little bit longer. And you only have to lose 10 seconds and all of a sudden you've lost 5 places.
Yeah.
So
cool. 368 off the road.
That's a Charity Alliance car.
Ah, it is.
It's the Chris Hoy driven car that he shares with Lee Penson, Kevin Dengate, Chris Lovett, and where was that car off the circuit? I think it was at Beckett's, was it not?
It looked like it. We helpfully are not looking at Beckett's on any of our CCTV cameras at the moment, so we'll get that rectified.
But we can.
We can indeed. We are being spoiled here at Silverstone, I should say, as well as the brilliant TV pictures and banks of timing screens. We also have several CCTV cameras at our disposal, and we can pick and choose which ones we look at. And Paul, I think, has found where this 368 car is.
Yeah, it's at Beckett's Inn, so the first part of Beckett's immediately after Maggots, and the marshal standing by there with a fire extinguisher as if there was some smoke. He's not actually doing anything. It may just be precautionary, but the car door being opened, this is, say, the 368 Charity Alliance car, which was not that far up, or was it? 368, 28th place, but he'll be losing ground now, and it's difficult to say whereabouts in the Beckett's S's he has gone, but Marshall's still very eager there with the fire extinguisher. I think there might have been a little bit of smoke there, and the car is pointing in the opposite direction to the way it would normally be travelling at that point. So he's obviously been through a spin. Whether he's had any damage done to the car, difficult to say. The quality of the picture isn't great, and I think the car Yeah, no, it's had some damage at the front right. And don't think it would have started like that, but whether that was incurred in the incident, not sure. But the car is off to driver's right, just after the left-handed part of Maggers. And marshals are pushing it. Now backwards on the grass. There's no gravel to worry about, so they should be able to push it on the grass to a hole in the fence. But if the car would start, then one has the feeling that they would have started it and sent Chris Hoy or whoever's in the car at the moment on his way.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll monitor that one then. It's taking a little while. The marshals are going to have to push it out of the way, and there is a recovery truck, a flatbed truck, I think that is en route to collect the car potentially. It's using the internal circuit access road to get there so that it doesn't need to head onto the racetrack. On the racetrack, we've got some real fighting going on here. The Team Trojan car continuing to slip down the order. They were 17th at the start of the lap, just behind Auto Farm, who have also lost a few places, and that looks like Fake Taxi car unlapping itself from this group. Fake Taxi are laps down after the damage they sustained in some contact earlier on. First track limits warning as well. Now these track limits, as Rob was telling us earlier on, are reset at the end of every race hour. So they were reset 35 minutes ago, and within the last 35 minutes, car 451, which is the MLP Developments car, has exceeded track limits twice, so another time, and it will then start to incur time penalties. So that car on its final warning, essentially. Leading trio through Cobb's Corner. Kyle Reid back into the lead of the race now, with JW Bird Motorsport second, Hybrid Tune Motorsport in third, and they continue to gap the rest of the field. They've got about a second a lap in general over the rest of the pack as they head into that yellow flag zone. Yes, the Emax Motorsport are 18.3 seconds off the race lead. As Paul was saying earlier on, though, the temptation is, especially given the fact that I've spent the rest of my day talking about 30-minute sprint races, the temptation is to think of an 18-second lead as insurmountable, or deficit as insurmountable, but it very much is not. That's you know, a slow pit stop, or a driver that doesn't quite get up to speed as quickly as the team would like, and that can very easily change.
Silverstone tow truck pulling the Charity Alliance car towards the gap in the wall, and as Andy just said, the flatbed rescue unit was there, but at the moment it's just being pulled dead stick to a place of safety. Now this is very unfortunate for that car. As I say, one of the many charity efforts. There's all sorts of different charity efforts going on with the Citroen C1 24-hour race, but that's very much a more formal one. What I have been impressed by, though, Andy, is we've had, 4, possibly 5 incidents, fairly severe ones, of cars being off the circuit and needing recovery trucks to be in attendance, and they've all been covered by local yellows. Only that first one on the very beginning of the race was required a safety car. We've only had one safety car, and I'm pleased but surprised by that, because I had expected there would be more safety cars to deal with little incidents like that. But the fact they're managing them with just local yellows means that the racing can flow a little bit more, provided drivers observe the yellow flags when they're local. Provided they don't cause any damage or any danger, then it really just encourages the clerk of the course to say, okay, you're taking this sensibly, I can use local yellows, and therefore the chances of more safety cars is actually diminished.
Yes, I mean, you do have plenty of runoff area at most parts of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, so finding something to hit is difficult, but there are gravel traps to get stuck in, as we've seen, and testament to the marshals for getting those cars out of the way without the need, as Paul said, for a safety car, because you know, those marshals, they've been out on post all day. There will be many of them out on post all night as well. A huge shout out to the marshals. We always do thank them, but in a 24-hour event like this, with support races, a whole afternoon of support races beforehand, it is a particularly long day, and nice to see the Brscc looking after those marshals by putting together a bit of a pack of you know, food and a flask and a few nice little things for them to thank them for their service, their volunteer service, of course, and also to help prepare them for that long night shift out on post. I've spoken to many a marshal who have marshalled this event and other 24-hour events, and they say it's tiring, it's cold, it's uncomfortable, but it's an experience like no other, and something that I'm sure they will all enjoy. We've got plenty of marshals on service this weekend, and we thank them all for donating their time so that we can enjoy what has already been a tremendous race up to this point.
Yes, and hopefully the weather remains kind and continues to look after all of them. 3 abreast as they came up to cross the start-finish line on that occasion. Very nearly 4 abreast, in fact, as there is still lappery going on, but there is also changes of position because Scuderia Prolo Rosso, the 310 car, has moved up into what is now 5th place, Emoting Fighting Torque back to 6th, and JW Bird Motorsport 449 has lost some ground there. So the Nick Beaumont, Phil House, Matthew Wilson and Anthony Prendergast, JW Bird entry, losing ground there, then the number 449 to its fellow competitor, car number 356, but also to Owens Motorsport, end of Owens car 585. So that's up to 7th place now. So still these changes happening regularly on a lap-by-lap basis. I mean, I don't think we've had any lap where there's been no change at all in the top 10.
No, not at all, not at all. And it has been nice to see people having lost a place, they are then able to get it back again. It's not as you would see sometimes where a quicker driver overtakes a slower driver and then proceeds to pull away. The cars are evenly matched enough that if you lose a place and you can stay in the slipstream, then you can most definitely get that position back. We've seen it multiple times, even within this fight for the lead amongst these leading 3 cars, which are on screen now, heading through Village, and it is still the blue, white and orange SCK Motorsport car of Kyle Reid that leads the way, with JW Bird second and Hybrid Tune Motorsport third, 347 and 388 respectively. Emax Motorsport, I'm quite impressed with here, Paul, because on their previous lap they did a personal best lap in 4th place. This is the 346 car, a personal best of 3 minutes 0.4, every bit as quick as the leaders. I checked that gap between 3rd and 4th, it must have been half an hour ago now, and it was 17 seconds, and it remains at 17 seconds, so they're matching the leaders. Just a shame that they've lost that slipstream and lost touch with them.
Yes, but that's the sort of gap which will disappear as soon as they come into the pits.
Yeah.
As I was saying, 17 seconds can disappear while somebody looks for a wheel nut, tightens the wheel a bit too much, or has to do something to the tyre pressures, or, you know, there's all manner of things which can go wrong during the pit stop, or even if a pit stop goes perfectly right, you're still going to lose, I reckon, 4 minutes on a pit stop, so it's going to be at least a 1 lap loss just to come in, refuel, and more than that if you're going to change tyres or change the driver.
Saw there the Clapham North car coming into the pit lane. Now, an hour and 22 minutes in, Paul. Is that still too early for that to be a scheduled stop, do you think?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, there's certainly enough room in the tank to put in 2 tough jugs. We'll hear from Scott if he's down there to tell us what the refuelling is and if there's any other action going on. Scott?
Well, they've got 2 tough jugs next to the refuelling section. I know that Robin's also watching as well. He's kind of given the signal to push it back, but either it's just to adjust the angle or whether it had a look about it was going into the garage, but he's now put it in its right angle, I think. George Grant is getting out.
Oh, so George started the car?
Yes, so George is getting out the distinctive. I can tell it's George because it says the side of his crash helmet. So refuelling is underway. So once the refuelers then manage to get the standard OEM fuel cap off, which he has done, and in it goes. So essentially, I think if I'm correct, this is the first official refuelling stop. So the honour of the first official refuelling stop goes to Clapham North's 474 car. And so in it goes.
And that is typical of George Grant, you know, Scott, because the one thing he was adamant of this morning was that he wasn't doing the opening stint of the race. And of course, here he is completing the opening stint of the race.
Yes, he did wave to me onto the grid as he was lining up. So he does look a little bit, as you would, I suppose, having to wrestle one of these C1s for about an hour and 20 minutes, a little bit hot and bothered. Looks like James Lyons is getting in to replace him. So James Lyons in for George Grant when the refuelling's done. And first appearance of me on camera. So, yeah, George just heading to the back of the garage now, I think. probably get a bit of a rest or a drink or something first of all.
He's earned one, I think.
He has, so particularly all the racing he's done today with Mazdas and Club Sport and also C1. So if there was some kind of an Ironman award that we did, I'm sure he'd be in contention for it.
Well, this is the 8th race of the day. He has started 6 of them. It's quite remarkable. Only 2 races at the MX-5 Mark 1 Championship that he didn't compete in. So yes, he's going for at least an unofficial record. He's yet to confirm whether it will be an official record, but George Grant clearly enjoys the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit.
Well, let's find out how much he did enjoy it, because we're going to have a chat to him now. George, you look a little bit hot and bothered, I suppose, from driving an hour and 20 of these, and the fact you've driven just about everything else today. So I guess the first question is, how are you?
Can't really say, really. Very tired, but I had to come in, to be fair. I mean, I've come in about 20 minutes earlier than I anticipated because I'm absolutely shattered.
Oh, no wonder. Andy's confirmed you've done 6 of the 8 races that's happening today, so no wonder you'd be a bit worn.
Yeah, obviously we've got a P2 in the Club Sport Trophy, which was fantastic in class, which is lovely to take away. Obviously, these cars are completely different. I mean, it's a fantastic event, and all credit to the Brscc and Citroen C1. I mean, it's brilliant, really good.
Of course, this is not your first time doing this event. This is what number event is this? How many times have you done this before?
I've done the 24-hour. This is the second time, actually. I did it the first time when there was about 100 cars here. On
2019, I think it was.
2019, yeah. Finished 17th there, which was pretty good for a first-timer. But no, I mean, Akira Celtique, James Lyons and the boys, David Meenan, who's actually racing with the hybrid team guys, prepared the car. It's a fabulous car. We had a few little teething problems actually last night. The seat was completely gone and we needed to sort that out, so that was quite labour intensive, but no, it's quite nice to actually stop. I think I'm going out at 3 o'clock now.
I think if anyone's earned it, you have.
It's nice of you to say that, thanks Scott.
Well, I think anyone that's driven 6 races out of 8, doing how many Mazda races and a Club Sport 45 minutes and going into a 24 hours, I think you've got to take a break at some point.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I wanted to prove a point, actually, that you can do these things. Every time I told people, they just laughed in absolute amazement. Yeah, the fact that I've done every single race today, apart from the Mark 1, but we did the, well, you probably know, because my brain is fried at the moment, yeah.
And of course, Clapham North and Downforce Radio well represented, of course, over the weekend too, so good publicity and coverage for them as well.
Fantastic, yes. Feel free to tune in on Downforce Radio, the first motorsport radio station. I think you do a few bits and pieces on there as well.
A little bit still, every now and again, yeah.
Yeah. So, and Clapham North, those awfully nice people who MOT all the, well, I could say that they MOT all the Citroen C1s, but they don't. but they're more than welcome to come along.
As the phrase says, modern service, traditional values.
Modern service, traditional values, absolutely on point, yeah, on brand. Thanks.
Right, I'm ordering you now, go take a break, and we'll see you later on. Great stuff today, George, well done.
Scott, thank you very much, cheers.
That's a man that's earned a break, I think, on that one. So he's going to find, I think he's going to need more than that bottle of water to give himself refreshed before he goes out at 3 o'clock in the morning. We have got a pit caller as well. Forgive me, I haven't got names memorised in the back of my head, but 444 is also in, and they are also refuelling. So there is a refuelling stop going on at the moment for them. So looks like, it seems as though, even though these two are coming a little slightly premature than we expected, it looks like we're just about getting to that point now where we are getting to the pit stops nearest. And I expect when it gets underway, it's probably going to get as busy as a drive-in cinema when it was premiering in Greece, I think. Probably absolutely just jam-packed, full of Citroen C1s down here, plenty of pit stops, and hopefully plenty of people to talk to as we go into the 3rd hour of the race. And we're getting to that point now where going to my favourite part of any kind of endurance racing, which is going to night time. It was brilliant being here in the night qualifying yesterday, then going to night practice and watching go from twilight into the darkness. And there's something about motorsport at night that's just a little bit more magical. It's why we like the Daytona 24 hours, Nürburgring, Le Mans, Sebring 12 hours, even the Bathurst 12 hours that starts in the darkness in early hours of the morning and goes straight through to late afternoon. There's something about motorsport at night that's just a little bit different. I think, case in point, we had the Bahrain Grand Prix, when that was in the daytime, just the other Grand Prix. run it under lights, and it completely changed the complexion of what kind of race it was and the popularity of it. So I think we're getting to put quite a special point in the race, and I think we're going to get quite a busy pit lane down here within the next roughly, I'd say, 20 minutes or so.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Scott, for the update down in pit lane then. I think Scott's going to be a very busy boy in a few minutes because, Paul, we are quickly approaching, I think, the bulk of the lead lap cars heading for the pit lane.
Well, yes, I think it will sort itself out. I mean, we talk about all 60 cars coming in at once, but we've had, what, half a dozen, 10 of them already coming in, although Scott decreed that the George Grant refuelling was an official refuelling. We did hear from Richard John Neal that there was a car that was having fuel put into it earlier on, but that wasn't an official stop. I suppose George Grant can get some consolation from the fact that, well, he's only got one more race to do for the 8th that he's, or the 6th that he's taken on. This is his last event of the weekend. But yes, I mean, you could hear in his voice how physically drained he was. I mean, he could barely string a sentence together. You know, so he clearly is very tired, and hopefully now we'll get some rest and let his co-drivers get on with the rest of the event. And as soon as I can find the remote control, I will find out who it was.
Yes, it's death by paperwork in the commentary box at the moment. So, oh, that was a close moment. 454 hopping over the curb, gets away with it. And yes, George Grant has handed over to well, George Grant, according to the...
Yes, I think that's actually wrong because...
well, I would hope so.
He did actually tell us, didn't he, Scott, when he was giving us his report, he said that...
I believe it was James Lyons that was getting out. I recognise it was in big black letters emblazoned on the side of his helmet saying James Lyons, so I suspect unless it was a ringer, it's definitely him that was getting in.
James Lyons or someone wearing his helmet, yeah, fine. So
hopefully, but maybe not for the first time in this 24 hours.
They do have it's called what is it, a who tag.
Who tag, yes.
Which the drivers wear, which is supposed to identify them as they go through pit exit. There's actually 2 red lights at pit exit. One is the red light controlling the pit exit and saying whether you can go or not. But there's another one saying whether or not the who tag has been properly recognised by the system, and if it hasn't, then you are supposed to inform race control and get the thing updated, because otherwise the TSL timing system will record the fact there wasn't a driver change and then call you in at 3 hours for having gone over your driving time limit. So we'll see what happens with that, but at the moment, as you say, we expect Lyons to be at the wheel. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Hybrid Tune Motorsport back in 2nd place again with the 388 car, and my money would be on that car being one of the earlier ones to stop, purely because the tyres might need to be changed. It'd be interesting to see. There was no tyre change as far as I saw on the Clapham North entered car, so that was just a driver change and refuelling.
Yeah, can confirm, no tyre change. It was, I think, at least 1 jug of fuel, if not 2. They did have 2 prepared, but then he took 1 refuelling as far as I could see.
No, I think 2 would have gone in because they'll have just used that amount of fuel. Each one holds 25 litres, so it would have easily taken 2 churns of fuel. The total pit stop, though, driver change and refuelling, 4.5 minutes. So that's a lap and a half that you lose just by doing the a regular refuelling stop.
Indeed. Team manager, by the way, for car 507 being summoned to race control immediately. So for what I don't know, but that 507 member is the Patrick Watts Motorsport car that was buried in the Stowe gravel trap for quite some time. It's back on track now, isn't it? Still, according to our timing screen, in the hands of Jack Lemmer. And that car, or the team manager for that car, being sent to race control, and that's isn't usually because the clerk of the course wants a cup of tea and a chat with you. That's because you or your team have done something wrong. So further news on what that may be as and when we get it, but that 507 car not having an ideal start to the race.
No, indeed. Problem is that the team manager is Patrick Watts, and he's in the other car.
He's a tad busy.
So, you know, having actually been through that experience myself now, I had a experience of actually being a team manager at a recent event, and I was summoned to race control and had to talk to one of the stewards about something which we had apparently allegedly done wrong, but it was all sorted out. But you're right, it's a bit of a, what's the word, overwhelming scenario, because you've got this very stern old man who's talking to you with great seriousness about a particular incident, and yeah, you have to take it all quite seriously.
Yes, I would say it's like being reminded of being back in high school or something. I
Yeah.
would have no experience of being sat in front of my headmaster, though, I will confess.
You were a good boy.
I tried to be, certainly. Now, this 470 car, I'm very surprised at this. That boot has been open on the 470 car for well over an hour. I'm going to say about an hour and a half since it had its contact, which sent the boot open. I'm surprised that's not been called in to be sorted. I guess the train of thought here is that the boot is not likely to fall off the car. If anything, it's just slowing them down. So if they don't feel the need to pit to get it fixed or get it shut and attached properly, then race control aren't going to bring them in to do so. But I've certainly seen similar things happen in other series, and the car has been brought in with a meatball flag, a black and orange flag, mechanical flag, to say that it needs to be fixed straight away. Well, that's not been the case so far. Scott.
A couple of cars in 354 Sandown Motorsport actually making a tyre change. At least the right-hand side tyres are getting a fresh pair of boots, or right-hand side of the car is getting a fresh pair of boots. Other cars in 533 Misty Racing in looks like for a scheduled stop as well. We are expecting on stream, they'll be coming very shortly. You should get them on camera. MLP Motorsport, that's the car that's currently sat in 32nd place at the moment, and battling the likes of Jelly Snake and SF Racing and a lot. So a few more pit stops. Also the 393 car's been in for its pit stop as well. That's the Riverside Performance car in there too. I think Costas Michael was in there. I can't quite tell exactly who is getting in. Obviously it'll be a mixture of either, I'll find my entry list here on my sheet here, it'll either be Andrew Christopher, George Christopher or Stephen Marley that gets in instead, but they've taken refueling as well. Driver just getting strapped in, he'll be out, I'm sure. Engine getting restarted. Doors are almost about to be closed. They're just tightening the belts a little bit more on the driver that's just got in.
337 are in, by the way. That's Burton Power Racing. None of the leaders, in fact, nobody inside the top 30 yet making that stop. And we're only 4.25 minutes now away from that 2-hour mark. Of course, that safety car period earlier on will have saved them a little fuel. So we might anticipate they'll go a little bit further, perhaps.
Your car that you were hoping was going to come in that had the boot lid up, it's finally in. 470 is in. So I expect the first task will be tape it shut so it doesn't get back out again. Burton Power trucking down to their pit box just towards the second half of the pit lane. And I'm going to go a little bit closer and see what's happening right now. Not only are they going to have to obviously tape this boot lid shut, they're also going to look like they're going to refuel pretty much to the brim, because they've got 2 refueling jugs ready to go. So, and also has come back out in the pit lanes 368. So 368 has just come for the back, and it's now being back to the garage. And it is not a pretty sight, that car. It's got quite a lot of depth. 368 car that went over. The left rear, well, it's this way, it's not rolling straight compared to the other 3. So, but I think we are about to see quite a lot of activity in the pit lane here. But
Scott, sorry, you say that car went over, did it?
Well, by the looks of it did, because there's
Right.
dents on the top of the. I'm not sure if it rolled in qualifying or practice.
No, I don't think so. I
think it has gone over in its incident, and because there are dents on the left-hand side of the roof where the roof line is. The left rear is. The track is not straight on that. Let's put it that way. All three of the wheels are straight. The left one is quite at an angle and wobbling like anything.
Can you find out, Scott, who was driving it when it had its incident?
Yes, I can.
That's the Charity Alliance car, which Chris Hoy is on the driving crew of.
Can confirm it was Sir Chris at the wheel.
Oh my word! So I suppose he's used to falling off, isn't he?
Well, I don't think he's fallen off too much. That's probably why he has 6 gold medals, I think, from not falling off his cycle.
Well, yes, but you do still occasionally take your tumble and you're not afraid of it. Yeah, that was the car that went off at Beckett's. Andy and I saw damage on the front right, but we couldn't see very much more damage than that. But the car hasn't been out since that point, so...
Well, it's only just rolled back into the pit lane. It rolled in towards the top end of the pit lane. It's only just squeezed in past the 470 car into the pit box. It's obviously been somewhere being recovered or on a low loader somewhere. But we've only just been able to get it back under. And as I said, despite the damaged left rear wheel, which the car's currently sort of it's towing quite a lot in terms of tow in on the left rear wheel. That's the one that's askew more than anything else. But it still runs. But I'm surprised they've got it running its own, but it squeezed into the pit box, and now they're immediately getting to work and having a look and see what they can do to fix it. But it might not be, it's not going to be a 10-minute job. It's going to be quite a while to get that car straight again, I think.
Yeah, it's been, Andy was saying, probably 40 minutes since that car went off, and has fallen back to, it's done 29 laps. Yes, 9 laps now behind the race leaders, down to 59 out of 61.
Yes, that's a shame. A car that many people have had their eye on, and racing to raise money and awareness for an autism charity. Kent Autistic Trust, I seem to recall, and Chris Hoy, an ambassador for that charity, and yeah, hoping that he'll get back out. I'm sure they will get the car back out at some point, but how many laps back it is, we'll have to wait and see. Right, less than a minute away from the 2-hour mark now, which is hard to believe, actually. It really does not feel like 2 hours since this race started. The sun just starting now to sink in the sky, and pit stops looming for our race leaders any moment now. Within the next 2 to 3 laps, we expect to start seeing them pit. Not just yet, though, because the 503 car continues to lead them past the pit entry. SCK Motorsport still leading.
I mean, presumably being road cars, these cars will still have the production fuel gauge fitted, and I would imagine that, unlike in some series where there is no fuel gauge aboard the car, the driver will be given a certain amount of responsibility as to when to bring the car in. There will be people out holding pit boards to communicate with the driver, and they will no doubt decide when he should come in, but presumably the fuel gauge aboard the car is good enough that they'll be able to use that to tell him when to come in. And that was one of the Team Hard cars just making its way down the pit lane.
It's
Yeah,
448.
Yeah. Scott, tell us.
That's the all-female crew coming in. Also to note, 470 front tyres have changed, both of those, so front tyre change on that. They have managed to get the rear tailgate shut as well, so that's all well and good. That'll go out without its extra inadvertent rear aerodynamics it was not going to have. Also the Chris Hoy car, well, I noticed that the car is in the pit box, but maybe it's a significant indication of how much damage there is. The company not doing anything to it, so either they're not in a rush to get it back out, or I suspect that it wasn't just a simple rollover, because given how the state of the left rear suspension was, it's probably going to be something that's not going to take a small amount of time. Possibly either dare I say it, called it quits, or decided they have to take quite a while to get it back out at some stage.
Well, you're in a position to judge, Scott, because you can see the car, but certainly in my experience, if nobody's working on it, that is not a good sign.
Yeah.
Unless they're just waiting for a part to be delivered from Silverlake. We did hear that Silverlake has parts available, and virtually anything can be changed on these cars as part of the regulations. There's no regulation prohibiting you from changing the engine or anything like that, but it may well be that they've just lost the urge to do anything. But tell us anyway, as and when some work starts to get done.
Certainly will. Just a note on 448, single refuelling can going in, so yeah, that's just a simple top-up of the fuel they had, or they've been quite frugal with the fuel in many cases.
That's very interesting. 448, you said? 448,
yeah.
Okay, that's the all-female crew. And yes, I hate to be prejudicial, but one wouldn't necessarily expect the girl team to be, I suppose they're maybe lighter drivers, and so therefore wouldn't use as much fuel. But then I'm going to ask, well, why come into the pits if you can only get one jug in? Has the advantage, as I was saying earlier on, that your pit stop is that much shorter if you've only got to put one jug in. But apart from that, if you come into the pits, you might as well get as much fuel in as you possibly can.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. It is their first stop as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
They haven't been in already. So
yes, correct, yeah.
Interesting one. On track, meanwhile, still this fight at the front is very entertaining indeed. We had a new fastest lap of the race last time around for the second placed car, Hybrid Tune Motorsport, a 2:59.388, but then they got held up in traffic and had to start defending from the 347 car behind, so that just allows SCK Motorsport to pull a 9/10 of a second lead. But at no point across the first now 2 hours and 3 minutes of the race have the top three been separated by anything more than about 1.5 seconds, and it continues to be that case now.
And it's interesting, isn't it, that Hybrid Tune seem to have the ability to set that fastest lap when they have to or when they choose to. I'm not quite sure which way it is, but they, out of all the cars in this little front group, repeatedly seem to be the one that sets the fastest lap.
Which rather suggests that they are driving within themselves, if you like, and then pulling out those 3-minute 59s when they absolutely need them. Scott, what have you got?
451 in the pit lane, MLP Developments. Also 499 is back in, so that's in for a stop as well. And I'm anticipating as well that the current car that Patrick Watts is at the wheel of, which is coming in right now, Patrick Watts at the wheel, he's handing over to Orlando Lindsay. So we might possibly give once he's out and had a chance to have a couple of minutes, might see if we get a quick go with Patrick and see how he found that first
you may have to wait in line because the race control want a word with him first, don't they? Clark, of course, wants to chat to him.
I'm sure that he'd far rather talk to Scott than go and talk to the race director.
Unless I ask him a question that he's not keen on, otherwise he might want to go and talk to the clerk of the course first.
Yes.
But hopefully not. 356 is in, as is also 454. So now we're starting to get into this busy period of these first stops now. Now the stuff to go. That's the second of the, that's on the edge motorsport, I think. The 448 car has completed its stops. It's wheeled backwards and away it goes.
Yeah, they're the first two cars within the top 10 to stop, 506 and 356. They were in the second half of the top 10, but they are the first sort of leading cars, if you like, to make their way down the pit lane so far. 2
fuel churns for 506, so that's a full refuel for them.
Which is what we expected after the first 2 and a bit hours. We expected them to... I don't think they'll start really playing clever with the fuel until we get into the last few hours as they start back-timing it. Although, well, Paul, how early in the race do they start back-timing this? Are they already thinking ahead to 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon and when they want their last stop to be?
No, I always say the last 3 hours is enough because there are too many imponderables that can happen before then. Up to the completion of 21 hours, then just maximise your strategy as much as you can. Get to the last 3 hours and then start seeing how many more stops you're going to make. Now, having said that, I've never done an endurance race where a tank of fuel will last 2 hours, so maybe you need to make it something like 4 or 5 hours back timing in this event. So say around noon, lunchtime tomorrow, and then you'll start trying to work out, as I say, whether it's worth putting a shorter fueling in, because ideally, of course, you want to get your car to the end of the race with 0 fuel in its tank. But you don't want to be having to fuel save so that your pace drops away. So you need to balance that. And you also need to keep tabs on the opposition and what they're doing and see what their strategy is, try and second guess what they're going to do.
We were talking earlier on about the Hue tag system and how you have to pull in at the end of the pit lane, scan the Hue tag on your wrist so that we and everybody else knows who's in the car at any given time. Car 507 did not do that. That's what they were being summoned to race control for, and they have now been given a 1-minute stop-go penalty as the 414 car gets sandwiched, rather. That's the Trimite Racing car battling away. Is this the position? No, I don't think it is. Yeah, close moment into Brooklands. But yes, that is what the 507 car was in trouble for, and a 1-minute stop-go penalty now being handed out, which rather tells me that it is no longer Jack Lemmer in the car, and they ought to have told us that it was no longer Jack Lemmer in the car, but failed to do so. So whoever is in the car now will have to come in and stop in the penalty box for a minute.
Yes, and of course that is serving notice to everybody else as well of, you need to do this, gentlemen. And I'm particularly thinking George Grant or James Lyons in that case, because that car certainly came up on my screen and saying that it was it was still George Grant behind the wheel. So it's yeah, as I say, a message to everybody else as well as to that particular team that has to take the penalty, Patrick Watts Motorsport. To be fair, everything's gone belly up for that car already this weekend, so it's probably not the end of the world, but merely the next stage in what is character building weekend for the 507 Patrick Watts team.
Their sister car, by the way, has just pitted 506. So too Owens Motorsport 585. Oh, and a close moment in the pit lane, Scott.
Yeah, 447 turned in just as 506 was going out. So 447, the second Riverside car, very lucky not to get T-boned. And I don't want to tempt fate, but he's already got one penalty. is that going to potentially look at warranting another?
Well, each team has a designated team member whose sole job it is to make sure that the pit lane is clear when they release their car and prevent unsafe releases. So it would appear, certainly, that person was looking the other way at that moment, because the car very much released into the path of another one. I was about to say, Scott, you've had Emax Motorsport in as well, 346. They are the highest placed cars so far to have made their first pit stop. They were running 4th at the time.
Yes, indeed. Also 502 just completing their stop. That's the second of the SCK cars. And that was Nathan Harrison getting out, Jason Lockwood getting in. So that's a good job from them. I might see if Nathan's there. I was going to have a quick word with him, actually, Nathan Harrison.
Yes, and once you've spoken to him, perhaps, might be time to make the trip over to the commentary box, because I believe that you're finally going to leave the confines of my commentary box, much as I don't really want to, actually. I'm rather enjoying myself. In fact, just at the right moment as well, because in comes the hybrid tuned motorsport cars of Scott, and this is the car that has led laps. It's been in that lead trio for the whole race so far, and it is the first of those leading cars, as in the top 3 at least, to make its first scheduled stop.
Yeah, I'll have to apologise in that case to Nathan Harrison, because this is slightly more important, I think. So I'll wander down to watch that one. 519, the other team hard car, has just been in, completed its pit stop. That one's a nice safe push back and away it goes. 315 doing its service as well. Let's have a quick wander back down here. So 388. To push it back slightly, he was a bit too far into the pit box, so well, they can start working on it. In terms of refueling, just have a quick look. And it is a single jug going in, not double.
For which car is this for?
388.
Really?
I can't see a second jug on hand. There is a single jug and the fire extinguisher, but no second jug here. So fueling light perhaps to try and get them to a bit of a lead. Maybe. Just as I say that, mechanic brings out a second jug. There we go. That's where the second jug was. So they are doing double fueling.
That makes a lot more sense. I would have been surprised if they went that. We're thinking that far out of the box strategy-wise. We're getting some nice pictures of the 388 car in its pit box right now. That second churn of fuel going in.
Meanwhile, 507, the second Patrick Watts car's just turned in for its stop and go penalty, just at the top of the pit lane, so that's now in service penalty. 521 is also in as well, and it comes and makes a stop. That's the Dave Ward, Mikey Wasty, Steve Wood car.
I would anticipate here, Scott, that you may have at least one, maybe both of the leading cars in this time as well. 503 and 347, they're at Abbey at the moment, so you've got just under half a lap, but you would have thought if Hybrid Tune have chosen this moment to pit, that these two can't be far behind them. So, in fact, we are now getting to the point where we've had more people who have stopped than haven't, so definitely within this opening pit window. It's not a set pit window, but teams now starting to run to the bottom of their fuel tank, and this still incredibly close fight for the race lead. Kyle Reid still leading for SCK, Jada Bluebird Motorsport still in second. They're nose to tail heading out of Aintree and down the Wellington Straight, but sadly this battle may be put on ice very shortly as they come in to get some fuel.
Well, the battle will merely continue, but in the pit lane, won't it? Then it's where you really do find out that this is a team sport, because the mechanics play their role, team manager plays their role, refueling guys, each of them have their role to play and they have to get on with it. Just counting down, we've got 9 cars actually out of the top 30 who have made their stop. Make that, yeah, it is still 10 now. No, 9 still out of the top 30 who have made one stop. So certainly in the bottom half of the top 30 there's more people who have stopped, but the front runners pushing it a little bit more, optimising that strategy. In my view, the right thing to do is put in as much fuel as you can. And is that 503 in the pits? Yes, it is. The race leader then into the pits, and that's SCK Motorsport, loses the lead to JW Bird, and that's a whole lap, because Hybrid Tune Motorsport are still in the pit lane, and the 503 has done a whole lap on top of that, whilst the Hybrid Tune car is still in the pits.
Well, I forget who it was, Paul, but it was about 4.5 minutes, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was me saying it would be about 4.5 minute stop. So a lap and a half is the amount that you can estimate the pit stop should be. Most of that will be refueling. Tyre change if they have to do one will be relatively quick. The problem is driver change has to wait until the refueling is complete, so they have to do the two sequentially, not at the same time.
SCK in, Scott.
Yeah.
Kyle Reid out of that car. I'm sure he'll want to drink first, but we would love to hear from Kyle because he was one of the more spectacular drivers out on track for those first couple of hours.
Definitely. 388 for the record, changing front tyres. It's a front tyre change and full refuel for 388. 507 as well, after their stop go, when we may as well do a pit stop at the same time. So 507, they had double fuel and they've just done their first jug of fuel, second one going in now.
Sorry, Scott. Meanwhile, JW Bird still continuing. So who was it that was in the pit lane? Hybrid Tune. They're still in the pits, aren't they? Apparently. So this is a
4.5 minutes they've been there.
So they should be out any time now, really.
Yes.
447 has opened the bonnet, and there is quite a lot of steam emitting from the engine bay.
Okay. That's Riverside, isn't it? Riverside Performance.
Yeah.
Yeah, just looking down at pit stop times, the 585 Endaf Owens motorsport car, 5 minutes 10 in the pits, and that compares with the 319 Team Trojan. They lost a bit of ground on the circuit in that first stint, but they've done their turnaround in 4 minutes and 3 seconds, so a full minute gained by the 319, and I just wonder when the pit stop cycle unwinds itself, that Team Trojan are going to find themselves in a bit of a strong position through having had a very quick pit stop. Now I assume they took on full amount of fuel. As we said, they might have tried to pull a fast one, only put one tank in, but Scott's been keeping a fairly good eye on them.
I've tried anyway.
Yeah.
So, 420 looks like it's 447. Sorry, it looks like it simply looks like it's overheated. I think because it's just they're pouring water into, I guess where to try and cool the car down. There's quite a lot of steam coming from that one. Bonnet up on 507 as well. We're just tweaking something on that.
Interestingly, Scott, the leader stays out another lap, so the 347 car is far from the last car that we're waiting to stop. There are probably a dozen or so of them that haven't yet made their first stop, but having seen the other two from that lead group both pitting over the last couple of laps, a bit of a surprise not to see that car dive for the pits as well.
Yeah. Looks like driver changes now in place of 503. Actually, the SCK Motorsport Squad have got two cars in. They've got 503 and 504 in at the same time. So they've serviced one with fuel. Now they're working on the other, and the other one's getting 2 cans of fuel as well. So looking at the drivers, so Carl Reed's jumped out of the 503 car and getting in. I can tell you who's getting in. Kenneth Brewster's getting into that car now. So Kenneth Brewster's taking over from Carl Reed.
And quite a few of these cars not updating the Who tag on my pit out driver screen. Whether that's a Who tag problem or a TSL problem, I can't tell you, but if we get more penalties, that could be the reason for it. Worryingly, you mentioned the Hybrid Tune motorsport car, Andy, was having a longer pit stop. Hybrid Tune spent 5 minutes and 18 seconds in the pit, so that was a much longer pit stop for them, and that will almost certainly lose them the lead once this cycle of pit stops is completed. As you say, we've still got JW Bird out there with 347, and moving up the field as a result of staying out even longer is the Fighting Torque car, 309.
Yeah, second place for them now, and this rather backs up your point, Paul, that you made earlier on about being 18, 20, 30 seconds off the lead is not the end of the world. If it's possible to lose a minute through a slow pit stop, then it's possible to gain a minute through a quick pit stop, and that's what some teams that have had early dramas will hope to do. So, car 347 leads the way, still owes us its first pit stop. The JW Bird Motorsport car that's been trading the lead with the SCK Motorsport machine and the Hybrid Tune car. Hybrid Tune back out on track now, by the way, but that car still yet to make its first stop. I'm going to make my first pit stop of the day, though, I think. I've been up here for a little while, enjoyed every second of it. I'll be back again for the last hour of commentary, and I think I'll be in the pit lane at one point as well in the next hour or so. But I'm delighted to say Richard John Neal has arrived in the commentary box to take over, and Scott Woodward will be up imminently as well. So we will have our first little shift around here in the commentary box. I think Paul might have to wait for Scott to wander on up here, but you will hear from me again in an hour or so in the pit lane, so enjoy the next hour of the race.
Great stuff. Just quickly before we jump back to the com box, I've got Carl Reed with me here who wants to have a chat to you. Carl, I can see just from how red and sweaty you are, that looked like quite an intense first stint out there in this start of the race.
Yeah, mega. Car feels great. It's hard going for driving a little C1, that's for sure. Sweating out there. Great turnaround by the team getting the car back out there. So it's going to be a long night. That was only the first 2.5 hour stint, so head down and keep going.
Might be smaller front wheel drive. It's very different to a Mini that you're used to, isn't it?
Yeah, that's similar to a Cooper, but it's going to be a long night because I'm going to be driving both my cars tonight. So I'm going to try anyway. Right now it's pretty hard going.
Are you crazy?
Yeah. Right, thank you very much.
Good stuff. I'll let you go and get a break. Good stuff. Yeah, speaking of break, I think he's been very patient in the pit lane if I can find him. Yes, Jack is here, so I can hand over to Jack. I'll hand over to him. You'll hear his voice next. So I shall hand over the headphones and the microphone to him. So I'll jump up to the comm box to Richard shortly. And for me, briefly, it's a brief pause, and I'll hand you over to Jack to commence his pit lane stint. So over to you, Jack.
Thanks very much indeed. And whilst Jack just gets himself sorted, into the pits have come not quite all of the remaining leaders. JW Bird Motorsport 347 is in the pits, but Fighting Talk 309 not yet in the pit lane, and now they come in. In fact, they was just going past the front of me as he has now come in, so that means now certainly that we are more pit stoppers than not, but of course it is quite remarkable, the ones that have stayed out 2 hours and 19 minutes of the race elapsed, and there's still some people going out on their first tank of fuel. But I suppose Richard O'Neill's now joined me up here in the commentary box. I mean, these are basically road cars. If you were driving from here to Manchester, you'd expect to go for a bit more than 2.5 hours or 2 hours before you had to come in and refuel, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely right. It's a good job we're not doing electric ones, isn't it? You have to plug in every 2 minutes and charge up. But yeah, you're absolutely spot on. I was thinking about that on the way. I was thinking, what's the equivalent? You know, how long will it be? Sort of Scotland and back for me, probably from Southern England.
Yeah.
For the day, plus breaks and things like that. So yeah, it's a fair old way, but slightly different in that the drivers have got to be fast and focused.
Well, that's the whole thing, isn't it? And I think you've just hit the nail on the head with the word focus, because it is all about maintaining that concentration. And I mean, we heard. It was Scott actually who was talking from George Grant. I don't know if you heard the interview.
I did hear that one, yeah.
But George was physically drained. I mean, he said he was exhausted, but you could tell from listening to his voice that he was physically drained. And you've got to ask yourself if you're maintaining concentration with that level of fatigue. And it's tough work. And you know, the race is in its very early stages yet. We've still got an awfully long way to go. And, you know, the reliability of these cars, okay, we're going to see some mechanical problems coming along, but mainly the reliability will be good, so the amount of traffic is going to maintain, and you're still going to be having to lap the slower cars, and, you know, so you've got to keep your mind absolutely sharp.
Yeah, I have. I was talking at the last sort of endurance event we did with these, which was at Snetterton, first one of the year, with Carl Grindrod, Nick's dad, and they ran obviously very successfully in the championship, going back over the last few years. And Carl was saying that the issue for him and the drivers wasn't so much the fatigue during the race, because to some extent they were able to keep going on adrenaline throughout the 24 hours, but the real problem was how they adjusted to it. And he said, I don't know what you call it, whether you call it jet lag or fatigue or whatever, but the problem was afterwards, because inevitably the race finishes on a Sunday afternoon or evening, and it catches up with you on the Monday when you're supposed to be working and later on. So that was the issue for him. And I know for other drivers that the implications are completely different, but that was how it affected Carl. And
yeah, absolutely. And it is very much, I think jet lag is a very comparable thing if you're one of these lucky people that do transatlantic travel. Yeah, I mean, it does affect you after the event, and that's where I feel for somebody like David Drinkwater, who's going over to the Nürburgring in a week's time to do the Nürburgring 24 hours. Wow. So, you know, you're doing back-to-back 24-hour races. You've got to be very disciplined about when you take your breaks. Yep. You've got to make sure you stay hydrated, make sure you feed yourself with the right kind of food, refuel the body and mind especially, in order to be able to do that kind of endurance racing, because for me, doing two 24-hour races on consecutive weekends is a true test of endurance.
How does it affect you, Paul? Because someone will say you've done 100 of these. So,
I have, yeah.
Wow, goodness me.
And I keep a record of them all as well, so that I know.
Fantastic.
I mean, it does affect you, but you're right. It's not during the race. The adrenaline keeps you going during the race. The fact there's something going on all the time. You're constantly trying to work out what's happening, what's going to happen next. And so during the race itself, yeah, you just survive.
Yeah.
It's the next day when, I just need to spend a day in bed, basically. And then start my week on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And I'm fortunate enough that I don't have to go to work on Monday morning.
Oh, that's handy.
Yeah.
I've got a full day to do on Monday, actually,
dear.
which is, and commentary as well. So.
WRC Developments, car number 318, yet to make their first pit stop. And we're over, no, not quite 2.5 hours yet, 2 hours 23 minutes of the race elapsed. But 318 is David Drinkwater, actually. About whom we were speaking. He's now taken over the lead of the race in terms of those who have made a pit stop. Second place car is still in the pits, third place car is still in the pits. 394 is in fourth place but hasn't yet made a pit stop. 450 similarly in fifth place, hasn't made a pit stop. So in sixth place perhaps is where we need to be looking, because 347 is out on the circuit. That's the JW Bird car, which was Liam Griffin, 347. No, it wasn't. It was Rory Clark. And my screen here is telling me that Rory Clark stayed in the car, but that must be wrong. Anyway, so it's going to be the 347 car, which bubbles up to the top once we get the pit stops ahead of it happening.
Rue Clark was with us last weekend, JCWs. Where were we? Brands Hatch. I have to try and think where we were last weekend, Jay. And so many, it's amazing. I was on the phone to my missus during the quick break that we had, and she said, "Is anybody you know there?" It's motorsport, you know, there's people that, and everybody knows different people from the championships that they work on. You know, like Scott was talking about some of the guys he's worked with, and he knows, it's going to be the same with yourself, Paul, as well. And now here's the thing, first time I used to listen to you helping Brian at Brands Hatch many years ago. I was on the banks watching, so this is the first time I've got to meet you,
really?
Let alone work with you, which is fantastic. Great pleasure for me, mate.
Isn't it just? No, isn't it just a great pleasure for you? I mean, it's funny how these things turn around. I went to Brian's Memorial a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago, and fine day out that was. WRC Developments in the pits, car number 318, and Jack Oliphant should be down there. Don't know if he can give us an update. He will jump in if he can. So 318 is into the pits. That was David Drinkwater. He's out of the car, and what can you tell us, Jack? Maybe you can't, okay.
Probably getting himself kitted up, I'd imagine.
So the top three cars are in the pit lane. Fourth place, AB Motorsport, must surely be into the pits fairly any minute now. 394 and 450, the Amigo Motorsport Team Norway car with the two Norwegian drivers and a Malaysian, I think.
That's right, yeah. Dan Rene Larson, bless him, actually came over and remembered me from the festival.
Right.
Came over, had a chat, and he's a big fella, isn't he? But not big, but, you know, think, how does he squeeze himself into, pretty tall lad, how does he squeeze himself into? He's coming back for the festival this year as well. Fancied having a go at this, but lovely memory and lovely for him to, you know, come and say hello. The other thing, Paul, that struck me is that on the screen, because I haven't been watching the screen, because I've been down in pit lane, some of the liveries look totally different on screen to when you're in the pit lane close up with them.
I can't say because I've not been down to the pit lane close up to them. Been down to the garages. But,
probably my
yes, you're right. The other thing that happens, and this is the time when you have to start looking for them, is all the cars have different identification lights. You can see the pink trim on the bottom of the Team Hard car going through there. The kind of pink lips almost on that car. Every car, their team puts some kind of identification lights on the car, so they can tell which is their car, and now is a good time to start identifying those, because it's not dark enough so that you can't see the car at all, but it is dark enough so that some of them are activated and switched on. not actually officially dark yet. The message will come up on the TSL timing screen to tell us when it is fully dark, and lights must then be used. I'm guessing that will be around about 9 o'clock. Sunset is actually due at 9 o'clock on the dot here at Silverstone this weekend, and then sunrise at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. And it would be very welcome to see the sun, but of course, as I was saying to Andy a little while ago, the fact that it gets light isn't really any indication that the race is coming to an end. We've still got half of it to go when it starts getting light tomorrow morning, so it's going to be a tough and long second day. Yes, Jack.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Now, I've just come down to Kellett Motorsport because they've just jumped out. Alistair Kellett's just jumped out the car, and he's actually having a chat with one of the drivers that he's had a right good battle with over the past, well, I suppose 2 hours. And I'll try and just interrupt him. Sorry, Alistair, for interrupting your conversation there. But I mean, overall, how's it been going for you? Because obviously, Fiestas, you're normally running right at the front. Has it been a similar case in the C1s?
No, definitely not the C1s. We haven't done one. I built the car in 2018, and we done the Rocky 2 one, and we qualified 17th and finished 8th, I think, or something. But this is only the second 24-hour we've done, so we qualified 25th or 26th, I can't remember, and got a good enough start and kept going. I just kept the head down. There was people taking each other off, and cars and gravel traps and everything, and I was just keep the head down. And some guy just came over to me there. I think we spent an hour, 4 of us racing together, and everyone didn't want to lead because we were getting towed past them. We're all quicker, and then we get to the front, and then we just thought, oh, it's just mad. Yeah, it was just mad. Every time you go to the front, you think, oh, I'll get away, and you just run wide and you get past you. It's brilliant fun, absolutely brilliant.
I was going to say, a lot of endurance racing have this stigma, don't they? Of it can be a little bit dull and all that sort of thing. But you just did basically a 2-hour sprint with all these C1s. Is that what attracted you to the series?
Yeah, look, it's the cheapest way you do a 24-hour race. And whether you do Le Mans, you do anything, it's the same concept. It's 24 hours, you have pit stops, you just have to mind the car, although I definitely didn't mind it for 2 hours, so, and I don't think anyone else did. And when we did Rockingham, we didn't really mind it either, and touch wood we finished, but look, anything can happen. Like, one guy went down the inside of another one there, probably shouldn't have went for the move, and one spun off, the other got a puncture, so you just have to stay with trouble.
How is it being like a bit of a family team as well? Obviously, you're running with Will, aren't you? Is that a little bit nerve-wracking, or have you got full confidence?
Oh no, full confidence. Yeah, he was quicker in qualifying than me yesterday because I couldn't get my head around. Probably racing the Fiesta last weekend, I just couldn't get my head around it. But at one part of the race, I was on my own, and it was all over the place. But then I got in a group of guys, and we just towed each other around, and it was pretty fun. Good fun.
Well, fantastic, Alistair. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. I'll jump back to you guys in the comms box, but I hope the rest of the race goes well for you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Jack Oliphant. He's broken his duck down there in pit lane.
I was a bit nervous.
No, goodness sake, great job. Let's have a quick look at the 451 car on screen there. Martin Walsh, Ryan Bensley, Andy Warnes, Max Walsh, MLP Developments. And I'm just trying to get my bearings here in the main box as to which driver. We've got one screen there, haven't we? So I think we've got some of the cars that I was looking to see who was in. Doesn't show, so there might be another screen we need to have a look at. Perhaps I should get my laptop up and check who some of the drivers are.
With the drivers on the left, you have a pitting column. So it's the drivers that came in, that were driving when they came in.
Yeah.
Looks like, and then the pit out is who they've changed over to. Yeah. If they have. So
James Gornall's hogging his one by the look of it for 1-4.
We'll have a look
in and out.
By the look of it, yeah. It's good to hear from Alistair Kellett there, just on the comms, because of course we both know him very much from his successes and his sort of accolades in the Fiesta Championship, because he was champion back in 2016 overall, both in Class D and overall, and he got back to winning ways in that championship just this past weekend. Just gone at Cropley, he took 2 victories there. So, and his son William, who's also quite proficient in the Fiesta, has not only done some rounds in the last couple of years, odd rounds of the British Fiesta Championship, not officially British, but in the UK. He's also quite been proliferant in Ireland, both in the, I think, ST World they had, but also the Z-Tech, which are a fantastic series, of course, in the Northern Ireland and the Irish ones. They are. I do remember an occasion when they came over to do the festival. I think it was they didn't get 50 yards before three had gone in the gravel. One was on its roof, one was on its side somewhere. Three had spun, and it was just incredible spun. But it was even as it sounded like it was an amazing spectacle to see them come over and take part on that side. So that was pretty good. More pit stops there in the back. A couple more cars going to pit lane. One I think was the. Let's see how they come into the pit lane.
Can you say? I can't see those.
I think 377 and 450. I think. And
You've got better glasses than me, mate. I tell you.
I think I'm only about 0.3 or so. I didn't realise I'm not as blind as some other people who have 0.5 or 0.6 strength, but that's by the by. So 450 in then, and that's 507 completing. Is that its second penalty pit stop? Because it came in for one stop and go penalty, and then it went in, did its pit stop. It's come back in again, so it's a second penalty pit stop. It's showing on the system as did not scan the hue tag, but I thought that was a penalty they'd come in for and served, and then had the pit stop, and then come back in for another one. So that's obviously another pit penalty that they seem to have occurred. It's the 450 car, which is the Amigo Motorsport machine. That's
it's a lovely shot of urgency. Sorry to cut across you this, but the urgency which Rob pulled the driver out, Rob Gaffney, and was running about and really on it. I mean, he's delivering for those guys and wants to get them out as quickly as possible, get them back on track and maybe gain some time.
Of course, Rob is highly experienced in racing, running all sorts from Mazda MX-5s and Honda Cooper Cup cars, I think, to Ginettas, and I'm sure he's done a stint in Porsche somewhere along the way. So, very experienced man in running cars. I think he's done some stuff in Brit car, I think, also. So, lots of different experience, as well as now running to C1s. And of course, it's good to have that international team that he's got over line with the 2 Norwegian drivers and the 2 Asian drivers. I was really thinking about one of his drivers, Kenny Lee, who is from Malaysia, and he's done quite a lot of endurance racing. I think he's won his class in the Sepang 1,000 kilometres about 3 or 4 times. He's done a little bit of TCR Asia. He's done quite a few different endurance races. So he's got quite a lot of experience that he can bring to the table in these cars. Obviously, it might well be his first time he's driven anything like this before, the circuit like Silverstone. But of course, he's probably something quite different. I think down the pit lane we've got Jack. Any news?
Yeah, well, I've just got the 394 car in. Now, on my entry list, I'm not sure if I should really say the team name. You guys will be able to, they have updated it. You guys probably have the updated version. But, yeah, they're in the garage, which is never a good sign, is it? They've got the car propped up on one side, the left-hand side, and the bonnet open as well. So, as soon as I get a little bit more information, I'll let you know. But it's a 394 in the garage at the moment and not facing the right way.
So that's AB Motorsport. Thank you, Jack. That's AB Motorsport. I think the other team car, which is related to them, which has some drivers, which are AB Motorsport MX-5 drivers, is the team that's now called the A team, which is 352. I think it was called something a little bit unsightly. They did have to change, I think, which was a different team name originally. But that car being worked on. I did also notice as well, just as I was finishing up to walk around to go to my car to come up here, they have started working on the Charity Alliance car now, so they have managed to get, because before it was in the garage and they weren't really doing particularly anything to it, and usually that's a sign of if there's nothing happening, either as Paul rightly pointed out, either that's it for the race, so they're waiting for a part from somebody in order to start working. Looks like it was the latter, because they've now started working on that car and they were beavering away frantically to get it repaired. So obviously it's several laps down, but it's not completely out of the race, thankfully.
That's good. Haven't popped a visit down there. Now, because of brakes and things like that and checking in at home, I'm wondering what I missed in the race. So I'm just trying to sort of get up to speed again. Amigo Motorsport, Rob will be happy. Rob Gaffney, Amigo leading at the moment with the 450 car, which is the Team Norway stroke Asia by Amigo. And with one stop, that's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, so we're essentially in this first pit stop window now. So 3 wide exiting on the Chapel curve. There's one car over across onto the curve as it tries to hold its line, which it does, and 2 was onto the bar. So
track limits.
Yeah, well, that's not one of the corners they're observing. So technically, you might be getting away with that one.
He was forced off though.
A little bit, yeah. That's the Team Trojan cars going through with one of the Emax Motorsport cars in tow. 308. 308 is currently showing not in the top 30 at the moment. Team Trojan car currently up in 5th position, so currently 2 minutes 34 seconds off the lead. And the AB Motorsport car 394. Now that car came in 394. And it came in to 394. That had Brian Tross at the wheel, last year's MX-5 Championship Masters champion. And we see here the Morwin car also battling away too. There's one of the hybrid tune cars, I think that is. That's the 388 car, which is back at them 4th position. That's actually that's on track position now. So 4th and 5th are quite close together. 388 hybrid tune Motorsport and 3:19 Team Trojan for 4th and 5th position, and they're quite close. 3.1 seconds separates the gap. One of the closest gaps out on the track is actually between them and also between 7th and 8th positions, or it was, because Auto Farm 521 were only about 0.8 of a second ahead of the first of the 2 Patrick Watts racing cars. That car has come in for another pit stop because it came in after it made its first scheduled stop. So whatever that did have to come in for a. That's coming for its unsafe release. That was the unsafe release that we had as it was coming out. One of the Riverside Performance cars came in, and there was almost a collision between them. So because of that, that car was given an unsafe release penalty. So in it came, and Patrick had already been called up once for the incident he had earlier on. So that was an issue there. The SCK BH Motorsport car and Emax Motorsport 503 and 346 have just taken first and second place away from 415 Ligo Motorsport. And the gap between them on track is now 19 seconds. I think that's one of the SCK cars on screen here as they make their way through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. And Jack down the pit lane with more news.
Yeah, so it's actually a bit of an update on the 394 machine, the AB Motorsport 2, which I mentioned earlier, well, about 5 minutes ago sort of thing. The car is still up on jacks on the left-hand side. Apparently, they've been having a mare all weekend. They put a new engine in for the start of practice, the start of the weekend in total. It was down on power, so they decided to stick another engine in it, see if that helped. It didn't. Then they found some problem with the brakes, so they replaced the brakes, stuck the old engine back in it because they thought, well, it was the brakes originally, we'll stick the old engine back in it. And they've still got the power, so now they're actually changing the ECU, which apparently is a pretty horrible job in one of these C1s, so it's not really going their way. I'm going to come back and have a chat with Phil Ingram, who's one of the drivers in the car, but I want to do it when the car's actually back out, so they have some idea whether what they've changed has worked or anything like that. But yeah, it's not really going well for the AB Motorsport crew.
Yeah, that sounds like a major electrical fault to me. Thanks on that one, Jack. ECU change, that's not something that you do every day in one of these cars, so I imagine that's either just something that's gone, dare I say the word, catastrophically wrong with the car electrically. That means it can't probably get back out again. So it's not really working at its own power or having some kind of an issue. So getting into the twilight section of the race, it seems crazy to say this, we've only had about 2.5 hours worth of racing. It's quite incredible to think that we've got to this point now where we started quite late, it's about 6 o'clock, of course we're now at to about roughly 8:30 now, and the sun's starting to set and the shadows starting to lengthen, it's starting to get darker, headlights are going on more and more, so we're going to get to that more, you know what I mean, that more romantic part of the race, which starts to get to the sunset, into the darkness, when they see pairs of headlights going around. It's going to be quite, this is one of my favourite parts of endurance race, when it goes from that transition from daytime into twilight, into the darkness, then straight back out again from dawn into the daylight. So this is going to be quite a special occasion. There is a car, just noticed, going through, like, probably being lapped, I think that's the 444 car, which has been in a couple of times. It was just keeping out of the way of some of the leaders, so what's going on. Now here's our overall race leader currently. Now the pit stops are just about shaking out. Looks like everyone, at least in the top 30, has made their first, well, I suppose, mandatory pit call.
So reading the screen, Scott, that's Carl Reed still, is it? Pit in, pit out, so...
no, Carl Reed is actually out of the car now, because I had a quick chat with him afterwards. I think in that car now, I did mention it was Kenneth Brewster. So yeah, so that screen appears to show us at least who came in, but it's showing us an identical list of who also came out as well. So on that side,
we don't have the tagging working. We had a Snetterton.
Doesn't.
We have a big right, okay.
Yeah,
fair enough.
It looks like the 444's just made a pit stop. What's also quite handy as well with these pit stops, that it doesn't give us an active time as to if there is a pit stop happening, as it actually gives us a running time of how long it's taken. So for example, I can tell before 444 car has just stopped because their pit stop's been running for about 40 seconds, whereas yeah. So also the previous pit stop, the last pit stop that one of these cars made more recently also shows how long their pit stop was exactly alongside that. So the 394 car, which Jack was mentioning, the AB Motorsport car, that's been in for around about 12 1/4 minutes.
I think it's about to come back out, sorry for interrupting. I've just seen it pushed out, and I'm at the other end of the pit lane, so I might be wrong, but I think it's that particular car that just pushed out. So I'll let you know once I have a little quick interview and an update with Phil Ingram, potentially, to give us an update on how on earth that's got on after a couple of laps.
Thanks for that, Jack. So Jack keeping us posted with everything going on down there. TOF Racing 339 car. John Gladman was the one in that. earlier on when it had an incident. Nick Halstead, oh, that's the one that went off, wasn't it? When I was by the garages and they all went, oh,
Yes.
it was a chorus.
Yes, it was, yeah.
And that's got back out and running well. So 503 still your leader.
It's impressive, we've got quite still.
Carl reading 2. So he's got 2 different.
Yeah, I spoke to him. When we spoke to him earlier. He mentioned he was racing in both, and I asked him the question: Are you actually mad? And he went, "Yes, I am." So
Not as mad as George Grant though, and
that's very true.
Concur, he did sound pretty tired, didn't he? I think he's
He looked it. He did look it, but I guess with good reason because he had been doing so much. So he's remarkable. Well. Yeah. And I think it's probably a good thing for him that he's not in until 3 o'clock in the morning because he gets a chance to go and replenish and refresh and rehydrate as much as he can in order to take a look. The 450 car just showing on screen has got back out. There's your race leader, 503. So as we're saying now with Kenneth Brewster at the wheel.
Pretty sure the Brewsters have been involved in Scottish minis at one time or another. I stand to be corrected on that. Certainly Jock Borthwick was. He's now racing trucks.
Yeah, and there's a few cars in there, the drivers in there that are mini associated, Carl Reed being one of them.
Yeah.
I think Nathan Harrison was in that lineup as well somewhere. No, that was a different car, forgive me. Nathan Harrison with Jason Lockwood, Carl Reed, Jock Borthwick. Morgan Root's also a name that I've come to, and Josh Stanton, who is currently racing in Porsche Carrera Cup as well. That's right, intriguing to see that he's. I was going to call it a step back, so that'd be I think wrong to say so in terms of in performance, but maybe not in terms of level of competition, because yes, there's a difference between a several hundred horsepower Porsche Carrera Cup car, one of these, but still doesn't mean the competition is any less fierce. But I'd argue it's probably more fierce in this kind of race than it is in Carrera Cup.
It's different for them, isn't it? And getting a team strategy, working with other drivers, working with the team perhaps on more, and just getting good seat time, which is great for any driver at any time.
377, let's just go to the pit lane. So 377, that is 377 on the.
That's the Badger race. That was the one that went off, wasn't it, early on?
Yes, that's the one that went off on the first lap.
Yeah,
so
first lap safety car.
So that's a positive to see that car back out again. Last time that was going out, that had Philip Giles at the wheel, so I'm presuming Giles has come in. So he'll be handing over to either Dave Messenger, Zachary Arthur, or Luke Francis. Dave Messenger, for those who know your club racing, is quite a regular and former champion in the Alfa Romeo Championship. So I think that car's made up of people who are regularly in that one. There's one of the Clapham North cars. Can't miss that one. Clapham North emblazoned on the side on one side, and then if you look at the other side, it's emblazoned with downforce radius. So I think you can definitely tell that George had an influence in what delivery on that car was going to look like in many cases. There's another of the SCK Motorsport cars also tested with limits of grip at Brooklands. Now to left field.
I was thinking about we're talking about the comparison with Carrera Cup with Josh Stanton and Jock Borthwick. That's his car racing from the big British Truck Racing Association Championships. Well, that's another huge comparison, isn't it, to make?
Of course, they've all got the experience, most of them at least. I think like Jock and Carl and everyone else in minis, and they have, yeah. And we were mentioning his the 3-wide moment there, and that involves one of the Patrick Watts cars. Those cars can't seem to stay out of some kind of trouble, can they? Because that 5 and 6 car, Gertley is nearly having a collision with 2 cars that were trying to get up the inside of, which is again, we remind the drivers out there, this is a 24-hour race, not a 15-minute sprint. So, but they, and being typical racing drivers, they see a gap, they go for it, and think about the consequences later in some cases. The Trimite car, there's just a couple of places on that lap. It was 12, it's now down to 14. He's now lost place to the 420 Cotwombles car, and also the Scuderia Apollo Rosso car as well. I believe, apparently we can. We have permission from one or two of the C1 guys that's that one, and no one's complained before. I know we call them just the Wombles that's necessary, but it says it's if you put it into perspective, that team name wasn't changed, and yet the team name which the A team used to have did.
Yeah.
So there we go. So it's there, and it's a team name that's stuck for the last few seasons. So it seems to be permissible in that instance. So I guess we can use it in some instances. Impressive that we've still got quite a few cars still on the lead lap, so to speak. We've still got the top of these up 20 that are on the lead lap at the moment. Leaders has gone past to complete another lap, completed 53 laps in this 2022 Silverlake C1 Silverstone 24 hours. First one being run by the British Racing Sports Car Club, and so far it's been quite a spectacle. There's a speed difference as the hybrid tune 388 car just arrived onto the back of the 444 car, probably gave him the fright of his life as he came up towards the apex, but he has got around him. But he is in a hurry for good reason, because of course the 319 car behind him, which is the Team Trojan car, that's in a direct scrap for position, 3rd and 4th place, and they're only separated at the moment. Last time they came across the line, it was 0.4 of a second. They come across this time, and they both make it past the 444 with the 533 Misty Racing car in tow. The gap between them now across the line is half a second, so it's gone up by another 10th. That's the closest battle out on track at the moment. Well, oh, wait, I correct myself, it's the second closest battle on track, because the closest battle out there now currently is for 8th position, and that's between the 398 Silverlake car in 8th place, and in 9th it's another of the BH Motorsport SCK Motorsport cars 504, which is the third of that team's cars, and they're separated by just a quarter of a second and change. And that's just inside the bottom of the top 10. So SCK Motorsport as a whole, and also JW Bird Motorsport, both having very strong runs in their combined team efforts, leading for SCK as well as both 9th and 11th places, whilst 5th and 10th so far for JW Bird. So there's a good mixture, some good team play going on here, although not quite the team play that Farvey was walking for here, as they're getting stuck behind traffic. 375 was in there too, and that's about to be lapped as well. And this is the real tricky part. When you get to this stage of the race, Richard, when you get these kind of boxed in between lap cars here, you've got to play smart. And yes, you can flash the headlights, but at the same time, as with any form of racing, when it comes to lapped cars, it's the responsibility of the leader to make this way around safely, not for the car in front to just jump out of the way. Now, obviously, they can do that, and that's if they keep well out of the way. I always call that very smart and good driving from those who are involved to keep themselves out of the way. And 503 moved across and almost made contact with 375. So 375, that was the performance preparation car. Jonathan Simmons, Dean Carpenter, Gary Carpenter, Alan Marion went to turn in and found the race leader right on his door handle and thought, Christ, I'm not going to get involved in that.
Yeah, too close for comfort, wasn't it, that? And the last thing you need at any stage of the race is a big bunch of damage. We already saw some car. I was amazed how much, not damage because it's the wrong word, but there was some scuffs. There'd been some door handling, and there were people having trouble sorting out bits of bodywork, getting doors closed, you know, right within the first 20-25 minutes of this race.
I've seen cars finish this race with literally no windows, and with a car that's been on its roof that has had it sort of like stamped and pushed back into some kind of OEM shape, and I've actually managed to make the roof. I think over the years they've changed the rules so that cars can't do that. They have to have some kind of windscreen or some kind of windscreen or glass within the front and rear. Thank you for that one, Paul. Which also takes a well-earned break. Front and rear glass they have to have, so that's something that is required. As SCK Motorsport have gone through their gap over Emax Motorsport 346.
Leaving camera 1 towards camera 2.
Just make its way now out of Woodcote across the line. The gap between them now on the same lap is it breaks the timing beam. 19 and a half seconds, and not far off 20 seconds. So impressive stuff so far. 3rd place for Hybrid Tune. Hybrid Tune, it's not been coming yet, it's one of the Silverlake cars coming in. That's 558 by the looks of it. So 558, that's the Alan and Gary Preble. Alan Preble, Paul Diggins and Chris Chandler and Greg Rose. Obviously, I think Gary Preble was initially in that lineup, but it looks like either he's withdrawn or he switched to a different car, because Alan Preble, who's quite a well-experienced driver in Castle Coombe circles, and of course races with his sibling Gary. And Gary has been a multiple-time champion, and Alan, I think more recently, if I'm correct, I read it right, in the Hot Hatch Championship with his Vauxhall Astra, has just set, more recently the last couple of weeks at their race weekend, a brand new Castle Coombe Hot Hatch Championship lap record in his Vauxhall Astra. So you have to be going somewhere and know the circuit well and be able to pedal it some to get a new lap record. It's not every day that comes along, but congratulations to Alan for achieving that. And of course, Alan and Gary, they get into anything, because Alan himself has been quite proficient in front-wheel drive cars, whether it's Set Leon, he's raced in the Hot Hatch before, and of course he's competed in a GT championship with one thing to Lancer Evo as well, so that's been quite infamous. So Gary more recently was also out here at Silverstone. He was racing in the CTCRC 303 championship, on the same grid as the Super Tourers, and he was keeping up with the Super Tourers on the grid. They only had 4 or 5 of them, but regardless of that, he was keeping up with it early with the likes of Colin Turkington in his old MGZS, and John Clellan's Vauxhall, and Jason Minshaw in the Volvo. He was just this little Honda EG Civic with a rear wing and the on the back of it, the front splitter, just keeping up with it at great pace. It was brilliant. It just shows how capable Gary is as a driver himself. It's brilliant stuff.
Some good drivers come out of Coombe. It's one of those, it's a microcosm, isn't it, of
of racing and produced some super pilots over the year, as indeed Knock Hill has. You know, talking about SFRC racing and the Mini Cooper Cup and everything up there.
Great stuff. I think we might be, not just yet, we might be ready possibly for another very brief segment with our good friend Rob from Club Racing UK, who's here this weekend. So I'm sure they'll give us a shout when they're ready to do so. But we continue to watch our race leader pedal his way through. So Kenneth Brewster at the wheel of the leading car. I love the way to kind of keep it nice and smooth in the corner. They're just working the world just very smoothly and very ready, sort of gently in order to make sure it can get it through. I was mentioning last night there must be a delicate art to try and see how much speed you can carry into the corner with minimal tyre squeal, because obviously you can see on that point. Jack down in pit lane.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we're just going to have a quick look, and to be honest, we're going to have a chat with Rob Lewis as well, of course. Rob, sort of resident expert on everything that's C1 racing for the 24 hours, and he's going to jump in a couple of times and basically just have a chat to us and sort of explain a few things. And I thought it was a pretty good idea, Rob, to get sort of to grips with what some of the pit rules are, what the sort of little niggly bits that, you know, sometimes a casual viewer or even an experienced commentator or even an inexperienced commentator miss throughout the pit stop. So I'm just going to pass the mic to you and see if you can just take us through a little bit of the sort of description about what's going on here.
Right, well, as you can see, you've got the Silverlake car behind us, car 558 is currently in for its pit stop, and we've been having a good look around, so they've been doing a bit of fueling. But I've noticed up and down the pit lane, while everyone's been doing their first stops, doing their driver changes, getting it out of the way, and I just want to tell you a bit of the basics that are going on, because there are some guys that are falling foul, and they're ending up in the penalty box. So you've got two lines in the floor here first, more importantly. So this big thick line here, that thick line over there. You've got your fast lane, you've got your working lane. You can only work on the car in this working lane. 40 miles an hour into the pit lane, up to your working bay, and you're coming in, bang, 45 degrees. The car stops here. However, that's not where it stops there, because you've only got a limited amount of people that can touch that car, and that includes the driver. So if the driver's sat in the car, or you've just got him inside the car and you need some work doing to it, you're only allowed 3 hands on deck, and that could be to jack it up, get the wheels off, anything like that. Even looking at brakes, there have been teams up and down that have had the odd misfortune and they've fallen foul to the rules. All it takes is a momentary lapse of concentration, and especially now as we go into the night, all to play for. But it can all add up and end up in the penalty box there. So yes, pit stops, very, very key part of this race, and people just need to tidy up a bit on it. But it's getting better. It's getting better. Actually, saying that, I'll pass it back to you. I'll speak to this man here, actually.
Go for it. I was going to say, you can come and have a chat. Are you lining up for the interview? I was chatting to Andy McEwen, one of our other commentators, while you were doing that. I thought it was very impressive. Rob, take the interview. Why not?
Go on. Right, so I'm here. So this is the main man at the C1 Racing Club. So this is the man that I've been spotted going up and down the pit lane, filming what's going on. So how have you found it so far with the teams? Are you tightening the screw a bit? Are you sort of getting into it? What's your sort of strategy from here on in?
So you know what I'm like, Rob. I like to think I'm a fair guy. You know, so this is club racing, right?
Yeah.
So the fact is, these are not Le Mans teams. We're not professionals. This is people that have got a day job. So inevitably, like happens every year, in the first pit stop, everyone's so keen and they want to do it right. They got it wrong. So I just give warnings. You know, it's like, you did this wrong, you did this wrong. A few people speeding with little bits. You know, maybe 41s, maybe 42s, and I'm like,
okay,
that was a little bit keen. You know, 40 or less. So all these things. At the moment, I'm Mr. Nice Guy. You know, and I give them all fair warning. Once everyone's had one warning, that's it. 41 kilometres an hour, penalty. Do something wrong, penalty, and they'll start racking up. You know.
There we go.
Up to this point, you know.
Up to this point. So there we go, guys. As I explained before, key parts of the race are in these penalty boxes here, and this line as well. We've got cars nearly ended up in the pit garages as well, so the teams have got to watch that. Like I said, all these different nuances, all these little rules could end up in the penalty box for 3 minutes. Right, I'll best hand back to Jack.
That was very impressive. If I get tired later on, I'm just going to pass it to you, Rob. You can do my job. I think we do need a social media video, actually, for Brscc of that little bit. I'm going to pass it back to the commentary box, though, because I think we've been prattling on for long enough. I assume there'll be something to talk about actually on the racetrack.
Thanks, Robert. Jack. Yeah, very much so. And that's useful, isn't it, to just get that background about, you know, how much of a team sport this is, because we talk a great deal about the drivers, but there is so much responsibility on the teams being in the right place at the right time, and being properly marshalled and properly drilled.
If I switch my microphone, that was I need to interrupt just a second because whether there was actual contact or not, I'm not sure. But our car on screen 503, I think it will be leading much longer because it has been given a 3-minute stop and go penalty for avoidable contact. Now, I don't know if that was actual contact with the 375 car that we saw it just darting out of the way, whether it was something off camera that we haven't seen yet. But either way, this car, the race leader, is going to have to come in and serve one of those penalties in that penalty box that Rob was mentioning. And it's not for a pit stop related in misdemeanor, it is for on track. And that's the thing. Yes, you have to be safe for the pit lane, but also as well, it's about being clean and tidy on the track. And you know, it's not the first time we've seen drivers have any kind of issue of that sort. So that's going to be intriguing.
That's a good hiding for that car, isn't it?
It is.
Me, wow, 3 minutes.
That's essentially that's a lap penalty, a plus change in terms of how long it takes to get in and out of the pit lane. So that's going to be quite significant. So that should now basically drop it. I would imagine drop it all the way down to round about into the teens in terms of its actual position of the track. Side by side here, this is the other. I think that's the A-team car. I think that's the 362 car, 352 car. That's the second AV Motorsport run machine. That, of course, has got another trio of AV Motorsport MX-5 drivers: Tim Dorr, Matt Pollard, and Nick Cullen, all of which were out, as Andy mentioned earlier on, in the MX-5 Championship races. They were having a bit of on-track scrap there with Misty Racing, who Misty Racing, for those who know Club Racing, have been involved in all sorts. I mean, across Club Racing in particular at the moment, they've been running Charles Boniface in MX-5s. I think they had Steve Kite out, or someone out in one of their minis that they regularly run in the Club Sport Trophy, but they also run cars as well. They've been running somebody in BMW Compact Cup this weekend. They have cars in the Fiesta Championship. They're running Fiesta Juniors as well as other series like Junior Saloon cars in the past and other sort of all-comer series too. And they've even got a car, one of the Golfs in TCR UK. So Steve Kite's squad, very well experienced, very well versed across a wide variety of different cars, even cars like these as well. Just to get some of the quite fancy and sort of funky looking LED light strips.
I saw one W and I thought that was the one wolf, but there's two W's out there, so it's not. Oh, that was going to be easy to identify once we get fully dark, but that's not the case. Now I'm just wondering here, the 504 car is going to turn out to be now the lead BH Motorsport SCK car. So Barry Holmes, is Barry Holmes? I'm feeling he's a dentist, you know. I seem to remember somewhere in the dim and distant that Barry's a dentist. If it's the same Barry that I'm thinking of that raced Scottish Minis. So yeah, he's racing with Josh Stanton. You're going to Google that now, have a look.
I'm going to look at our info sheet and see
if he did it. If he did his information sheet.
Yeah, it's if I did it or if me and Andy did it in terms of our squad. That was
504.
Andy's there.
504.
Oh yeah, Andy's there. Four
Very
Andy's there.
notes. Yes, he has raced in the Mini Challenge Trophy last year and previous experience racing in BCV8s.
Oh right. So whether it is the Barry Holmes the dentist or there's another one.
Not sure.
Forget over the years. You get so many names go through your head over goodness knows how many years commentating. Little weird facts.
Yeah.
One of the Extreme E lady drivers is a dentist as well. I can't remember which one it is, but doesn't get mentioned in the. But a bizarre thing, you know. She goes out and races this electronic dune buggy and then goes back to fixing people's teeth during the week.
It's the best conversation piece when you've got sorts on. Car off in the gravel. Thank you for that for the nudge there, Paul. I think it's 396 it's gone off. It's one of the Riverside performance cars that's gone off the road. Yes, 396 is off the road. So that is the car that had been in 20th position. So the car in 20th position off the road. It looks like it's down at Beckett's Inn. So thinking of that one. Cool. So that car's off the road. That if they can't get it going, might possibly warrant a safety car if they can't snatch it. They're going to try and keep pushing it. We can get it up on screen on the screen. You can see exactly what's happening if we can spot it. But we're looking at on the CCTV screen. The Marshal's doing quite a fair job of pushing it out. Looks like the driver is pretty much giving it full beans on the throttle because the front wheels are spinning like anything. He's almost out, but he's not quite just there yet. So he's giving it a proper good go. It's now getting a bit beached. One of the Marshals is now trying to shovel the gravel that's been sort of collected together as a result of their efforts to push the car out of the gravel trap. And he's put the window down saying, have you finished pushing this clear in the front of my car yet, or are you going to get me out anytime soon? So I appreciate at the moment you can't see this on the screen, but we're looking on the CCTV cameras here. I'm not sure if our camera guys can spot it. It is around Beckett's area, Beckett's Inn, about turns 4 and 5 on this Grand Prix circuit.
I thought they were very nearly there then, but I think they've got a little bit of uphill, haven't they?
There's a bit of a
It
snow
is
plough.
acting like a snowplow, isn't it, Paul? You're absolutely right. So
I think the marshals are kind of just, again, sort of wondering, I think they're asking for a bit of assistance from one of their marshals in the background.
while we're talking marshals, actually, Scott, you're probably not going to say this because you're BRSCC anyway, but I think a big thank you to BRSCC for what they've done for the marshals this year, and a lot of welfare, a lot of marshals' welfare being taken really seriously by you guys. So thank you for that.
No, I appreciate it, and it's a thank you also to everyone who's pledged their support to it as well. Because it's, first of all, I think we have to, as a club, have to give a massive thank you to all the marshals that we have here. I think we had over 150 in total this weekend, which is absolutely amazing. It just shows how much support there's been for the event, and also as well just how much I think as a club we do our best to try and value the marshals that we have.
Well, you really have gone the extra mile, and I know people say, yeah, there's always more you can do and this, that, and the other, but you guys have definitely gone, you know, over and above, but put a hell of a lot of effort into it.
We have, yeah. Just breaking that for a second. 5:03 racing is in for their stop-go, 3-minute stop-go penalty. There's the car we were talking about on off-screen up until now, which is 396. And the snatch vehicle is now going to pull it backwards from where it came. So they pushed it all the way to the edge of the track, and it's almost like snatching victory for the jaws of defeat for the jaws of victory. It's kind of like it's inches away from getting on back of the track, and they go, no, don't pull me backwards. But he's going to have to do so to try and get a cleaner line out of the gravel so he can get back going again.
Outside assistance means an extra penalty, doesn't it, as well?
I believe so. Yeah. Yes. So that's gone from bad to worse for them. But yeah, going back to the marshals again. The welfare package has been put together by the team within BRSC that has been looking after it is absolutely fantastic. There are welfare hubs around the circuit where they've got food and drink and snacks and ability to be able to do so, and there's a marshals relief hotline for people that need any help or assistance on anything at all. There's a great prize draw that's going to happen tomorrow, I think, after the race, with some great prizes such as a couple of Motorsport UK ARDS tests and all sorts going on with us. It's being and driving experiences and all sorts of things that have been put in there for people that want to try, that may be lucky enough to win them. There's been goodie bags provided by Nankang. There's been all and C1, everything else put involved. And as there usually tends to be with marshals, there's usually a good vibe in any race meeting, but there's just something about race like this, and even sites like this, we see all several cars with the headlights ablaze down the backs, down the hangar straight, all together in one big pack with LED lights. So there's something about endurance races, particularly races like this, that are just something a little bit special and a little bit different compared to other stuff that you see here. And I know the C1 24 Hours is a race that's quite enjoyed by many people, and many marshals do taking part of it. So yes, again, I echo what Richard said in terms of for all the marshals that have taken part. I mean, again, it's I speak on those who've been involved in putting the whole marshal package together within BRSC. They've done a fantastic job, and also so far as well to all the marshals who have done a great job today for looking after the cars. And even just now, you've seen them just in the process of snatching vehicles out of the gravel trap and regulating the pit lane and looking after pit stop penalties. But of course, the work which the marshals are doing to work through the night to ensure that the circuit is covered with the cover and the support it needs to make sure if cars do go off, they can go and recover them. And then, of course, those who are going to be going through into Sunday and doing their duty, those who've been here practically for all 3 days, even from as early as from yesterday when they were running the night practice and qualifying. For those who are here for all 3 days, and even those just doing the 1 day, all their help and support has been absolutely invaluable. And of course, as we always say, it sounds like a broken record when we say it, but it's absolutely true. Without marshals, we couldn't run events like this because it's their free time, it's their enthusiasm, it's their love of the sport that allows us to be able to put these on, and they give up their free time in order to be part of and be an integral part of the sport we love. But it doesn't matter what level it is, whether it's British touring cars or Formula 1 or the C1 24-hour race. Marshals are, again, it sounds like another cliche saying, but it's true. They are part of the lifeblood of the sport in terms of volunteers and everyone else is involved. So an incredible stuff from all of them so far, incredible effort they have put in so far, and that they will do throughout the rest of this 24-hour race. And I say hats off to those, and whoever's watching in the YouTube chat, I think either give us some hashtag Orange Army hashtags or any orange circular emojis or anything else you want to give, because the marshals deserve the support, they deserve the plaudits, and they deserve the credits that they get, because they are fantastic at what they do, whether they're just starting or veterans of being marshalling. All of them, as they give up the time, and they've given up their weekends just to be here and experience motorsport, to be part of an integral squad of people to make it happen. So hats off to all of them for a great job that they have done and will continue to do throughout the rest of this 24-hour race, and of course beyond throughout the rest of the year.
SCK Motorsport taking their punishment the right way. It came in, as we saw, had that penalty, and now the result of that is that they're dropping down. They're beginning to find out roughly where they're going to be
after that 3 minutes, we were thinking probably in the lower teens, weren't we here? They're already showing down in 10th place. So Emax, the new leaders from Hybrid Tune, another place dropped, just past their teammates now. So the 502 car is now up ahead of the 503. It's 142, so there's a few more places to go yet for that 502 car. Carl Reed, Jock Borthwick, Nathan Harrison, Jason Lockwood. How many of those we're going to see out next week? Because we've got Coopers at where are we next week? I'm losing track of the weeks. Next week's Thruxton, so it's Coopers, isn't it? Thruxton, because the JCWs can't run because of the gearboxes at Thruxton. So yeah, Coopers next weekend. So a fair few Cooper drivers here this weekend, and many of them. It always amazes me how many drivers want to be out racing every weekend. Not here this weekend, of course, but Colin White is one. It doesn't matter what weekend it is, he'll find something to race.
Typically, it's something GT based at a Ginetta, usually, isn't it?
Yeah, or I think a short oval car is. I got my NASCAR now. He says as well. He's off and out in that, and he was actually saying that the 56 Ginetta was like my V8 NASCAR. But I can't do the West Country accent probably. So apologies to anybody watching in the West Country with that. But yeah, he's out every weekend. Some of these guys as well. But then you have to be. Seat time's so important. And if you're not racing, then the chances are you're going to be out testing somewhere, or maybe instructing, because a lot of these drivers are fully qualified ARDS instructors as well. You could probably look through the entry list like an ARDS directory of,
in some cases, yeah, you could.
Take you through, which is quite. And I keep saying I need to get around to something I need to do myself before I get too old to do it. But then who will I get to do my ARDS test? That's the question. If I could have the choice.
Likewise, I've had an invitation to do mine. I just need to take it up, and then. I guess if anyone's stupid enough to put behind the wheel of a race car, then I have been able to competently drive a couple of caterhams around Bedford Autodrome without spinning it or doing anything silly. So if that counts for something, then that counts for something, I suppose, in someone's eyes. But yeah, it is one of those things where kind of anyone in motorsport that hasn't done it yet, it's a bug, it's an itch that we have to scratch at some point in our lives, I think. And I'm sure that both of us and anyone else that's looking to go against some kind of race, whether it is C1s or anything of a higher field, if they've got higher ambitions of going any further, I'm sure we'll try and do so.
This would be a really good starting point for my son. I mean, he's 16, so he could go and do his licence now. He's not in a position to at the moment. He's going to fund it himself when he goes racing, rather than bank of dad, which I fully support. Well, he doesn't, but you know. But this was something I was talking to him about, and after the first time I saw these guys at Snout, I went back and said, look, you really do need to look at this, because get yourself when he's 18, he can get a job. He's going to be 17 this year. Get yourself a job, put some money aside. This is affordable. He could put a bit. He wouldn't necessarily be able to do a full season on his first year's wages, but he could do a couple of events. So it's a great starting point in getting him out of that dreaded sim racing seat, which he spends all his time in, and going and doing it for real.
Yeah, sim racing has its application, and sim work has its application in terms of being able to repay you to a certain extent, but at the same time, nothing can replace real seat time behind the wheel of a real car. So I've always maintained that sims will get, I think, as far as, I don't say this as a joking way, but it'll probably get to like 99.9% realism. But I think the point one is actually that small little thing that you maybe just can't explain that comes from driving it for real.
The fact that you can wallop the wall and hurt yourself.
Yeah, and even then there is technology coming in. There's technology coming in, which is kind of like what they call haptic feedback. For example, so for example, you get vests that are kind of, if you're feeling G-forces, will actually sort of contract and press against to kind of simulate the G-forces, which again is good in terms of how to make it the realism, but it's still a simulation. It's still, if you're experiencing 3 or 4 corner G driving an F1 car in a sim, you're only going to really get a proper representation of what that is by actually driving it. And the sim can only it can give you a sensation up to a certain point, whereas it's getting kind of on that side. Just breaking away from the
top. I
top.
was just going to say 503. Just a quick look on that one. It's down 23rd now.
Yeah, and that's after its pit stop. Carl 444, meanwhile, for speeding in the pit lane. Carl 444, just for a quick note, that is the Swerve Racing team, which is the 5 driver lineup, which is Phil Spokes, Hadley Roster, Scott Evans, Ian Chidgey, and Colin Mitchell. So that car's running a little bit further down, outside the top 30. There is a battle I think we do need to have a look at, which is, it's quite close on track at the moment. I noticed because the 347 car JW Bird Motorsport in one lap dropped 3 places. So the battle we need to look at, if we can find it on track, is Majestic Motorsport, 4th place, all the way down to 8th position, which is the 504 car, currently now the leading of the 3 BH SCK Motorsport cars. and we've got 382 Majestic Motorsport in that scrap leading it, from 2 of the JW Bird Motorsport cars, 449 in 5th position, and 347 in 7th. And in between it is the 521 Auto Farm car, and then we have the 504 car. And only 1.2 seconds off that is the 398 Silverlake car. There's a big gag of the cars here, which are scrapping 4 positions still after coming up to around about roughly 3 and a quarter hours. Right down the pit lane where I believe now we have a dulcet tones to Mr. Andy McEwen again.
Yeah, indeed, Scott, Richard. I've come out to get a bit of fresh air before I start falling asleep, quite frankly, absorbing the atmosphere here in the pit lane. This is the perfect time, I think, to be down here in the pit lane. The sun's setting, the barbecues are on, everyone's really getting involved now in the spirit of a 24-hour race, including this man, Patrick Watts, who has had a stint in the car already. Patrick, a mixed afternoon and evening for your 2 cars, it must be said. 507 really quick early on, unfortunate incident out on track, and then you were getting right in the thick of the battles in your car as well.
Yeah, it's unfortunate about poor old Jack, because he was, we're all under instructions to keep it like cool and don't get involved in anything, and you can fight amongst people and get involved in an accident, or you can just play it safe like poor old Jack was doing, and he was just sitting there in 6th place. 6th place is not a bad thing at that stage after half an hour, because he was only like a second off the leader, and then he got involved in somebody else's accident.
And then penalties and whatnot have put you on the back foot a little bit now, I guess, but it's a long old race. I'm sure you're sick of people saying that to you now, but you can bounce back.
It would be nicer without the penalty. We had a penalty in the other car, my car, when we inadvertently let a car out, and the other car, it was unsafe release, they called it.
By the way, sorry, Patrick, just seen the Chris Hoydren car back out. I'll go and chase that in a moment. But Patrick, this is an event that you keep coming back to, isn't it? What is it about the C124? I mean, you've raced in lots of different categories to a pretty high standard. What is it about this that you guys enjoy so much?
It's incredible value for money. I mean, where else can you spend so little money to race on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone? Have the pits. I came up here a couple of weeks after the last C1 24-hour race, and had the British GTs up here, and the pit looked just the same, except no one looked as happy, and they were spending, like, put another 2 noughts on what we're spending for fantastic day's sport, 24 hours of sport. Also, I'm doing it with my daughter, and it's a good introduction to motor racing for her. People ask me about C1 racing, you know, can you graduate beyond? I said, no, you graduate to Citroen C1. You mature, you drive all these other things, and then you go to have fun and realise this is actually a good series to just enjoy yourself with. The cars are very reliable. The series is incredibly well policed, so no one cheats, no one can cheat. All the cars are very equal. And it's good fun racing. Great camaraderie ship. We lend things to people, we borrow things off people, you know, people come and help. Last year when we had a bit of an accident, everybody came along to help. We donated our wrecked car. The back was wrecked, the front was fine. We donated the front to one of the teams that had a damaged front end. And they said, well, how much for all that? I said, well, you're racing for a charity, aren't you? Well, I'm donating my bonnet, my wings, and my front suspension to your charity. Here we are, take them off my car, it's parked over there. Still steaming from the accident. Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's just great fun.
Fun out on track. I'm sure you're looking forward to getting back out there. When are you next in the car?
I'm in at after Ramia at 2 a.m.
So you've got the graveyard shift.
Is that the graveyard shift? Oh, don't remind me. The next one's 10 o'clock in the morning.
There we go.
So,
practically a lion.
Yeah. After a bit of breakfast, greasy breakfast, you know, none of this sort of like muesli and stuff like that. We're going to have the barbecues smoking away.
Can't say I blame you. Patrick, thank you for catching up with the best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Patrick Watts there then, looking forward to getting back in the car at 2 a.m. Now, as I said, I've just seen the car which Chris Hoy rolled earlier on at Beckett's. It's just gone down the pit lane, and you might not have caught it over the microphone, but there was a huge round of applause from not just their team, but the teams next door to them. So I'm going to go down there now, see if I can find out exactly what they had to fix. Quite a lot, it seems, but a great example of what Patrick spoke about there, that camaraderie, everyone happy to see that car back out on track.
Absolutely.
And non-vegan breakfasts as
Yes.
well.
Yeah. As he calls it, a proper breakfast. So, but just for the record, we did hear it whilst that was the interview was going. We did hear the cheers and the claps behind. We did think, oh, what's that? So, well answered that one. And good to see that Patrick's in such good spirits. Of course, he's had some up and down years. As like one of the Silverlake cars, practically couldn't stop either that, or he was trying to just pitch the car with a bit of a mini Scandinavian flick. And whilst that was was going on, we were looking at a couple of these cars here because I think that was a bit of a change of position. We're looking at these battles here, and it is between these 3 or 4 cars and that scrap position that we're looking to hopefully try and find. So we've got Auto Farming here scrapping over the Silverlake car 398 and also 504 BH Motorsport. So that's an on-track battle for 7th, 8th and 9th that we can see here on that side. And that scrap continues to go on the lead here.
503's made it up from 23rd to 20th, so that penalty that they had, it did hit them, but they started the fight back. So 3 places already, past the Kellett Motorsport car and one of the Amiga Motorsport cars as well.
Yeah. So as Andy talked to Patrick and rightly said, it's a very long race. Even though you can get penalties, they do hinder you. But I mean, take into account there's still 21 hours and 11 minutes to go in this race. So quite literally, as is the case with most often in motorsport, literally anything can happen. So, you know, that I've seen before when cars have been quite far down, they've gone back up the lines. I think there is the racing lines car. I think it's just been in, and now it's been in, gone back out, and then gone back in again. So I suspect possibly that was a bit of an installation lap to check that all the nuts and bolts were tightened correctly, that it was actually working. Even though this isn't for position, it's got a handy battle going on here. This is the 9th place 004 BH Motorsport car battling away with the Clapham North Motorsport car. Whilst that happens, and I think he's back down with the car 368 guy to see what's happening.
Yeah, I've just you were just talking about it then. They have pulled into the pit lane, just checking the tracking, I think, to make sure that everything's pointing in vaguely the right direction. The driver is staying in the car, so they, I'm hoping, taking that as a good sign, that they think that the car's going to be heading back out very shortly. I'm just having a wander around it. It's not in showroom condition anymore by any stretch, but it looks perfectly serviceable to my untrained eye. Nothing a bit of tank tape and a sledgehammer wasn't able to fix, I don't think. And although this car's been in here for quite some time, they are, I think, about to send it. No, they're going to jack it up on the right-hand side. So a bit more work to be done. Yeah. I did just see Sir Chris lingering in the garage, so I'll go and see if he's up for a chat, and we'll have a word with him.
The key corner I think that has to be in this condition, I think, is the left rear, because that was the one that was looking quite askew and had the problem. Because when I saw it, when it was trying to go in there, it was. I'll put it this way: if you get a trolley with a wonky wheel, it was pretty much like that. But it was the left rear that had the wonky wheel.
I always get that one.
You always get that one.
Yeah, it's always me. That's me. Yeah.
But yeah, it's. I think the gaffer tape and lots of tie wraps, or as they call them, or I forgot the term for it now.
Cable ties.
Cable ties. That's the one. Cable ties. I've used them all the time. We put the flags up, but so I forgot that one. Yeah, I anticipate it was probably just an installation that would make sure the car was good, and then do some more work on it to get it basically it's serviceable enough to get it back out on track again.
Yeah, it's right front corner that they're concerned with. The left rear looks fine. They haven't even looked at the left rear. It's the right front corner. They're taking the wheel off now. It's gone back into the garage, taking the wheel off the car and looking at the suspension. I'm no mechanic. I can't tell you anymore. But like I say, I'll try and have a word with someone in the team and see what's going on.
Good man. Thank you on that one. I think you might have a bit of a changeover in a second here, because I think...
I did see...
Yes,
Jack is back.
Jack is back as well. And I think it's us two changing over, I think, possibly for Paul and Jack, I believe, on the schedule. I'll double check that to make sure. Paul's been the trooper that he is, sat here just in the background having a bit of a sandwich and a drink and just refreshing himself before the next stint. And so as the headlights and the colourful LED light strips continue to be further illuminated as we start to lose light, and now we go into the darkness period of the race. I'll give a very quick run of where we are before getting hand over. So Emax Motorsport then, through all of this, currently leads the way by 17 seconds from Hybrid G Motorsport, the defending champions and pole sitters from earlier on. Team Trojan then in third place, even though they dropped then early on, about 14th to 15th place, they're back up to third through the pit stops, and they're 12.5 seconds behind second place in car 319. Then the scrap's going on from 4th down to 8th. It's 449 JW Bird Motorsport that is into the top 5, as is also 382 Majestic Motorsport. At 6th place for car 347, which is the second of the JW Bird Motorsport cars. That's a mouthful. But two of them in the top 6 at 347 and P6. Then we had that scrap that was going on between Auto Farm number 521 in 7th place, 8th place number 398, which is some of the Silverlake cars, and now the current leading BH Motorsport SEK Motorsport car, and that's 504. One of its sister cars, the 502, currently rounds out the top 10, and then you've got the 420 car, the Cop One Balls. Then we have Fighting Torque, Trimite Racing, Tipton Auto Centre Racing in 14th place, and Patrick Watts Racing 506. They're rounding off the top 20. 310 is going to be Apollo Rosso, Owens Motorsport 585, Wieners Motorsport 463. The previous leaders, before they got their 3-minute penalty for avoidable collision, 503 in 19th place. That's the third SCK based motorsport car, and in 20th place on the edge, Clapham 454. I'm going to sign off because it's going to be Paul Trussell and Jeff Oliver back on the microphone. But until whilst that changeover is happening, Andy, back down to you in bits.
Yeah, I'm outside the Charity Alliance team. So Chris Hoy, thank you very much for taking some time to chat to us. Not the ideal start to the race. You had quite the stint there.
Yeah, really disappointing. You just don't want to be that guy, the one who crashes in the first stint. It was tricky. The brakes completely failed going into Beckett's. Just where you're just brushing the brakes, I put my foot right to the floor, nothing there, and then suddenly the ABS kicked in and it sent the car into a spin into the gravel, rolled it, I think, maybe twice, I'm not sure. I'm fine. The car, amazingly, they got it back out. They've done one lap. There's still some issues, apparently, so they've worked, the mechanics have worked so hard. But you just feel you've let the team down because, you know, all you want to do is hand the car back in the same state you had it in, let the next person have a shot. And that's not panned out the way we hoped. But fingers crossed everyone will get back out and at least get one stint in the car and get the car across the line.
I have to say, the car looks a lot better than I expected. I haven't seen it since it went off. I'd heard that the left rear corner in particular took quite a whack.
Yeah, if you look at this side, it's okay. It's the other side that, yeah, it's remarkable. I just went away, got some food, came back, and I got a text in the WhatsApp group saying, it's back out. And I was like, what? You know, I thought we were out the race. I just assumed, well, that's it written off. And it is incredible what the guys can do when they're motivated, when they have this energy to work as a team, and you see them springing into action. It's quite a thing to see, and I'm sure they'll be exhausted. I mean, they're exhausted anyway. They've been up all week getting the car ready. But they put a huge effort in here. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we can get it back out. Everyone can get through the first stint each and, get the car moving again.
And of course, let's just back away. I think we're losing the signal a little bit up close to the garage. It's a team that are racing for a good cause as well. So all the more important you get out there and at least finish the race. Yeah,
we've raised over £20,000 so far. I think I should put a few extra quid in for my contribution there on the track. Yeah, it's nice to, you know, it's a fun weekend, but we're not just doing it to muck around. We're actually trying to do something positive from this weekend as well. And it's Lee Penson who's the kind of brains behind it all. He's the one who said, look, let's have a go at this C1 racing lark. And I've had so much fun as well. That's the frustrating thing. I had a really good first stint. The times were coming down. I was starting to get confident with the car and understand how to get the best out of it. And then just one split second, yeah, brakes go, and you're in the gravel and then on your roof and then back on your wheels again.
Well, the main thing is you're okay, because that's not a nice place to have that happen. Hopefully they can get the car out there and you can get to the end of the race. I guess you'll be back in at some point if that's the case.
Yeah, it hadn't really occurred to me, and then you suddenly think, yeah, great, I'll be back in the car, hopefully, fingers crossed. But yeah, sooner rather than later, ideally.
Excellent stuff. So Chris Hoy, thank you very much. So the car back in the garage, as I said, a bit of work being done to the right front corner. Fingers crossed they get back out there in the near future.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they're very optimistic about getting back out. So hard work ahead for the Charity Alliance team, and yeah, we'll wait to see when it's back out on the track. It's been in the pits for quite a while already. In fact, so long has it been in the pits that it's rolled off the top of the screen. So we'll be able to tell you when it comes out how long it was in for, but it's certainly been in there for a couple of 3 hours so far. And yeah, just a brake failure, nothing for Chris to be ashamed of. I understand his disappointment, but the car and the team will battle to get it out again. Certainly we've had cars rolling in the Citroen C1 series before and carrying on to see another day. Meanwhile, story at the top is as Scott just went through it just before he then took a break with just 16 seconds separating the first two. And how many have we got? Around about 15 cars on the lead lap, 14 cars on the lead lap at the moment, and no sign of any more safety cars, I'm pleased to say. We had one safety car on lap one, on the first racing lap. The pace car pulled into the pits, released the cars onto the race, and then almost immediately was back out again to bring them under control, which he stayed out for another 2 laps, and then eventually we were able to get the race underway. But apart from that, all the incidents have been dealt with local yellows, and there have been a fair few incidents. And provided you obey the yellow flags, then all is well and we can continue, and the race can get into this flow that it seems to have got into now. We've had the first round of pit stops. They've all been completed. Most of the leading runners have completed just 1 pit stop. 1 or 2 anomalies have done 2, where penalties have had to be taken and so on. But we're not that far away from the second round of scheduled pit stops. We're 3 hours 27 minutes into the race, so those who took an early pit stop in the first stint will be likely to be coming in now, because they'll have completed 2 hours on this stint. So won't be long, I think, before Andy McEwen gets a flurry of visitors, but they'll be a bit more spaced out this time than they were on the previous occasion. Jack Oliphant's rejoined up here in the main commentary box. You've had your turn down in the pit lane, Jack. Back up here again. What are your thoughts on C1 racing?
At the moment, it's absolutely epic. I was supposed to be sort of, registered as on a break for the first 2 hours before I jumped into the pit lane, but I was so avidly watching the C1s that I actually sort of got a bit of a headache, because I was concentrating so much, taking notes and wanting to keep on top of everything that was going on. And then as soon as I got into the pit lane, actually, because we were going through those sort of stops, and Scott Woodward was doing a fantastic job of bringing us all up to date with what was going on in the pits. I then took over from him, and I'd lost track completely of where everybody was and what everybody was doing. So it is quite hard to keep on top of. But I think we still got really close battles out there. I mean, we're just looking at the JW Bird Motorsport car, the 449, which has been a top runner for the majority of this. They're only 4 tenths behind Majestic Motorsport in 4th place. So, albeit, yes, okay, the leaders are about 16 seconds and 17 seconds back, and then 41 seconds back. There are still really close battles out there on circuit, which is providing us with some fantastic sort of talking points through this, and just talking to some of the drivers down there as well, and obviously Rob Lew, our sort of go-to C1 expert. It was quite often the case where it sort of just brings new light to endurance racing for me. I was never an endurance racing sort of avid fan as a casual fan. I was always sprint racing, but to be honest, the more and more endurance stuff I do, including this C1 race, the more I'm getting turned to it.
Yes, I agree. I used to be in the same boat as you, Jack. I used to only be interested in single-seater racing and short races, but as I grew older, so...
and wiser, Paul, and wiser.
Well, maybe, yeah. There are just more aspects to a long-distance race, whether it's Citroen C1s or World Endurance Sports cars. They just the way the strategy pans out. And I made some notes, actually, interestingly, when the first round of pit stops happened, just to see how long people were spending in the pits. And the pit stop times were actually, they varied quite a lot. We went from car number 319, the Team Trojan car, which was at rest for just 4 minutes and 3 seconds, all the way up to the 347 car, which was in the pit lane for 5 minutes and 20 seconds. So a full minute and a quarter difference between the fastest and the slowest. And that's not taking the fastest and the slowest of the 61 cars, that's taking the top 10. So it just shows you how much of a change can be made. And we look at the race leader then, gap coming down incidentally between Emax and Hybrid Tune was 17, now it's 15 seconds. 346, the Emax car, was in the pits for 4 minutes and 24 seconds. 388, the hybrid car, was in the pits for 5 minutes and 18 seconds. So they're catching up, but as I say, they're 15 seconds behind, but if their pit stop time would have been anything like the time that Emax did, then they'd be leading this race comfortably. So, to say, that's the reason I mentioned that the next round of pit stop is not that far away, because I'll do the same thing again, and then we can also see what the total stop time is and how long people have spent in the pits in total over the course of the race so far, the 4 hours that we've had very nearly. And then we can kind of see why the race is taking the pattern that it has.
I was going to say, you're a bit of a master at the endurance races now, Paul. I don't think anybody can really deny that. And obviously a strategist for a number of endurance, I'd say a number of endurance teams. You've done it quite a few times, haven't you? So I think if anybody's up for working all the net gain and net loss over the course of 4 hours of pit stops, I'm going to leave that one to you, because that's far too many calculations for me whilst I'm figuring this out. But I am certainly going to learn something, a thing or two, I think, while watching you.
Well, yes, I mean, again, I didn't know as much as I know now when I was your age. And I certainly have things still to learn. But, yeah, you observe what other people do and you work out how to follow these races. And it is interesting how the race is shaped by the various things that happen. And one thing you do have to do is just make sure you steer clear of penalties. Another penalty just come up on the screen is one I don't think we've spoken about, is the 312 car, which is the fake taxi. Has already had problems along the way here.
Very popular in the YouTube chat as a fake taxi car, actually.
Is it?
Yes.
Good.
I can't think what.
I know, and it shocked me as well, didn't it? But, yeah.
Why is it popular? I'll show my ignorance. Just because of its livery, or?
I don't think I can explain it to you on the stream, unfortunately, because it's a bit rude. It's one of those, it's a bit on the line, shall we say.
Right, I'll say no more than that. Only that, the driver, I mean, great to hear from the drivers, because Graham Coombs and Ian Stinton, both massively experienced long-distance runners. Graham Coombs has certainly driven with Martin Short, amongst others, in previous endurance races, so has Ian Stinton. So these are drivers with experience of top-line endurance races as well, and Alistair May is a quick driver in that car too, so not really to talk about their penalty, which they have been given for having too many people working on the car. I think it was you, Andy, mentioned the limit of 4 people working on the car at any one time, and so it is 4 people working at the time, no more, and car 312 has had more than that, and they have to come into the pits to take a 1 minute stop and go penalty. And again, that's a third of a lap, you know. It's a significant penalty, and by the time you've come into the pits, slowed down, gone down the length of the pit lane at 40 kilometres an hour, out the other end, you've probably lost best part of half a lap.
I was going to say, but in the 24 hours, it's almost like a slap on the wrist, isn't it? If it's just a 4-hour race, it'd be disastrous.
Yes.
But on a 24-hour race, there's that opportunity to catch back up. Like you said, a good pit stop, a poor pit stop, and all of a sudden you're gaining maybe a little bit of that time back, aren't you? Which is nice to see. Andy, I don't know if we had you to chat to a driver then. Oh, actually, I'm going to have to wait for you again, because we've got a driver in the wall. I don't know where that is, but I think it's one of the JW Bird Motorsport cars. He seems to be falling down the order at a pace of, well, rapid knots, doesn't he? The 347, I believe it is. And we've got yellow flags, and it's actually just outside our commentary box, coming around the outside of Luffield before you get to Woodcut, and he's facing the wrong way, quite literally the wrong way in the tyre barrier. Lots of smoke coming out the car. Hopefully he's okay, and hopefully they can drag the cars out.
Yeah, he's done the radiator, hasn't he? That's where all the steam is coming from. And yeah, on the outside of Woodcut, quite how he's got that wrong. A little bit too much welly, I suspect, coming out of Luffield.
Not much welly to give, though, is there, in these cars?
Well, as much welly as he can give, given it pretty much the only time you come off the throttle is twice a lap. And yeah, he's now turned the engine off, and the car then off on the exit of Woodcut, and that isn't that far off the racing line either.
No.
See if we can get a closed circuit shot of it, which is a bit closer.
I'll let you play with the CCTV, Paul, there, and while we're trying to get that. Andy, did you have someone to have a chat to? I mean, they've probably got bored of waiting around with you now. As I think Andy has indeed taken the...
I was just a little nap then. No, I was actually in a garage trying to get a view of the TV monitor to see what you were talking about. About 20 minutes ago, I was going to tell you that 368 had gone back out on track, but it may well have come back in since then. Can you see on the timing?
What car number was it, sorry?
368? Yes, 368, the Charity Alliance car.
Oh, right, at the back of the field, wouldn't it be?
It was in 61st place, so we have to go onto the one screen that has only one car on it in order to find that. But now we've got the safety car for this one. I had a feeling that might be the case. Yes, 368 is back out on the circuit. You're absolutely right, Andy. And it is 38 laps off the lead lap, would you believe? The leader has completed 69. and Charity Alliance has completed 31. So we have the second safety car of the race with some 3 hours and 36 minutes elapsed.
Now, Paul, are we expecting lots of people to react to this and pit? Are we getting to pit stop time?
I think so, very much, yes.
Okay, I'll position myself centrally then to see what's going on.
Yeah, take a risk and go for one of the leading cars, because at 3 hours and 36, those cars who came in early last time around will be due their 2-hour pit stop, and even those that came in at 2 hours may be wanting to come in now and get what fuel they can whilst everyone else is going slowly. So I wonder, there's a bit of overtaking in the pit lane. Are you allowed to overtake in the pit lane? Or in the pit lane entrance area, as 2 cars coming in there, one slowing down much earlier than the other, and I couldn't actually tell in the darkness who that was, but
507 and 451, Paul.
Right, thank you. So it's 507 doing the overtaking, and it's already had its share of dramas this weekend.
Yeah, it's Patrick Watts, isn't it?
It's one of the Patrick Watts cars. Yes, that's the one that Jack Lemmer's been driving, although it's not Jack at the moment. I think it's Luco or Martin Glanville. Anyway, so a little bit of a rush to get into the pit lane, and as I say, the camouflage black and white car in the pits. This is the Auto Farm car, which Dave Ward is guest driving for.
Tell you what, Paul, it was a real scramble there at Patrick Watts Racing. They weren't expecting them in. Obviously, this safety car catching a few on the hop, so they didn't have anything ready. 451 were a little better prepared, and they're putting fuel in now as well. I'm trying to watch these 3 cars. I've got all 3 of them, 507, 451 and 521 around me. No...
Stopwatch on each of them, Andy.
Yes, exactly. Well, I can tell you 451 have new front tyres ready. I didn't see any new tyres on the other 2, although I can see Patrick Watts holding a tyre now, so I think they are going to try and change the at least the fronts on the 507. 451 almost certainly have some new rubber to go on board. So good chance to do this, of course. You'll lose less time by changing tyres behind the safety car than you would under green flag.
Yeah, 474, the Clapham North car also in. That will be James Lyons handing over to either Reece Wilson or Jacob Greaves. And 521 was Dave Ward bringing the Auto Farm Citroen in. 451 was the other one that came in there, which is the MLP Developments car. Meanwhile, the car that's been there the longest, 447, that's currently undergoing an 18-minute pit stop.
Yeah, it's actually Riverside Performance. I was actually, when I was down waiting for Scott Woodwist to pass me over the mic before he jumped in the comms box, I was actually stood just outside the Riverside, and I was actually sat there thinking, you know, this is taking quite a while. And all of a sudden, he was in the pit. They were in the pit lane, I should say, for about 15, 20 minutes, probably even a little bit longer. The radiator wasn't taking water for whatever reason. They had to keep almost boiling the kettle because you had to put hot water into the radiator and all this sort of thing. And it was taking ages. Then they went back out. And by the time I passed over to Andy McEwen, they were actually back in the pit and in their pit lane as well, and hadn't got back going. So they've clearly been there for another 20 minutes. Their race is going from bad to worse. And
Jack, I did chat to them. I just forgot to tell you what they said. They had changed a radiator when you were monitoring the situation, but they feared that the damage had been done already and the new radiator wasn't going to make a difference. I don't know for sure if that's why they're back, but they weren't holding their breath that they'd be able to get that car out for much longer. So they did try and change a radiator, but as you say, back in the garage again now. Front tyres, by the way, going on that 521, I think I mentioned. That actually doesn't take that long. It's 4 wheel nuts that have to be taken off and then put back on again when the new tyres are on. And these 3 cars that came out in at similar points, be interesting to see which of them gets out first. It looks like they're still putting fuel in the 451. As Team Trojan come past me. You're not going to miss that car in the dark, are you? It was already very bright with its fluorescent yellow and green livery, and they've got green lights on it as well. 521 leaves the pit lane. It will be shortly followed by 507, and 451 of those 3 is the one that will have been here the longest.
Right, so 451 was the car which was brought in by Walsh.
MLP. MLP Developments.
MLP Developments, yeah, that's right. It's Martin Walsh who brings the car. It could have been Max, because there are two Walshes in that car, and I'm only given the surname. The rescue unit is still in attendance over there at Woodcote to recover the JW Bird Motorsport entry, which, as Jack just said, dropped down the list very rapidly indeed and is already outside the top 30. It's not going well for JW Bird. They've still got a car in the top 5, but that's the 449 car which JW Bird has still going. Car of Nick Beaumont, Matthew Wilson, Philip House and Anthony Prendergast, but two of their cars having fallen down the list and are going to have a long hard night to get the cars back on terms with the leading runners. Safety car has got a queue behind it, and such was the extent of the queue, in fact, that they were almost stationary on the pit lane. 451 gets the push and is allowed back out onto the circuit. So the 521 pit stop, 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Pretty good effective work there from the Autofarm car. That will do them no harm at all, actually. When this pit cycle goes out, that will be very handy indeed for Autofarm in this very distinctive black and white camouflage livery car. Still being shown as being Dave Ward, but almost certainly that's a change. I don't know if Andy, I don't know if you know Dave Ward, but he's a good value to talk to in the 521 car, and another man with plenty of experience running touring cars back in the day. And to compare that time, 521, with the time of the 474 car, which also made its pit stop, the Clapham North MOT car. Clapham North spent 5 minutes 28 seconds compared to Autofarm 4 minutes and 2. So just goes to show what difference can be made. Now the Errant 347 on the back of a flatbed. I think it's already gone past Andy McEwen down there in the pits. Safety car is just turning through the loop and therefore will be coming down the Wellington Straight any moment now. And I would expect, with the car out of the way, the JW Bird car, which caused the safety car in the first place, out of the way, I would expect we'll be getting the safety car lights going out and back to green flag racing very soon. Andy, what can you tell us?
Well, I'm actually down at the very end of the pit lane by chance, as it happens, where the 347 car has just been deposited on the flatbed. It is right front corner, definitely very badly damaged. The right front wheel pointing at not the right angle. Wing mirror hanging off, that's neither here nor there, but definitely front right corner damage. The back of the car looks okay. That's a start. What about the front left? I'll just have a wander round. Looks okay. Right, let's see if I can find out in a moment or two what happened, because I see a driver almost counting the cost. I can almost hear that going on in his head, and I'll see if I can grab a word and find out exactly what happened to them, because this was a car that was in contention for much of the first few hours.
Well, very much so, certainly in the top 6. So JW Bird from having 3 cars in the top 10, now with just the one. Safety car is lights out in this lap, and we will be seeing that pull off. The cars are queued up behind it, and that of course has reduced all of the gaps down to next to nothing with the leading groups. So stand by for some potential place changes, and quite a few of those top cars not coming into the pits. Team Trojan did they actually? 319, no, I don't think they did. That's the second pit stop that they took earlier on. So of the leading group of cars, the main one to take the pit stop was the Autofarm car, which was in 11th place and has now dropped to 17th as a result of taking that pit stop. But I think in the long term that may come back into Autofarm's favour. You have to watch and see, and this is the other thing you have to do, Jack, is you kind of make these predictions and then you say, okay, well, Autofarm's going to, and then you have to remember, and over the course of the next hour or two, I think we'll see Autofarm coming into the top 3. Just wait and see, and then you can either call me a nincompoop or not, depending how it pans out.
Never, Paul, never. No, actually, I was trying to do that the first one, but I wasn't even commentating, and I found it quite difficult, to be honest. I was like, right, the pit lanes are coming out. I'm going to go into the pit lane. I expect it to be like this. Once I got the microphone in my hand,
all went out my head sort of
Yeah.
thing. I imagine it's a touch easier in the boxing. Maybe you can write some things down. As you said, you're also a master of shorthand as well, I imagine, because that'd be very useful. Most commentators are journalists, and they can master shorthand, obviously. But yeah, right now, it's. I actually thought Hybrid Tune Motorsport. Saw them coming across the line. I thought, oh, they're going to be right with Emax Motorsport. But actually, I think they're almost a lap down because Emax haven't taken their pit stop. And do correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Hybrid have either. So I'm not sure how that's worked.
No, none of the top 10 have taken their second pit stop yet. So what's interesting is that they all failed to come in that pit stop, but Emax got themselves positioned so that they were at the tail end of the safety car group, whereas Hybrid and Majestic were up at the front of the safety car group, and the safety car has actually split them rather than closing in on them. We didn't get the leader, so what's happened is the gap first to second has gone right out to, well, it's not quite a lap, but it's certainly over 2 minutes between first and second, so that far from closing the field up as we thought it would, because of where the safety car came out, it's very much played more into the hands of the Emax Motorsport team, and we're waiting for the safety car group. As I say, the Emax car was at the tail end of the safety car queue, and in that case it probably was a good idea to stay out, because if they'd have come in, they'd have lost out on that piece of advantage. However, the other ones possibly could have made their pit stop and got an advantage from it.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because when the safety car comes out and you're near the pit stop window, you instantly think, right, let's get in there, let's get it done, we'll lose a little bit less time. But actually, Emax have played that pretty much down to a T, and it's very smart. If they did it intentionally, then it's extremely smart. If they just found themselves in this situation, then they'll probably still claim that it's extremely smart. And we'll just go with that. We'll give them the credit as they're starting to come back our commentary box. It is Hybrid, who look like they're in, obviously, the race lead. That's because they're pulling away from what would be a bit of back marks. Now we have a spinner as well on the inside. I think our cameras can't quite see it, but it's just to the left-hand side of the camera. There we go, rejoining the race now. Not sure who that was, but getting a little bit sideways through Brooklands and now going through Luffield. Very, well, disco-like, I would say, with those flashing LED. I do love the pit lane as well. I was coming up here as the lights were setting, and it looks absolutely awesome. So do all the cars, as a massive gaggle of them fly through and past our commentary box. It looks spectacular here. If you are at Silverstone, I do encourage you to go down with a bit of camera or something and just try and get some kind of footage of this, because it's incredible.
It certainly is, and if you not make the note in your diary that next year, go to the Silverstone 24 hours and watch Citroens. Certainly it's a good value day out or weekend out, and say if you want to listen to the commentary, you can do that on the live stream. If you're here at the circuit, you can do that on 87.7 FM on your radio.
Or on TSL, of course.
Or on, is it being broadcast on TSL?
I think so. I see a play button down here, so I assume that means I could play it if I wanted to.
Yes, I'd rather not.
No, absolutely not either.
Hear myself coming back at 5 seconds later. Anyway, so the Emax gap I failed to make a note of between itself and the Hybrid Tune Motorsport car. But of course, they're now trying to make up the ground, leading the race, as it were, up at the front of the field, but now having to make up ground that the safety car got in the way of. Of course, just going back to what you were saying about whether it was a deliberate or accidental or just lucky chance, the motor racing gods, call them what you will, because we have no pit-to-car radio, actually it's very difficult for the team to communicate with the driver. It's the driver himself who's going to be making the call, because by the time the pit board is shown, it's going to be too late to make any calls with coming into the pits or not. So, you know, I think probably it was just they had a plan and that's what they had to stick with. But as I say, having been in pit lanes, in garages, when that decision has to be made, there is an awful lot of confusion and there's a lot of shouting. And with situations like you have at Silverstone, you've seen it, you've been down in the boxes. It's not like Formula One garage where you've got one car per garage, is it? You've got, what is it, 3, 4 cars in some of the garages?
Yeah,
sharing?
easily. And to be honest, the lanes in between the cars, obviously, are stacked full of equipment and personal belongings and everything. There's really no kind of movement. As soon as you need something in a rush, you're going to always trip over something. So, yeah, very, very tight down there.
Yeah, so that's another thing which makes life just that little bit more difficult. Where are we? So we had 2 laps behind the safety car. Need to make a note of that. That gives them slightly more fuel to go, but certainly, as I say, we're now on less than 10 minutes to go before the 4-hour mark, and I would be thinking very soon we will be getting more regular routine pit stops coming up. It may well be. It's an interesting question, actually. I don't know if Andy will be able to elicit this from any of the teams or drivers, or you may be able to, Jack, if you've got another pit stint coming up from the drivers, how they actually make these decisions as to when to come in or not. Do they just look at the fuel gauge on the car, and when it gets down to the fuel warning light coming on, they come in at that point? Whether they wait for a board to come out from the pit wall and they look out for the board every lap? How do they actually make that decision and that communication? And say it's a question not for you necessarily, but one for you to pose to the driver.
I was going to say, and maybe Andy will be able to find a driver, or I'll do it a little bit later, but what I can say from my little experience that I've got in endurance racing, we did the Brscc 6 hour a couple of times, twice actually now. We were in a Genetta, so I think I can say this because we're at a C1 Brscc Mazda event, but the fuel gauge on our car, and to be honest most G40s, was so unreliable that you had no chance of being able to use it as a guide of how much fuel you had in the car. And I'm not sure if the C1s have a similar problem, or if you buy a C1 out of the factory, the fuel gauge is going to be reliable, isn't it? But if they edit them or tweak them at all, put different kinds of fuel in, it might be a little bit more difficult to gauge that. And all of a sudden the strategists, like yourself when you were doing the Fun Cup and other things like that, Paul, I'm sure you know full well that you'd much rather calculate it than have it based on a fuel gauge in a race car.
Yeah, as I say, it depends how much you trust the fuel gauge. And
I had none.
When you've got no faith in the fuel gauge at all, then you're relying on what the team tells you. I have to admit, when I'm driving my road car, my trust in the fuel gauge is total. I very rarely reset my odometer whenever I come in to get more fuel. Normally I'm measuring some other distance when I'm on a journey, so I don't use the...
Still doing strategy, even though you're out driving on the M6.
But no, the point being is when the fuel light comes on, I think, okay, I've got 50 miles, need a fuel station pretty quick. Or I know I'm going on a long journey, so I'll top it up before I leave. So, but you tend to go with what the fuel gauge tells you. And as you say, when cars come out of the factory, fuel gauge is going to be pretty good. Race car fuel gauges, you're right, you don't trust them at all. No, it'll be interesting to see what the story is as far as Citroens are concerned.
It'd also be interesting to have a chat with Rob again about if there's a difference in the fuel, whether obviously it's a race fuel or whether it's standard fuel that they put in there.
That one I can answer because it is standard fuel. It has to be purchased from the Gulf station in the centre of the paddock.
Of course it is, yes.
And it has to be transferred into those tough jugs. So all the fuel is a standard fuel. Nothing funny about that is allowed. Finally, I've got the time first to second, which is 2 minutes and 8 seconds. So that, as I say, has gone up from 17 seconds to 2 minutes and 8 seconds, purely as a result of the safety car having been out. And now we have just 8 cars on the lead lap, because the next one back is 309 Fighting Torque, and he is a full lap behind the race leader. So we tend to see this happening as the race progresses further and further. More and more cars drop off the lead lap, but unless the safety car can reliably pick up the race leader, there's always the danger. What will happen is what exactly happened in that gap, in that last occasion when the safety car came out. I mean, think about it, Jack. The gap between the first two was 17 seconds. That was exactly the gap that the safety car drove out into. They had 2 minutes and 47 seconds they could have driven into, but they just happened to drive into the gap between first and second. That is a tough call, and for Hybrid Tune, I mean, it's not like having to take a penalty, but it has the same effect because of the way it happens. Andy, what can you tell us?
On that point, I was having a chat to a couple of the safety car drivers earlier on, and they did say that, once it got dark, basically no real effort was going to be made to make sure you pick up the leader and whatnot, because you can't see, their visibility is very limited, and even those up in race control have very limited visibility of who is who. So it's more important to get the safety car out there so that obviously the track can be neutralised as soon as possible. So expect that to happen a few times, and I guess the hope is that it sort of balances out over the 24 hours.
Agreed, it is the hope, but because we've had so few safety cars, I just wonder whether or not it's likely to happen again. I suppose, thinking about it, it is far more likely that if we have more accidents or breakdowns during the night, that a safety car will be used to do the recovery, because quite simply it's much safer to do it under a safety car condition, whereas during the daylight you can rely on the drivers to look out for marshals on the track, for cars on the track, or even as we saw yesterday night during the night qualifying, a tow truck bringing a car back on the track, and so that kind of thing, as I say, during the night we may get more safety cars, but yeah, you have to feel for hybrid tuned motorsport. Definitely the quickest car on the circuit, 2:59.388, the best lap of the race done when it was fully daylight, but having lost out basically just under 2 minutes through no fault of their own, you can kind of feel some sympathy for them, but they'll plug on. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. And the last lap time, a 3:01.7 for hybrid tune and a 3:01.9 for Emax. So Emax are maximising this slice of good fortune that they've been given. Majestic Motorsport still there in third place, and they are a further 20 seconds or so behind, I believe. But they have on their tail JW Bird Motorsport, so a bit of a battle going on there on the circuit between 382 and 449. Yeah, 33 seconds the gap second to third, and then less than a second separating 382 from 449. So JW Bird Motorsport, things not quite going their way, but they've still got a car in fourth place. Then we've got BH Motorsport oblique SCK Motorsport 504 in fifth place, and SCK Motorsport oblique BH. What's the difference between BH SK and SK BH?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Both run by the two teams, but one chooses to put BH first, the other one chooses to put SCK first. 504 and 502 then, fifth and sixth at the moment, and they are separated by 6 seconds, but the 502 car has the Silverlake car 398 right on his tail, so there's some good close battling going on, even though some of the other battles have been spoiled a little bit. Andy, what can you tell us?
I'd love to be delivering good news, but I'm not, I'm afraid. The 347 car, JW Bird car that went off at Luffield, apparently it was Harvey Griffin in the car at the time. They don't believe that he was given any assistance, just lost it coming out of Luffield. It's done an awful lot of damage to the front of the car, and they fear that we might not be seeing that car again for the rest of the race. So they're stripping the car for spares for the other two cars. Of course, they've got one car running well inside the top 5. And so, yeah, they are not anticipating that car back out. What a shame, though, because that was such an integral part of the first 2.5 hours or so of the race. They were up there fighting for the lead. They were certainly one of the teams we expected to be up there fighting for the win come tomorrow afternoon, but yeah, we may not see them at all now.
That's pretty much bang on 20 hours to go as well, so bang on 4 hours we hear the news that you never really want to hear, especially at the beginning of the race. I mean, you can slightly understand it with a few more battle scars and bruises maybe in the last 4 hours, but the first 4 hours you're sort of always hoping maybe there's a little bit of a chance that they can get the spares on the car, they can sort of butch it together basically, and see if you can get the duct tape to work its magic, but clearly it hasn't been able to, which is a great shame, Paul. It's caused a safety car which has ignited quite a few battles up and down the order. I mean, we've been focusing on Emax and Hybrid Tune Motorsport for so long with a massive gap, but actually if you look further behind, I mean, the battle for fourth position with another JW Bird Motorsport is there's a 4/10 gap between in the fight for fourth position. There's an 8/10 gap for the fight for 7th and 6th, and even all the way down to 13th, and probably all the way back down to 60th, to be honest. There's just little pockets of fantastic racing that I'm sure they're enjoying themselves out there on. It's just a little bit difficult for us to see them now with the amount of lights and the sort of lack of spotlights on Silverstone. We can't commentate on it out of the window, unfortunately.
No, exactly, and but you're right, there are some close battles going on, and it's going to be the story of the night, isn't it, really? the safety cars bunched everybody up, and if you happen to be have no cars between yourself and your competitor, then it's played right into your hands. And a change of position, as you were describing it, Majestic Motorsport coming under pressure from JW Bird Motorsport for that third place, and the place has changed on that lap. So JW Bird Motorsport 449, and I think that might go part way to explaining a reason for retirement, not just the amount of damage that's been done, but JW Bird, it's not as if that was their only car and that's their only hope of getting the car to the finish. I think we're going to see JW Bird concentrating their efforts now on that 449 car and just trying to get that one as close to the front as they possibly can. They're 33 seconds now behind the hybrid tuned motorsport car, and so they'll be trying to close that down and get it to reduce the gap between themselves and the hybrid tune, and then fingers crossed that the rest of the race plays into their hands a bit more. The 503 SCK Motorsport is in the pits. Can see a little bit of smoke coming from under the bonnet there, and that might just be a little bit of steam, but fuel goes into the car. Andy McEwen will jump in with any information that he can bring us with the pit stop, but it looks pretty routine from what we can see on the screen at the moment. The 503 car then, one of the earlier stoppers in the previous round of pit stops, coming in now for its third pit stop, because it had to take a penalty earlier on, so one of the three pit stops was a penalty pit stop. It's its second routine pit stop, and the other car which has made 2 pit stops in the leading group is the Fighting Torque. No, it's not, it's the Team Trojan car, and that too is a car that has had a penalty, so again only one proper pit stop. Wales still waiting for their proper second pit stop, so certainly a bit of fuel saving was done under the safety car. Over 4 hours of the race elapsed, and whilst we wait for the round of pit stops, perhaps an opportunity. Oh no, we can get some news from Andy McEwen. Andy.
Again, bad news, I'm afraid. 503, I don't know if you've covered this, but it's in the pit lane. This is not a completely scheduled pit stop. They are refueling the car, but then it's going into the garage because it was reported to be losing power, and there's quite a bit of steam coming from the front of the 503 car, so it looks like it's overheating, and this is the car that served a penalty earlier on. And again, I don't know whether you had this confirmed, but it was for that contact we saw between Kyle Reid and a lapped car, an hour or 2 ago now.
The avoidable contact.
That's right, okay,
yep.
So you'd been notified of that. So that's what the penalty was for, and now the car appears to have an issue. The good news for Kyle is that he's driving both of their cars, so he's actually ready and waiting imminently to jump into the other one. So the next time you see the other car, the team car, come in, it will be Kyle Reid jumping into it. But the 503, as I speak, is pushed into the garage for further diagnosis.
Yes, we could see wisps of steam coming from under the bonnet, and yeah, I think that's never a good thing, but really depends, yeah, what it's whether it's a big water leak, a little water leak, a blockage in the radiator, a hole in the radiator possibly where somebody's kicked up some gravel and it's got into the front of the car. We need you to carry on your investigative journalism there, Andy. Remember your training, and can't just leave it there where it is. It's been in the pit so far for very nearly 4 minutes, and so it's not a disastrous pit stop yet, but you're right, it is costing it time, the 503 car, and it's slipping down the order, of course, needless to say, down to 24th place now in the overall standings.
I was actually having a look, and I know we were harping on about it a bit, but the Emax hybrid fight, Emax originally, when the safety car just came in, they came across the line, it was a 2 minute and 50 gap, 50 second gap, and it actually went down, last time you reported it was 2 minutes 8 seconds, and it's actually, I think it's come down even further. So I'm not saying they're catching them hand over fist, it might be to do with the fact that Emax obviously had to then make their way through a lot of back markers, whereas Hybrid actually got the run of the entire track to just put in some hot laps. But again, I don't think it's beyond the realms of one or two good or poor pit stops either way. We can actually start maybe seeing a little bit of a battle, because they're not a lap down yet. It's only about half a lap actually now. Just wanted to sort of bring that up as we get a whole host of drivers into the pit lane actually. 447, 503, 398, 519. I could go on and on, but actually you're seeing it on your screen.
I'm seeing it on the screen. Yes, I suppose the one here is as well. So 398 is the one that affects the leaderboard the most. Car number 398 being one of the Silverlake cars, and that car then coming in with Preble behind the wheel, and that's going to be Adam or Gary Preble, who's just brought the car in, and that's out of 8th place it's come. And as I say, slowly we're going to cycle through pretty much all of these top runners, and then we're going to, as I say, not only have the change brought about by the pace of the Hybrid Tune Motorsport car, although last time around, what was it, the second gain on the last lap for the Hybrid Tune car. The gap comes down to 2 minutes and 3 seconds, but you're right, Jack, the Hybrid Tune car has had a clear run of it up at the front of the field behind the safety car, whereas the Emax car has had to make his way through the traffic, and of course being careful is going to be the order of the day, and so Emax won't be lapping quite as quickly. 3 minutes 3 on that last lap compared to a 3 minutes 1.1 for the Hybrid Tune car, so the gap continuing to come down, but both of them due a pit stop within the next 10 minutes, I would say.
Yeah, you're probably right. We're actually watching the 519 Team Hard car. Now, this isn't the all-women's team that they've got entered in. That's a different... Well, it's a Team Hard, but it's a different car, obviously.
It's two team cars.
Yeah, and what the main thing I wanted to point out as we're watching it on the screen is actually that I hope the guy who's got his hands on the bonnet there watches that back, because we just saw him wipe his nose all the way down his sleeve, which was just nasty. But I suppose if you work in the pit lane, you got the urge and you need to get rid of it. If you got a scratch, you need to get rid of it, of course. Looking into the driver's eyes now, I sort of can relate to that a little bit, and he'll be feeling a little bit apprehensive. You'll be thinking, oh, he's very excited, or can't wait to get out there and all that sort of thing, and pumped up on energy. But actually, when you're going into sort of a darkened race, maybe you're not as experienced in sort of endurance racing as a whole, and you haven't been in the car yet, because of course these are the third stint drivers. A lot of cars have 3 drivers in them, so this is still the first time that somebody's going to go in the car after this pit stop. The Team Hard, ironically, they have 7 drivers listed down. I think you and Andy were talking about it before, so that could be any one of Will Alton, Sam May, Tom Irvin, Adam Marshall, Richard Help, Lewis Apigayi, and Ruben Stanislas. So loads of drivers that could be behind the wheel of that car right now. And I think I heard you earlier, Paul, saying that you reckon 7's probably just a touch excessive for a 24-hour race.
Well, I think the problem is, I mean, just imagine you were part of a team of 7 commentators doing what we're doing, and you get given a 7-hour break. You know, you have to come back and really get back into the rhythm of it again. And that's not necessarily the easiest thing to do. So, you know, there is an argument, I was saying this to Andy earlier on, there is an argument that says that 3 drivers would be far better for a 24-hour race, purely because you can keep the focus of the drivers that you've got there. There's going to be 1 driver on rest, 1 driver ready to get in, 1 driver in the car, and they're going to cycle every 2 hours. So you'll get a 4-hour break, but you know, within 2 hours you'll be ready to get in the car again should you have to. And so yeah, I think it's a tricky one. The other danger, of course, is you get one driver who doesn't feel well. Does happen, you know, you get a driver getting a tummy bug, or various other things can happen. And you know, so it's nice to have a spare driver around. So my thought would be that 4 is about right.
I think 4 or 5, if I was going into a team, I think 4 or 5 would probably be where I want to be as well. Just because you do get a good rest then, even if everybody's fit.
The problem with 7, and the other aspect of 7, is that if you're a budget team with not much money around, you can collect a little bit of money from 7 drivers and make the whole thing work, whereas you might not be able to do that if you've only got 3 drivers. I've been looking at the CCTV for Brooklands, and there's a bright light facing us at the end of the Brooklands Straight. Now, yes, I mean, your instant reaction is that a smudge. Yes, you might be right, it might just be a smudge, because it's been there for long enough now, and it doesn't look like a car off now. It did at first, but I don't think it is.
It looks like it's moving. It's either, I think, to be fair, it's either a car or a ghost. And I would hoping we have more cars here than we have ghosts. So playing by the law of averages, you may well be right, actually. The problem is with the CCTV and with the lighting as the way it is, we've got no chance of telling you who it is, to be honest, unless they pop up on the timing screen.
Yes, and we only have we've got 2 cars being shown as missing at the moment, 347 that we know about, and 370 is the other one that's on the list as being marked as missing. That's the Spy Motorsport car, Paul O'Reilly, with Peter Keane, Carl Woodwith and Andrew Thomas, and I'm quite sure how long that car has actually been on the missing list.
Yeah, actually, it overtook someone in that previous lap. So, I mean, I don't know how it's done that if it's not on the circuit. We'll have to wait until everybody comes back round and TSL will update to see if it sends it down the order. It is already 6 laps down. Andy, maybe you can tell us?
It's not Andy, it's Richard taking back over now. Andy's on his way up to see you guys, and I'm just having a little ferret around and having a chat with some people I know and some people I don't know. I'm down with Team Hard at the moment. I've got Will Orton with me. So I've known Will for quite a little while. Will, you did the first stint, yeah?
Yeah, so I started P36 in the first stint, managed to get up to, I believe, 31st. No, I really enjoyed it. Something a little different to what I usually race, but it's all good preparation for Thruxton, and really enjoyed it, yeah.
For those listening, Thruxton's next week, Genetic Challenge.
Yeah, GT5 with the British Touring cars, so it's going to be a bit different switching back from this, but yeah.
You've had a couple of wins this year in that too, so it's going pretty well.
Yeah, won there a few weeks ago. Had my first win at Donington, but the rest of the weekend didn't go too well. But no, it's always nice to get your first win and hopefully keep the momentum going.
So how did the opportunity come about with Team Hard?
It's a funny story. I was in college Thursday afternoon. I got a message off my dad, and it was sort of, do you want to do 24 hours? Bobby's sort of mentioned his Team Hard, and they've had a driver drop out. Do you want to do it? I was like, yeah. We're at the track tomorrow, qualifying tomorrow night. That's sort of how it happened. So.
Well, it's all a bit last minute, isn't it? But that's the great thing, isn't it, about this particular competition? It's fairly intense, it's a lot of fun, but things can be fairly fluid, can't they?
Yeah, especially completely different to what I'm used to racing. Obviously, front-wheel drive, H-pattern gearbox. But no, I've really enjoyed it.
And when's the next stint? Have you got a little bit of a break now?
Yeah, I've got a break till 6 in the morning, so I'm going to try and get some sleep and then be up for sort of 5:30, get ready for that.
Well, I probably won't see you because I think we're back about 9, so we'll come and get an update. And I need to talk to your 2 teammates because they're guys that I met on the scholarship, and I think it's their first race weekend as well.
Yeah, so I'll see you then.
Well, have a good one. Get yourself a nap. Will Orton, thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate. That's Will Orton, and yes, I thought we'd try and just talk to a few different people. It's Ruben Stanislaus that's in the Team Hard car at the moment. It's his first race, Luis Apiego's first race as well, and they're 2 guys that I met on the junior scholarship 3-4 years ago, and it's funny how the names stick in your head. Followed them in karting, and here they are making their car debut. You know, it's a little bit like the youngster that did so well in the Mazdas as well. This afternoon, Fraser Fennick, met him on the junior scholarship as well, so that's a great ladder step. Getting these cars into racing. Once you've met a lot of them, you never forget them, which is absolutely great. So a little update for you there. I've got to get Rob these headphones because I think we're going to do a little technical check a little bit later on, or a technical update with Rob. So I'll hand you back to the commentary box for now.
Thanks, Richard. Interesting you should mention Luis Apagaya. He used to do some go-karting with my son back in the many years ago now when Dad had a little bit more money, and Robin was trying to win Rookie of the Year, and he did, and then he moved up to Lewis. We've had further news for a penalty for JW Bird Motorsport, the 347 car, which is the one that fell off at the exit of Woodcote a little while ago, and maybe being a retirement, we're not sure. But they've just given it a 3-lap penalty for failure to provide footage.
3 lap. Oh wow, it is.
3 lap penalty for failure to provide footage. Now, I can only imagine that the race director has asked to see what happened in the accident, and the team has declined to give him the information. But the interesting thing is that car 347, we were told by Andy almost certainly is going to be a retirement. And I'll get down to the right screen.
That's incredible. I mean, we've seen a lot of 3-second stop goes and all that sort of thing, but or 3 minutes even, but a 3 lap penalty is massive.
Yeah, that's very nearly 10 minutes overall, isn't it? By the time you've taken everything into account. So let's say that's the car, in any case, which Andy gave us the impression that it was going to be a retirement anyway. So less worried about that. Now we've got a safety car out again, with a car off at Stowe, which we think is the Clapham North car.
Yeah.
Jack.
Yeah, we sort of looked at that, didn't we? I think the cameras cut to it as we were having a chat to Will Orton, and we were sort of trying to figure it out in the background, but it was just a little bit blurred, wasn't it? But we'll sort of try and bring you the best updates that we can. But I think it was the Clapham car. As I said, we will try and bring you the best update.
474 it is, so yeah, that is the Clapham North car.
Oh, that's George Grant, that means. So hopefully that means his, unofficial record attempt doesn't finish prematurely. But he's been out in everything. Now, we don't think George Grant is out there at the moment, so we can't exactly claim he's tired.
No, we know it's not George because he did the first stint.
Of course.
James Lyons did the second stint, and it's now either Reece Wilson or Jacob Greaves behind the wheel of it. But, as I say, the car is stuck off the circuit at Stowe, not very far off the circuit. Good news, bad news. Good news is that it's not very far off the circuit, so it'll be easy to recover. Bad news, it's not very far off the circuit, so it's representing a hazard. Now, whoever is in it is attempting to get the car going again with a degree of success, Jackie. Looks like you might be moving it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take him a long time to get back to the pits, but it'll be quicker than waiting for someone to come and recover him. Now, the safety car is out, though, which means he's bunched everybody back up. We'll have to keep an eye out. Have we got our race leaders into the pit lane, potentially? Because, of course, I think Emacs have actually pitted twice, haven't they, now? But Hybrid haven't. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that one. But, yeah, there is a recovery vehicle now with the Clapham North car. So he was trying to get it under his own steam, unless that recovery vehicle that was towing him was slightly outside. But we can see it in the CCTV. He's hooking that car up. So hopefully it won't be too long. Yeah, you're saying it's good to be not that far off the circuit in terms of recovery, but it's also not a fantastic sign, because normally that means there's a mechanical problem. If he was chucked himself off into the gravel, you could just say, oh, well, it's driver error, there's nothing wrong with the car, get it back out on circuit, it'll be fine. But now there's a bit of a worry that there's going to be a headache for a couple of laps while they try and figure out what went wrong.
Absolutely right, yeah. So Emacs... you said Emacs made a pit stop, didn't you?
Well, it comes up as they've had 2 pit stops on the timing, but we must have missed it or something. Hybrid Tube Motorsport gotten past them somehow on the timing, in the pits. I don't know how. It
was a very quick pit stop. Actually, it wasn't that quick of a pit stop. It just happened while the safety car was out. So 4 minutes 56 seconds was the pit stop for 346. They've made their pit stop, Emacs, then, so they're now dropping down the order as a result of the pit stop. Also in the pits, though, with the safety car still out, Hybrid Tune Motorsport, and that's the 388 car, and the JW Bird Motorsport car, the 449 car. So leading runners now taking the opportunity to make their second pit stop, and entirely due as well, because stopwatch is showing 4 hours and 20 minutes of the race elapsed. So that's 2 hours and 10 minutes for each segment, with a little bit of safety car to enable some fuel saving. Majestic Motorsport, therefore, is going to move to the top of the list with car number 382, unless they come in next time around.
Here's a good question for you, Paul. One you might be able to... In fact, actually, we'll go down to the pit lane before I ask that.
Go on, Andy.
It's Richard.
Oh, Richard, sorry. Yes,
with Sam Weller for the Hybrid Tubes. Just come in. Sam, you look like you put a session in there.
Yeah, I don't know why, but the car's just not quite got the pace that we had in qualifying. And we were quite unlucky, I think, with that safety car. I think we were 15 seconds behind, and then we ended up, you know, nearly 3 minutes behind, or 2 minutes 40 something. So a little bit disappointed, but this is quite lucky to have a safety car right in our pit window. So yeah, it's a long way to go.
So what's the plan? So who's out next, and when are you out again?
Yeah, so Steve's out now, and then we'll have Mark in the car, Mark James. So I think I'll probably be, I don't know, maybe 6, 7 in the morning, something like that, before I'm next out again.
Everyone keeps saying they're out at 6 and 7. We're not back till 9, so I'll be getting some sleep. So I'm going to miss you in the car for that one. And then do you get another stint in the afternoon, presumably?
Yeah, we'll get another stint after that. But yeah, quite jealous of the sleep you're probably going to get.
Yeah, well, you know, it's choice, I suppose, as much as anything else. My feet are killing me because I'm used to being stuck in a comms box and sitting down every 5 minutes, as you're well aware. It's a big difference, isn't it, to JCWs, though, this?
Yeah, I literally had one out lap and an in lap yesterday in free practice, because I got to the circuit late. And yeah, just different world, the body roll and the lack of power and everything like that. But yeah, it's a competition at the end of the day, and we want to try and win it, so yeah.
And all things good generally for the team?
I think so. We had a pretty bad first pit stop, which cost us, I think it was like a minute slower than really it should have been. But yeah, all good so far. There's no damage on the car or anything, just not quite as much pace as it should have. But yeah, you know, it's all about luck at the end of the day, isn't it? And we've not smashed the car up yet. So.
You make a lot of that, like yourself, being out there and driving well, but I know what you mean. There is that element where things can get pulled away from you.
Yeah, it's literally 50-50. I said to the guy, we obviously won it last year, and it was really close up until the last few laps. But yeah, it's just, you know, you can keep banging the lap times in, but if you get caught by a safety car like I just did, then you lose nearly a lap, and you're never going to gain that in your stint. So yeah, it's definitely all about luck.
Well, thanks for chatting. Good stint, and we'll see you before the end of the event.
Yeah.
Sam Weller, thank you very much. Sam Weller there from the last year's winning team, Hybrid Tune. And let's hand you back to the commentators.
Thanks very much, Richard. Richard O'Neill down there in the pit lane getting the stories for us. There's nothing wrong with the pace of that car at all. If he wants to go any quicker, it's already the fastest car on the circuit, 2:59.388. It's done the best lap. In fact, it's the only car who's broken into the 3-minute barrier, and he's done that on more than one occasion. So I don't quite know how fast he wants his Citroen to go, but my feeling is I mean, I quite sympathise with him for losing all the time behind the safety car, but nothing wrong with the pace, that's for sure. And there's plenty of time still to go, and they certainly did get more fortunate with that last pit stop, having completed their second pit stop now. And only the Majestic Motorsport are ahead of them, and Majestic still have to make their second pit stop. Safety car is going to be in this lap. We're going to be returning to green flag conditions, that being the third safety car, and that being to recover the 474 from the Stowe corner. You can tell I'm writing this down, can't you? Again, a 2-lap safety car interval, and noises off behind me means that I've been rejoined by Andy McEwen. Sorry, I didn't mean to say you were being noisy, and I don't mind. I just tend to get focused pointing in one direction and then have to turn back to face the other direction. So you've joined us back, Andy, at an interesting time, because we're going to kind of do a reset automatically to try and work out what impact that most recent safety car has had, because Hybrid Tune Motorsport, having lost out under the previous safety car, has gained under this one. Although they're still in second place, the car that they are behind is the Majestic Motorsport car, number 382, which owes us a pit stop, and when the safety car comes in, I suspect we'll find Majestic coming in either on this lap or on the next one. JW Bird has moved up to second place now, and it will be interesting to see what the gap is first to second, with just this one remaining JW Bird car. Other cars still overcoming their pit stops, which were made on the previous time around. One question you can answer for us.
I'll try.
You did say to us, didn't you, that the JW Bird Motorsport that went off here at Woodcote with the front end damage they were not going to repair that, didn't they? They said that.
Yes, that seems to be the intention, yes.
The intention is not to repair it.
Is not to repair it, no, they're stripping it for parts for the other cars, should they need it.
Right, because we got a message on the screen, I don't know if you saw it or heard, but they were given a 3-lap penalty for not releasing video footage of the accident to race control,
Right.
which seemed a very bizarre penalty, but if the car's going to be withdrawn, then a 3-lap penalty they don't care about, so we just leave that the way it was.
Yes.
So safety car in, back to racing conditions, and as I say, it's going to take us probably about 10 minutes before we know exactly the impact of it, because we've still got half a dozen cars in the pits receiving work, and as I say, with the Majestic car still to make a pit stop, it didn't come in on that lap as the safety car came in. So Majestic Motorsport has gone, would you believe, 4 hours and, can't read the stopwatch anymore, 26 minutes with only one pit stop.
Really? So they are stretching the fuel mileage quite some way then, certainly further than anyone else, although there are one or two others I noticed that are still on one pit stop. But isn't it funny, Team Trojan, who when I was last in the box only an hour or so ago, they were back end of the top 20 and slipping ever further out of contention, and now here they are because they've benefited from this safety car right back in it.
Yes and no, because they had to take a penalty pit stop, so one of those 2 pit stops that they've taken was a penalty pit stop rather than being a refueling pit stop. So they're in the same boat as Majestic in that they do owe as a pit stop. So it will be Emax leading the way once we get back under green flag conditions, but the gap between Emax and Hybrid Tune, well, it was 21 seconds as they started this lap, but it will be less than that once they come through at the end of the lap we're on at the moment.
I'm hearing disco music. It's not my phone. I don't think it's your phone, Paul. I think Richard John Neal's found the party.
Yeah, I have. It's the 444 car, the Swerve Racing car. I just switched the mic on just so you could hear the in-car entertainment that the drivers are enjoying as they go around racing. I was actually told a story last week when I told somebody at a meeting I was working at last weekend that I was working at the C1 24 hours, and apparently the first time they ran it, one of the cars, because they have to pass MOTs and everything else, and I gather they used to have the radio left in and everything else and the cassette player, and no idea which car it was. So maybe if you know and you're on the stream and you know which car it was, I'm led to believe this is a true story. They jammed a CD in and glued it in, so that super glued it in, so that the CD couldn't be taken out, and it was on non-stop all the time, and also did the volume control so that it couldn't be turned off, and it was apparently awful 60s country music. Now, I'm actually a fan of some country stuff. Michael Nesmith was a legend. He passed away last year.
60s country music.
I quite agree.
Actually, I do need to talk to Andy about your the music you posted on social media a while ago. We've still got to have that conversation, but that will wait till we're off air. But anyway, I thought you'd want to hear that there is some in-car music going on, and they shut the door as soon as I was going up to it. So as you could probably hear now, it's actually gone quiet, but that's what the noise was. Sorry, I just thought it was a little interlude.
So that's in-car music then,
in-car music, that was coming from the 444 car.
Interesting choice. You'd think they'd want some heavy metal or some rock, wouldn't they, to make, or some Status Quo indeed, as I would perhaps be partial to on a long journey of a night. But yes, whether that revs them up particularly, that kind of music, I'm not so sure.
Well, there we go. Right, apparently I've just been told I need to get a high vis, because I'm not high vis at the moment, so I'm going to sign off and get a high vis, and we'll be back, and we'll have a Rob moment shortly as well.
Excellent, so we look forward to more of that. Majestic Motorsport still to make this pit stop. I hope we've got enough fuel and we don't find the car rolling to a halt. 85 laps now completed around the 3.6 mile circuit on 2 tanks of fuel, not bad going. Team Trojan still owing us a pit stop as well. Emax with this gap of 21 seconds over the Hybrid Tune Motorsport car. Interesting, actually, the Hybrid Tune car not as quick now as it was earlier on. Maybe the dark conditions, yes, I think probably with the traffic having built up as a result of the safety car interlude. Have a lot more traffic, you've got cars around you, and in the dark. That's probably a very good reason for not going quite as quickly, perhaps. We've got in the pits at the moment the A-Team is in the pits with car 352. That car has just come in. We've got 4 others in at the moment who have all been there for about 4 minutes.
On the subject of the A team, by the way, I can't remember whether we ever covered the reason. Remember, they pitted out of sequence, didn't they, early on? Apparently, they had a bit of contact on track, and Luke Pullen, who was at the wheel, decided to pit just to be on the safe side. The team quickly told him that he shouldn't have pitted and he should have carried on, but he'd come in just to check the car over. So only about 3 or 4 hours later, but we finally got to the bottom of that.
Right, okay. But that raises another point, particularly for budding team managers. It's always good to have a meeting with your drivers to say, what do I do if?
Yes.
And to have a sequence of events of this is the right action to take under these circumstances, da-de-da, particularly when you don't have pit car radio to communicate whilst whilst you're actually out on the track. But exactly that. What if I have a spin? And you know, do I come in? Do I stay out? You know, it's all very well Luke coming in and then being told, oh, you shouldn't have come in. But really, that should have been thought about beforehand, and the decisions made. A very experienced team manager once said to me, any decision you make on the pit wall is probably going to be a bad decision. All the decisions you should make during an endurance race, you should have actually thought about beforehand and decided what you're going to do when this certain set of conditions arises. So, and I think there's a lot to be said for that. And end of the day, with the limited communication here, it is more difficult. You were down in the pits. How many teams are actually using pit boards?
Most of them, I would say, although perhaps not at this point of the race, but I was there just as it was sort of turning to twilight, so a lot of them were sort of putting them down and not picking them up again after. But yeah, I saw quite a few being hung over the wall. It is still the easiest way, I think, to communicate with drivers, as you say, with no pit-to-car radio. Obviously, with pit boards, everything tends to happen a lap behind, if you like. Now, that's the difficulty, isn't it? You can't really make spur-of-the-moment decisions. Hence why, when we had a safety car, it was mass panic, because drivers were making that decision to head for the pit lane, and teams weren't necessarily ready for them.
No, exactly, and you can kind of almost forgive them for that. But again, if the discussion has been held beforehand, saying, OK, if we've got a quarter of a tank and we get a safety car, then you come in, or if I've got half a tank and there's a safety car, then I stay out. You know, there'll be a threshold of when it's deemed to be suitable to come into the pits. You know, and these kind of things, as I say, are just decisions that can be made beforehand for most of the time. I'm going to talk Majestic into the pits eventually. 86 laps now completed for Majestic Motorsport. Team Trojan on 85. Of course, what it's meaning is that we've got an actual whole lap. Majestic Motorsport are the only one on the lead lap. They've got a full lap lead on Team Trojan. Emax Motorsport are in 3rd place still, and Hybrid Tune, yeah, not actually lapping that quick at the moment. I poo-pooed Sam Weller when Richard John Neal was talking to him, saying that there was no power shortage on that car, but maybe 3 minutes 05 is just a representative time for the car in the night time. The 2 cars low on fuel, Majestic and Team Trojan, happily lapping in the 3-minute 3s though. So either they're clear of traffic, or the fact that they're low on fuel means they can just go a little bit quicker.
Not terribly heavy cars, Citroen C1, so I guess the more fuel you have in the car, the more of a difference that may make to
percentage difference it
exactly,
makes, yeah.
So that may well explain that. Right, Richard, hopefully high-vised up now, is back with us in the pit lane.
I am, yeah, and we've got Rob, so we're going to have another little technical segment of the programme. Rob, here's the mic, over to you.
Thank you very much, Richard. I just want to clear up a few things, actually, that the commentary team were referring to earlier. First of all, I'll start off with the fuel, and in particular the tough jugs. Now, the fuel itself, all of the teams have been instructed by the C1 club to get the fuel, put it into these tough jugs, and the fuel has got to come from the Silverstone fuel station, purely because there's no outside influences, it all comes from the same place, and it's all safe and fair for everyone. Now, the tough jugs themselves, So this is sort of standard issue. You've got some of your Sunoco ones, some of your Tough Jug ones. Some of them come with these vents. So to stop that from being used, Robin has gone down, checked all the Tough Jugs. They're scrutineered just like the cars. They put a nice little blanking plug in there, normally put a bit of tape over or the scrutineer, or they just make sure they will come down, randomly check some of these Tough Jugs to check that these aren't being removed, because of course if you're getting air into the Tough Jug while you're doing the refueling, it's going to refuel quicker. So what you want, all the teams down the pit lane to have exactly the same flow rate. With that as well, so obviously this is a push down. I'm not going to do it on this one because it is full of fuel ready to go, and thank you to the fake taxi team for doing that for us. It's also got this club issue spouts, so it's a smaller flow rate, but that joins straight onto the Tough Jug, all sorted there, no problem. I also heard the commentary team earlier on referring to providing footage. So another thing that was also brought up in the driver's briefing this morning was the cameras and SD cards, and it was stipulated to them absolutely 100%, whether it's every pit stop, however long the camera can record, however big the SD card is, they've got to swap it. There has to be footage available for all of the 24 hours. So to keep the driving standards good, to keep them strong, they can provide any footage they want. So sadly, the car in question fell prey to that. So yeah, that's those two bits cleaned up for you guys. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Rob, down there in the pit lane with all the information. And yes, it just seemed a bizarre penalty to award to a car that had anyway withdrawn from the race. But if they were going to be hung for a sheep, you might as well be hung for a lamb. No, the other way around, isn't it? If you're going to be hung for a lamb, you might as well be hung for a sheep. Get my colloquialisms right. And of cars in the pits, we're down to just one in the pits. So Richard John Neal has timed it right, because I think he's only got the 382 car in the pits at the moment, having just gone through that 4-hour barrier. Oh no, we got Majestic in at last eventually. Majestic Motorsport is in the 382 car, and so that kind of makes it a routine stop, and that will drop it down and put Team Trojan into the lead of the race. Now, if memory serves, they were one of the early pit stoppers early on, so they have less fuel aboard, but having said that, they've got enough fuel to get them through at least the next 20 minutes, half an hour, I reckon. So I think we can expect to see Team Trojan leading the way, although the real battle is going to be the one between Emax Motorsport and Hybrid Tune, and that's 346 and 388 in third and fourth places, so that's the gap we're going to be monitoring. Richard?
Was heading up towards Majestic, but Jacob Greaves is here. Not going too well at the moment, Jacob.
No, I was just out on my first stint in the night, change over into a safety car and just getting into the groove and finding my way around, and caught some traffic in Beckett's and Maggots. Unfortunately, I just got my line wrong and ran a bit wide on the exit, and then as we went over a bit of a bump, it just popped the drive shaft, so that left us stranded. So luckily the marshals did a great job of getting us back, and the guys are now working hard on the car to get a new drive shaft fitted, and hopefully it won't be too long until we're back out on track.
It'd be great to get you back out. What's the plan in terms of your stints over the 24 hours?
Well, I've got this stint to finish off first, and then hopefully get 2 more in, but it'll be daylight tomorrow when I do my next 2 stints, so just the one night stint.
Disappointing having a short one, and this one of our prolific sponsors, of course, Clapham North and Downforce Radio. Is George having a nice rest at the moment, by the way?
George is passed out in his motorhome. I think he was didn't quite finish his first stint. He was really tired, bless him, but done a mega amount of driving today, so he's having a well-earned rest.
I'd agree with that. Well, thanks for talking to us, because I know it's disappointing when the car breaks down and the guys are working on it. So thank you for taking the time, and good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Jacob Greaves there. Send you back to the comms box. I'll go and have a quick word if we can drag somebody down from Majestic as well.
Things going from bad to worse for Patrick Watts Motorsport. That car, remember, triggered, it wasn't a safety car, but off in the gravel very early on in the race with Jack Lemmer at the wheel through no fault of his own. He was caught by somebody else. Since then, the car has suffered a number of penalties, and its latest penalty for a pit lane infringement, you get the feeling that somebody's got their eye out on Patrick Watts and the team, because 507 just seems to get one stop-go penalty after another. So another stop and go for 507, and that makes 3 It's only 2 penalties that car's had, if not 3, plus getting a delay anyway because of the car needing to be dragged out of the gravel down at Stowe Corner.
Yeah, when Jack Lemmer was in the car in the opening stint of the race, of course, a real shame their race sort of went off the rails pretty early on, didn't it? But yes, they will come in and serve that penalty. Where are they run out? They're well out of the top 30 still, aren't they?
That's right.
And so that's not going to improve their day, unfortunately. The other car is still running, though, isn't it? Reasonably well. Well, it's up there in 21st place, just trying to break into the top 20, and 507 is 45th. So they've gained a few places since last I checked, but they're going to lose some now as a result of this penalty. Majestic Motorsport still in the pit lane, by the way, and Team Trojan not yet being classified as the race leader, but that will change next time they come through. They've got an 8-second lead over Emax Motorsport, so that's the gap to monitor, and indeed on your screen through Luffield goes the Team Trojan car towards the end of the lap. Richard?
Yeah, just down with Majestic Motorsport, watching the stop. I think the refueling's been done before I got here. They've got the car jacked up, so tyre change just about to go on. They got told off by one of the marshals for a pit lane infringement. One of the drivers, I think, had a foot over the line and managed to, they popped him back. But it's obviously got to be very wary about the number of people that are working on the car at any one time. But we're done now. The wheels has been secured, the car's being pushed back, and Majestic Motorsport back in the race.
But it was a long old stop, Richard, 6 minutes and more for the Majestic Motorsport car. And this is exactly what I was saying was the downside of going long on your fuel. It takes you longer to then refuel the car, simply because you're putting more fuel in. So they were very low on fuel, and put the car back out on the circuit now, and it will now slide down the order. Was top, it's now 4th, and it will finish up, I think, in about 12th to 15th places by the time the full impact of that stop has happened. It might even be down into the bottom of the top 20, but we'll see. Team Trojan, I reckon, can go for a little while yet on their current stint. As I say, although they do owe us a pit stop, they have more fuel aboard than Majestic did. And then, so we've got 9 seconds separating that. Interesting that the times that Team Trojan are setting are considerably better than Emax or Hybrid Tune. And they have been for quite a few laps now. 3 minutes 02 for Team Trojan, 3 minutes 04 for Emax, and 3 minutes 03 on the last lap for Hybrid Tune. JW Bird will be next up in the 449 car. The car's still in with a shout. JW Bird may not have had the ideal race so far, but they're still in with a shout in what will become 4th place. And then the Brscc Motorsport entry car number 504 is a further 30 seconds or so behind that. And then we've got the Auto Farm car number 521, the camouflage liveried car. And interesting that that last pit stop for that car was a very quick one for the Auto Farm, so I would expect to see that car moving up the order, provided its lap times are capable. I was talking to Dave Ward before the race, and he was saying they would be trying to average 303s and simply not try and go any quicker than that, which is one approach. No point in stressing the car that much if you don't have to.
Riverside Performance car with us down in pit lane, just undergoing the refueling that Rob was talking about a few moments ago. And it's weird seeing some of the cars do seem to be able to turn the refueling around a little bit quicker than some of the others. Whether they're going to go for the tyre change or not as well, I don't know. But it's all eerily quiet down here. You get the occasional car going past, which looks like firework night, with all the colours that glisten as the cars go along the straight, which is magnificent to see. Another car, I think, just exiting pit lane, which is the 507 car heading out. And okay, so it looks like the refueling is complete. 507, one of the Patrick Watts racing cars. I was hearing you saying about the additional penalties.
Yes, that's had a stop and go penalty for 507.
Oh, okay, so that's why that was coming out of. Thank you for that. Driver just about to get in the 396 car, and So belts will be done up. Looks like everything has been done well there. They are changing the outside front, as the other teams have done as well. And that car will be able to rejoin the race too.
Got Kelly Motorsport in as well from 10th place for their second stop. We still have a few though, Paul, who have only done one pit stop still, and we are nearly 5 hours into the race. I know we've had some safety cars, but the 446 car in 7th place, the Tipton Auto Centre racing car, they're in that 7th place in part because they've only pitted once. There are a few others further back that may have had issues, but that is some remarkably good fuel mileage.
It is indeed, and of course you're getting to the point where you've gone so far on your tank of fuel that your next pit stop and the one after that are going to be that much later again.
Yeah.
And if you can continue to make those kind of mileage and that kind of a gap between your pit stops, then you're going to end up skipping a pit stop altogether at the end of 24 hours, and that suddenly gives you a lap.
Yes, exactly.
Or a lap and a half. And you know, you're not going to take not take that. More penalties being handed out. 398 has got a 3-minute stop and go penalty for a refueling infringement. We heard from Rob that the race direction were going to be very keen on ensuring that refueling was done in a safe way. 398 is a Silverlake car, which is currently in 16th place, and that 3-minute stop and go penalty is going to drop them a lap down, more than a lap down on the rest of the field, so we'll possibly even drop it out of the top 30. So you really have to be careful with these rules and not to disobey them, because quite frankly, if you do disobey them, okay, it doesn't kill your race altogether, but it gives you a significant disadvantage that you then have to overcome. Car 450, 100 seconds, that's 1:40 in real terms. Stop and go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Car 450 is the Amigo Motorsport entry for the Norwegian team, and so maybe they were doing the speed limit in kilometres per hour rather than miles an hour or something, but anyway, they again pay the price. 100 seconds, 1:40 stop and go penalty, and you know, that's half a lap again already lost. So these are significant penalties, but not that you couldn't actually come back from if you had to. And we've seen how hybrid tune motorsport have come back, not from a penalty, but merely from an unfortunate timed safety car. They're now in 3rd place, and what was the gap? 8 seconds, you said, back to, or from the hybrid car forward to the Emax car. Just waiting for Emax to come, or hybrid to come through now in this group, and they do so now. That gap's actually gone up to some 27 seconds now, so 12 seconds first to second is the gap, 27 seconds from second to third, and then we've got how many? 6 cars on the lead lap, with the next one back to JW Bird Motorsport 449 in 4th, 504 for BH in 5th, and Auto Farm, the last one on the lead lap, car number 521.
Yes, you mentioned that gap between Emax and Hybrid Tune going out. That's in part because Hybrid Tune on the previous lap were 3.3 seconds slower. So again, whether this is traffic or not, I don't know. You would imagine a time difference of that. There must be something happening to slow down the Hybrid Tune car. That lap, for reference, 6.5 seconds slower than the fastest lap of the race, which it set in the opening couple of hours just before the return to night time.
Well, it's interesting because Sam Weller complained to Richard John Neal that his car was down on power. I poo-pooed it, but he was comparing the car between night practice and the race today. But maybe the car has actually gone off or acquired some kind of problem during the race today, because it was quick earlier on, but now it doesn't quite seem to be able to turn the same lap times, and it may be there was just a niggly little problem on the engine. You know, these are basically road car engines, but sometimes they do get little niggly problems, and the problem is when you come into the pits, you don't really want to be looking at ECUs or spark plugs or anything else to try and work out how to make the car go quicker. You really just want to be refueling it and getting on with the job.
No, exactly. The good news for Hybrid Tune is that they are 1.5 minutes ahead of 4th place JW Bird Motorsport, and they've all made 2 pit stops now, the leading 6 cars or so. Still this incredible fuel mileage for Tipton Auto Centre Racing, who I think are going to get to 5 hours on one pit stop here, which means they're averaging 2.5 hours per tank of fuel. Of course, the brace of safety cars we had, 2 in relatively quick succession there within the last hour, will have helped them, but they are a further 26 back from JW Bird Motorsport in 4th position, so reasonable gaps at the front. And as checks out really, doesn't it, the 2 fastest cars on the track are the 2 right at the front of the field, although we did just have a 3-minute 1 for the WRC Developments team down in 18th, the number 318 car, and just ahead of them, actually, literally their nose to tail, the Clapham North 454. That did a low 3-minute 2, so those are actually, aside from the race leader, the 2 fastest cars on the track. They may be buried down the order, but that's good pace to be showing going into the night stint.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's exactly what you need, is to get into this rhythm of a lap that you can do the same lap time over and over and over again. And say, if you can get into that rhythm, then it could well stand you in very good stead when the sun comes up tomorrow morning.
Yes, it certainly could. Races can and often are won and lost overnight, aren't they? Because it's just that time of the race where odd things happen, and it's that much easier to trip over someone or hit a curb a bit too hard or miss your braking point. You know, they've only had a limited amount of practice. Bear in mind, some of these teams have 5 or more drivers to cycle through during the nighttime practice yesterday evening. They won't all have had an awful lot of nighttime laps, and indeed some drivers may choose not to race at night at all for that very reason. So this is the time where we do sometimes start to see a few of those with less experience of 24-hour racing, or night racing at the very least, start to trip over and find trouble. Richard, hopefully you've not found any trouble in the pit lane.
Oh, yes, plenty of trouble going on down here. The 558 Silverlake racing car, the Preble Dickinson Chadwick Rose car, in for some fuel, which is going in at the moment. And I'm guessing driver change, and probably we've got someone, yeah, Alan Preble looks like he's the man about to, well, not about to, but in the end, jump in the car. Also, we followed down here Rob Gaffney and one of his engineers, because they've gone to the Naughty Boys Square, and Gaffers is there with his board, and it's one of the Malaysian drivers who has done some sort of infringement. So we've got some Malaysian Malays going on. He's coming in now, so this is I'm not sure if you've had coverage of what goes on in the stop-go, but the 450 car comes in. Rob, I think, is going to address the driver. Trying to hear what he can say, but obviously I've got earpiece in one ear, and yeah, he's just telling him that he's got to hit the tag so that they know which driver's gone out, but we're not, I don't think, getting those signals on our timing. And Rob will hold the car there until it's ready to go. Having said that, he's put the paddle down now. So Rob is officially up the creek without the paddle at the moment. Just having a quick look at the tyres to make sure that all is well there. It's Rob's engineer. It's interesting that these guys, I've known Rob a very, very long time racing-wise. First time I saw him was, I was talking to him about it the other day, was at Croix and Tournois in the Ginetta Juniors. He was racing against the likes of Henry Surtees, and I took a picture of Rob on the grid, and his dad had one big scowl at me when I was taking the picture. I needed to get out and give it to him, but it wasn't the most friendly looking of pictures. But known Rob a long, long time, did junior rallycross as well, and then obviously came up and did some work on the Toka package before setting his own team up. But the point of this is a very, very long penalty, isn't it, for these drivers? So it's going to hit them very, very hard indeed.
And there are still penalties being issued, so
former queue, isn't it?
Yeah, well, quite, yeah. 382, the latest to be on the receiving end, that being the Majestic Motorsport, speeding in the pit lane. It was so long coming when it came into the pits, and then speeding in the pit lane. The pit lane speed limit is
40 kilometres an hour.
40 kilometres.
Very slow.
I got Rob here. Rob, all right? Was he happy?
Not really. Obviously, he recognised that he'd done wrong. Obviously, he went down the pit lane and then jammed the brakes, and he realised he was going too quick. So it's one of those things. It's a driver's mistake. So
it's good when it's the driver's mistake and not the team, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Obviously, you know. Yeah, obviously, you know, we done our job as best we can. We got him out in front of the safety car. Obviously, he was just a bit too keen to get out there and go racing.
It's a learning opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. It's the first time these guys have come over to the UK and race. So yeah, it's a little bit now of a welcome to the UK racing scene.
Cheers, Rob. Thank you very much for that. And just an interesting little aside as we get into, I think, about the last 10 or 12 minutes of our coverage today. It's been fascinating so far. I wonder what the last 10 minutes are going to bring for us.
Well, I wonder, yeah, that's the question. Just looking at the gaps, 5 cars on the lead lap and 15 seconds separating first from second, 45 separating first from third, and then the 4th place car is a further minute and 30 seconds back. That's the JW Bird Motorsport car. But you know what, certainly the first 2, you were saying this a moment ago, Andy, continuing to lap more quickly and stretch the advantage between them and the rest of the field. So I fancied that Hybrid Tune and JW Bird would be closing the gap on Emax and Team Trojan. But seems to be the other way around. Team Trojan and Emax are stretching the gap between themselves and the rest of the field, and that's going to, if they can continue to do this, of course they've got 2 hours worth of fuel on board now, or at least Emax has. Team Trojan has a little bit less in my calculations, but Emax has enough fuel on board to take them for another 2 hours, and if they can drive for another 2 hours and make up 2 to 3 seconds per lap, that's going to have a significant difference, may have a significant impact.
Yeah, I'm sure it will, certainly over the long run, because they're out there, as you said, for 2 hours per tank of fuel. That's a lot of time to make the difference in your stint. Sometimes a driver's stint can be as little as 45 minutes or so in some other series, so you get plenty of time to make the difference out there. That car is still not the fastest on the track, though. That honour most definitely belongs to the WRC Developments Limited car, 318. That car is dragging with it the On The Edge Clapham North 454 machine. They're going to break into the top 10 if they carry on this way. They are 13th and 14th now. They both picked up 2 places on the previous lap. They were both in the 3-minute ones, and actually on the previous lap, what was that car's 90th lap of the race, WRC Developments set their personal best lap of the race, a 3-minute 0.614. That is a really strong pace. So while some cars are struggling for outright speed out there at the moment, some of those further back perhaps pushing a bit harder because they've got a bit of a hole to dig themselves out of. They are really finding some good lap times out there, Richard.
They are. Alan Prebble for his 3-minute penalty. Tipton Auto Racing Centre with Jamie Hodgetts, Malcolm Anderson and Paul Dolan just coming to pit lane as well. That's a fair way up there, and the signal's not going to work that far, so won't be able to cover with the camera that stop for you. But I might see if we can grab a word with Malcolm a little bit later on, but yeah, just in the middle of a 3-minute stop for 398.
And that Tipton Auto car didn't quite make 5 hours, did it, Paul? It was, 4 hours 58, I think, that it managed before making its second stop.
Wow, that's done well.
Yeah, it's done very well indeed. Yes, that's a 446 entry coming in, 10 minutes, 5 minutes short. In fact, 4.25 minutes short of 5 hours, but an awfully long way to go on a tank full of fuel when you're driving flat out. The WRC car 318, we were just talking about the speed with which that is being driven, and I fancy it might be James Poulton at the wheel of that car. I know for sure that David Drinkwater started it, Jonathan Salem took it over, and as I say, James Poulton, Andy Mollison and Toby Ward are the other options, but I think James Poulton is probably the driver at the moment, and is to be given all due credit for those fast lap times that he's setting the WRC car back in 13th, but around that area of the leaderboard, Andy, it's pretty close, and so quick lap times can make the difference between positions, as you were saying, and he's dragging the 454 car with him as well.
Yeah, well, 13th place, which is where that WRC Developments car finds itself now, all the way back to 20th place. There is no gap bigger than 8 seconds between any two cars, and there are multiple accounts of, 1 or 2 seconds separating positions. So that is actually a group of cars there fighting for position pretty close out on track. And so you're right there. I mean, they've charged through that whole group and brought with them the Clapham North car. Now, who do we reckon might be in that then, 454, because they are capable of matching and on occasion going quicker even than the WRC Developments Limited 318 ahead. They're both moving through the field together.
Got a choice of cast of thousands in the 454 car, the On The Edge car. Could be Micah Stanley. I don't know if he's driven it already, but he is certainly a rapid driver. So to say, pay money and take your choice on that car.
You might be onto something there, because Mika was in. He had his helmet on just before I left the pit lane, so
Right.
that would time out, wouldn't it?
Mika, not Micah.
I've always been told Mika.
Good
I'm
enough, that works
prepared
for
to
me.
be wrong. It happens.
No, I know no different. So Mika Stanley it is from here on, and as I say, we'll give him the credit, and we'll give James Poulton the credit in the Drinkwater car, the WRC Developments car, as they move up. Tipton Auto Centre Racing, having made their pit stop, are now falling back. I won't say to their proper position, but to a position where we're more accustomed to seeing them. How about that? The 446 has been in the pits thus far for 3.5 minutes, and time continuing to tick on, ticking on as well, in particular for the that's the 558, isn't it? Who's been in the pits for some 10 minutes, and 558 is the Silverlake car from Chris Chadwick, Paul Dickinson, Alan Preble and Greg Rose. And so that's going to be falling down the lists, as is 447 also falling down the lists, with particularly longer pit stops there for both of those cars. 447, the Riverside Performance car.
Majestic Motorsport, by the way, I know they're yet to serve their 50-second stop go. They dropped down to 10th with their pit stop in the end, so they didn't lose as many positions as I expected, although they were nearly a lap clear, weren't they, at the time, because of the timing of those stops. But another 50 seconds now when they eventually come in to serve that, plus the time it takes you to come in and out. That's going to be getting on for 1.5 minutes that they will lose, and that will send them plummeting down the order. They will... Well, actually, maybe only another position or so. There's quite a big gap just outside the top 10, isn't there? 11th to 12th place.
Yeah, they, as you say, the Tipton Auto Racing car, well, it's still in the pit, so still is going to drop further, but Majestic will not quite drop as far as Tipton. But no, it's it'll be interesting to see quite where they pan out. And this is a fascinating thing, of course, is trying to work out in advance how far cars drop back as a result of pit stops and other delays, and especially where there are penalties to be taken. You kind of see those as unnecessary delays, because at least when you pit for fuel, you're getting some benefit, you're getting more fuel in the tank. When you pit for a penalty, there's no benefit at all. You can't then go on and get more fuel at the same time. It's just a penalty you have to take, sit there frustrated, get hot under the collar, and then be released back out onto the circuit again.
Yeah, most definitely, and that is, in other races you would say could ruin your race, but as we've seen, big swings in time gain and time loss are most definitely possible in this race, so I wouldn't count them out just yet. Lead gap, by the way, stabilising a bit more now, isn't it? It's sort of hovering between 15 and 16 seconds. Still definitely Team Trojan the faster of the two. This is the 319 versus the 346 of Emax Motorsport. But at this point, it's just starting to balance out. Now, that could be that Team Trojan are getting to the end of their stint, therefore they're getting to the end of their tyre life. That may well also now start to have an adverse effect on their lap times. I was surprised at how many tyre changes I was seeing. Maybe it was just that point of the race where people were, teams were looking at changing tyres, but almost every team that I saw undertaking a pit stop, certainly the competitive ones inside the top dozen or so, were choosing to change front tyres.
And that was at the second pit stop.
Second pit stop,
which
yeah.
makes a lot of sense, because what I was hearing was that the leading competitors would be changing every second stop.
Yes.
So it would make sense for them to be doing that. Somebody told me they'd be using between 20 and 25 tyres over the course of the 24 hours, changing either both fronts or just the left front. The left front taking most of the strain around the clockwise Silverstone circuit, and the rears, well, what did somebody once say famously, that the rear wheels are just there to keep the exhaust pipe from scraping along the ground? No, I mean the rears, I think the, I can't remember which team it was now I was talking to, but it was probably confidential, so I won't tell you who it was anyway. But they were saying they would only change the rears once during the whole of the race. So they would use 2 sets of rears, but then probably around 6 to 10 sets at the front. and that would depend purely on the tyre wear and whether they were feeling good, and if they came off the car, it may be that having then cooled them down, they could go back onto the car at a later stage. Sometimes tyres do perform quite well by going through that kind of cycle of heat cycling and rotation them, and putting them on again later in the race.
Yeah, I will say that they weren't losing a huge amount of time from changing tyres that I could see. It was quite a quick process, 4 wheel nuts on each. But obviously at that point, once they do it after they've refueled the car, before they put the driver in, which means you can have 4 people working on it, so 2 people per tyre, one to take it off, one to put it on or whatnot. So that speeds the process up. I would say they were only losing 20 seconds or so, which, you know, it's a balancing act. Do you then think that over the next stint you can regain that 20 seconds and then some? Certainly behind the safety car makes perfect sense to do it, I think.
Indeed, and although you're not allowed to do anything else while the car is being refueled, you are allowed to change the driver at the same time as you're changing the wheels.
Yes.
So changing the driver is going to take 25-30 seconds, depending how athletic they are. And if you're going to change the tyres in that time, it makes no difference at all. You just take the advantage of being able to do 2 things at once, provided you don't overstep the mark with the 4 mechanics on the car.
Exactly, which if you think about it, it will require at least 1 person to assist with driver change, which then leaves you limited with the amount of people, 3 people perhaps, to work with the tyres. It will still speed things up a lot more than just having 2 people on it. Of course, the more people you throw at that job, the more efficiently you can do it. But it was quite interesting seeing the way that teams were doing it, and they all have their subtly different ways of conducting those pit stops within the regulations, and I quite like seeing teams, finding their own way around following the rules, but doing it as quickly as they possibly can.
Interpreting them differently.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Richard O'Neill's down in the pits. What can you tell us, Richard?
Yeah, only that it's just gone 11 o'clock, and I can tell you that the locked-off cameras are being set up, ready for the night shift. Other than that, nobody in the Naughty Boys Square at the moment, and I've just, for the first time, seen the Schnitzer C1 go past.
Yes, well, one of my favourite pun names, that one.
Yeah, very good.
It's got 2 or 3 different meanings, hasn't it?
Yes. So I think basically what I was going to do was, at this point, because it's gone relatively quiet, is do my sign off, and from Rob as well. It's been a good afternoon, straight evening, hasn't it, Rob?
It's been a very good afternoon. We can look forward now, if you watch the still cameras throughout the night, see some good quality night racing. Hopefully the teams will crack on and get some rest, because this is where the fatigue starts to set in, and we'll see exactly what's happening when we return at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
So Rob, thank you for everything you've done today. It's been really enlightening and great to work with you.
No worries, John. Thank you very much.
Richard. Everyone does that, don't worry about that. I called Jack Tom earlier on, apparently, but he's let me off, bless him, which is very good. So I hand to you guys back in the comms box, and for everyone watching, thanks for watching today. Catch up with you tomorrow and leave you with Andy and Paul.
Yes, so we're not going to carry on watching the race, just because I'm fascinated by it and something might happen. You can't possibly go to bed when something might happen. And you can be sure, I mean, somebody said earlier on, anything can happen. So I'm going to carry on and watch it. I'll be available to be listened to on 87.7, but probably that's the only place. I don't know if the stream will carry my voice or not.
I think it will. I think that's the plan, yeah.
Oh dear.
Yes, so you think of the viewers you'll have tuning in.
But do remember, you have to go to bed at some point, dear listener. It's not healthy doing what I do, as my wife keeps on telling me. Anyway, so I'm not going to promise to keep talking for the whole of the nighttime session, because quite personally else that will probably kill me as well. But I will be keeping tabs, and when significant things happen, then I'll be telling you about it. I may dash down into the pit lane at some point if things happen that I can't work out, and I need some information from there, so it may go quiet whilst I'm down in the pit lane. But apart from that, I've enjoyed this segment of the race. Don't forget though, Andy, you're going to come back at 9 o'clock tomorrow you've still got an awfully long way to go.
So everyone keeps telling me the nighttime stint really is only half the job done, isn't it? But I have to say, thoroughly enjoying my first ever real world 24-hour race. The magic atmosphere down in the pit lane is something that I won't forget in a hurry. So yes, thank you, Paul. Thank you everyone else who has helped today to put this live stream together. We will be back on air at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, but as Paul said, you can keep on watching the fixed camera coverage, the timing tower, and listen to Paul's updates regular intervals during the night. And also, if you head over to the TSL timing website, www.tsl-timing.com, then you'll get the live timing screens that we have here in the box, and that will also hopefully help keep you abreast of everything that's happening. Thank you everyone for tuning in today. We hope you've enjoyed the first part of the Silverlake Citroën C1 24 Hours of Silverstone. We'll be back again in the morning at 9 o'clock with full coverage of the rest of the race.